Hello, everybody. Good morning to you, and welcome to the Golden Gauntlet II. We had over 1,000 people join into the Discord for this tournament. We had a very cutthroat day one, and the people who made it to the incredible score of 5-2 have made it today to the last 3 rounds of Swizz, going into the top 16 bracket to crown our champion. I am your host, Binks, today, and I'm joined by my amazing co-host, Teebs. Welcome in, Teebs. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks, Binks. It is bright and early here on the West Coast, coming in at just after 7 a.m., and we have some fantastic games of MarvelSnap ahead of us. I'm very excited, and I'm looking forward to see not only what does well, but who's going to be crowned the champion of the Golden Gauntlet too. It's only a couple weeks since the first one. I know the feedback to that has been fantastic, and the team has rallied to make this happen right away. We got lots of great MarvelSnap played yesterday, and we're going to have some fantastic games up today as well. So I'm excited to see what's going on.
Absolutely. And both of us were competitors in the last one, and we got to see firsthand just how good everyone in this tournament is. So, we kind of have the cream of the crop here, the people who went 5-2 and made it to day two. And a lot of really interesting decks. I feel like a couple of weeks ago, the meta was a lot more homogenized, and you saw a little bit more of the same thing. There was a lot higher percentages for the most used cards. This one, we had a big shakeup with an OTA, couple OTAs actually since the last one, an introduction of a bunch of powerful new cards, and I'm just so excited to see how people have figured out ways to utilize these cards to their advantage, and found. I feel like in these early metas, it really comes down to who has found something that's unique and different, not really out there yet, that can surprise and blow away their opponents. And there was some amazing decks, even just seen on day one, that made it all the way. So lots of really awesome things. And here we do have the day one decks that are available. So these are the 5 players who went undefeated in the first 8 round Swiss, or 7 rounds of Swiss. These are the 7-0 decks. Teebs, was there a deck on here that really jumped out to you as something that's awesome?
I'm excited to see that there's a few non-Thanos decks here. Thanos is still doing well. The OTAs definitely took it down a notch, but still very competitive, very strong. We have a lot more, I would say, diversity in what Thanos decks are doing, though, which is interesting. And the 2 non-Thanos decks that went undefeated yesterday, I mean, props to those pilots. Those decks are interesting, and I would say they have some semblance of some archetypes we've seen before, but those are kind of some novel takes on what we've been seeing in the more distant past in Snap. And so seeing, like you said, a big shakeup week with a couple of OTAs and 5 or 6 new card drops at the same time, we've really got an interesting meta here. I love to see the Cannonball Mercury little combo popping up here and there, both in a Thanos and a non-Thanos. So that's an interesting little package slotting in. And we've also got you were commenting on this earlier. We've got this very interesting Merlin sort of Misery Mill package. Cool stuff going on.
Yeah, I talked about this on Twitter already, but I call this deck in the top left. This is Millless Mill. This is basically all of the powerful things that Mill does, but cutting all of the actual Mill package. So you're just kind of concentrating on ramping out, getting good power down, and then being able to clear out and lower your death, and have very explosive final turns. And the inclusion of Merlin there, little kind of cards like Iron Patriot that you can afford to put in when you're not running things like Cable and Yondu, to give you these big power and unpredicted turns to go against your opponent. So that one was really amazing. I'm so excited to see and showcase that deck if we get to see it here on the stream. But we are jumping into our very first game, where we will be watching Cosmic Casual, who is running a kind of good cards werewolf spell list. You were looking at this list a little bit before, and you said you really like some of the choices. What are you loving with what Cosmic Casual is bringing to the table?
Yeah, I think this deck's really cool. I am a Merlin and Werewolf by Night enjoyer myself. This is one of the small card packages that I've been experimenting with the most this week. And I think it's fun. It's interesting to sort of play those generated spells every turn and be sort of directing your Werewolf by Night around. It has tech exposure, but it also has that sort of, you have agency in where you leave your Werewolf. Your opponent is kind of, guessing where you might want to leave the turn. If you have prio, you're moving the Werewolf first, and you often do have prio with this deck. So it's an interesting little dynamic, similar to Bounce in some ways, where you've got exposure, but you've also got some control over how it's going. So I love the Merlin package. I hope to see some interesting Merlin games. Also, though, there's an Agamotto in this, which is not something that I've played in with the Merlin combination with King Etri as well for that one. So I like what's going on here, and Cosmic's got that Werewolf down early, Zabu on curve, so we're off to, I would say, a strong start here. But Live Legend with Merlin and Surge on the board too.
It's a good start for both players. I would say that seeing the sandbar down, honestly, I don't know who it's worse for. I would imagine the Thanos deck, when you have to play the stones for 2, it feels really, really tough. But both players have Merlin and obviously the spells coming out here. But it looks like we had a snap come out from Live Legend, and Cosmic Casual decided to throw away this game, probably scared of that +2 draw, being able to make up for not being able to play as many of the Thanos stones out, not feeling comfortable being able to beat that location. So just as a reset, I don't want to play on sandbar. Neither does my opponent. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Cosmic there with the sort of more expensive spells hand versus the stones, like, yeah, you don't love paying 2 for stones, but you can do it, especially in sort of the turn 3-4 range. But some of these Agamotto spells are just very difficult to cast. Cosmic Casual, though, only down 1 cube. Nice little check in the first turns of the game.
Looks like we might have had a bit of a stream drop here. But while we're getting that sorted out, let's talk about the opposing deck that we can see on the screen now. So we have kind of like the full Doctor Strange package, kind of more reminiscent of a more kind of classic tech Thanos that we saw of last time. Just trying to use the power of getting stones down, getting a early Doctor Strange down to soak up as many of those stones as possible, and then use your array of tech cards that can attack pretty much any single card that your opponent can play to try and push you here to victory. And our amazing broadcast team has the stream back live. I'm interested to see what the copycat has copied here. Great Web, when I'm thinking about who it helps most in this context, I would imagine that Great Web would benefit probably the Thanos player a little bit more, especially if they can get Strange Supreme down. If we're dealing with just like a werewolf that is jumping around, the Great Web can get really annoying really fast when you only have 2 lanes there, and especially when you're going against a deck that's running Shang-Chi. You want to have options for where that wolf lands on the final turn, because you do not want to get that thing blown up. That's your main source of power.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about that a little earlier, and I think Werewolf by Night perhaps having more sort of granular control over the Great Web, but it's definitely a more technically demanding playline. And not only that, but it requires you to have sort of access to very consistent on reveals each turn to sort of place it, move it, and then end it back in Great Web so that you can play it somewhere else next turn. But like you said, you're leaving that agency on the table where you're always exposed to that Shang-Chi at the end of the turn. But this is assuming your Thanos opponent isn't full on Great Web as well. So very interesting dynamic here with both of these players having their own unique ways to navigate the Great Web. Looks like, though, Live Legend with no Strange Supreme and is already full.
Cosmo on the bolts. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That hurts.
Cosmo just ate up 4 energy for next turn that I'm pretty sure that Cosmic was going to be relying on. Yeah, just takes a quick peek at it. It does not feel great when that happens, I promise you. The Cosmo is going to be really, really hard to deal with. Now, notably, you can still play on reveals into a Cosmo lane and have the card bounce. So it isn't something that's like going to be completely unable for you to get through, but you're not going to get the value out of those on reveals. Looks like we're maybe just trying to jam up one side of the lane here and, just utilize this big body they had in Annihilus, hopefully to win that Great Web and then maybe jump the werewolf out next turn. Again, showcasing that higher level of technical demand. of how do I manage to keep this werewolf in a way that's not going to really hurt me, because going into turn 6, if the werewolf's going to jump out, something else is going to jump back in. So you have to be really calculating your different options to give you the best possible chance there. And it looks like they're going to pull the werewolf out and have him pop right back in there.
Yeah, so this big Agamotto is definitely strong, and we might be in a little bit of a 50-50 game of chicken here as to where the Thanos is coming down, because Agamotto probably winning either of these lanes if that ends up being the play, and I don't see a better one from Cosmic Casual. But as we know, Live Legend always starts with Thanos, so we're in that kind of situation. Live Legend maybe has the ability to go over the top of the Agamotto points in both lanes, but that seems like it would be a little difficult at this point.
Winds of a Tomb potentially coming out here. That could be an interesting way to kind of cover your bases. Yeah, they do have non-priority here. There is an Goliath in the opponent's deck, which is something that's pretty scary. Goliath is gonna 1v1 the Agamotto there. So, man, Goliath middle is definitely something that's kind of scary to see it coming down. Okay, they're just going to jump the wolf middle and maybe just take the roll on what goes left. If the werewolf goes middle, I cannot imagine you're ever winning that lane.
Yeah, this is spicy to take this sort of gamble on which card gets pulled back to Great Web. And we were talking about this before, like having this level of agency requires you having those good on reveal cards, and moving this on the last turn, there's no way to fill that Great Web unless you've got, you know, something that generates cards in other lanes, which Cosmic Casual does not. And we're going to see likely some kind of Great Web RNG or perhaps a retreat. And yeah, Cosmic Casual dipping out for 2 cubes again. Not quite getting there against Thanos, which is looking very consistent. I mean, the bread and butter of this Thanos deck has been for months, just that it's always playing lots of early game power and sort of getting into the late game with some advantage.
Yeah, I think that game, I obviously I think it just came down to the bolts getting Cosmo. That was a fantastic read by the Thanos player. Anytime that happens, I mean, the big thing with Agamotto is you want to get a bunch of juice out of that bolts turn to be able to get a bunch of moves and set yourself up for victory. Having to only play the Annihilus that turn, obviously it secured the left lane, but I just don't think they like their 50-50 opportunities. I think you're 100% right there.
Yeah, and it's a situation where you're trading the current turn for the next turn, and if you don't get the big next turn, you just lost the turn. Full stop. No power, no gain. Moving in here to the next match, and we have, is that Eggy over here?
Mm-hmm.
Also on a Merlin list.
But it looks like, so I don't know I don't know where they got this once in future. I think that maybe a location got changed or something. If
Okay, yeah.
and then maybe it was a daily web that caused something to get changed, because I'm pretty sure they don't have Merlin in the deck. I don't think Merlin's against a C3 card. Two of the spells that you get from Merlin break C3 immediately. We are getting the list pulled up here. It's a pretty standard list. We have Bash Jeff, Scarlet Witch, Sentinel, U.S. Agent, the Cerebro Mystique package. They are running Luke Cage, which I think is pretty smart for a tournament like this. If you're on ladder, you could probably go away from Luke Cage and just take your losses. But when you're in a tournament where you have to beat everyone, if you face an Affliction deck with Cerebro 3, you're dead. So having something like Luke Cage there, I think, is really smart.
So we found ourselves in a very strange situation, Binks. I think you're right. We've got some location shenanigans going on, because there's no way that both of these players would be full on Space Throne this early. I think Merlin location swap happened there with a once in future. I don't know, but Eggy's feeling the stress of these locations, and that Quicksilver already being in Sanctum is also that was quite a game to walk into.
Yeah, really funky. It's like there's a bunch of cards that are out of place. They look like they played crazy. So I'm guessing there was some kind of location change shenanigans that we might have missed out on there. I'm guessing it was Daily Bugle that got that Merlin spell. But just kind of looking at what both these players are doing. Obviously, Cerebro 3. I actually really like Cerebro 3. I prefer it over Cerebro 2. I think Cerebro 2 is probably the better deck, but what I like about Cerebro 3 is that it can pack in these really nasty tech cards like Killmonger, like Cosmo, You can run Shang-Chi, you can run Red Guardian, all these different ways that you can win without Cerebro if you are kind of coy with what you're doing. And that's always been the very frail part of Cerebro decks, is if you don't draw the card Cerebro, your power output is like just cataclysmically low, especially now that Cerebro is +3. You really, really want to have that extra juice.
Yeah, it's interesting. The dependency on those stats has changed. As Cerebro gets more important, your reliance on Cerebro grows, and I think that's a very good call.
Great hit.
Interesting here. Oh yeah, Gladiator getting some free buffs, and not just the 3 power onto
Oh,
the
I
Cerebro
thought
and the Mystique, but
Cerebro.
the buffs themselves.
I have PTSD right now. I was so sure that Sokovia was about to discard their Cerebro. I've had that happen to me. It's way too many times playing Scarlet Witch in this deck. But the Cerebro stays. They did lose the Mobius, which I don't think helps them at all. So probably like the absolute best hit. Killmonger's not super useful, as both sides are just going to be running Quicksilver. There's really no one-drops in the game. Bast and Quicksilver are the only targets for Killmonger, but maybe at some point it can help them clear some things out of the way. Maybe an Acid Arrow jumps over to their side and they want to get rid of it there. Going straight into the Cerebro, I'm going to guess that this is a read on the opponent's deck, knowing that they have no way of taking out this Cerebro. The only defense against Cerebro in Nate the Great Martin. Oh, I didn't even notice we're watching Nate the Great Martin. This I do an Infinity Conquest stream with them every single week. They're a fantastic player. He has a crazy looking name in the top right. He has a bunch of weird little accents and stuff like that.
Special characters abound.
Yeah, so I didn't even get a notice. But yeah, being able to this is the big thing with open deck lists, right? You know, when you're on ladder, playing out that Cerebro is so terrifying, right? You're looking at your opponent's side of the board. This looks like a deck that can absolutely have Enchantress, but the great thing about that open deck list is that they know there is no way they can stop the Cerebro with this Quicksilver sitting there stuffing down the lane. No way to get to it, so they can just blast out these points on curve and do everything that they can. And what it looks like now is since they're setting up this Mystique Sentinel on the right, if they can manage to hold priority, which it's very likely looking like is what they're going to be able to do, they can then use the Luke Cage over on the right to further stop further stop the Red Guardian from being a potential issue. From stopping it, which we see was they were probably ready to go.
Take care of that, Binks.
Took care of that. Sometimes you just need location control on your side. But if I know one thing about Nate the Great Martin is that he knows very, very well when he is in a position to seed or a position to leave. And I can almost guarantee you that after seeing the full suite of both Cerebro and Mystique on the table, unless he has a really good way of being able to win middle, which further gets really, really tough because there's this Jeff there that can move and change things up, I am going to expect almost 100% to see a Nate the Great Martin retreat here.
Yeah, the only play I can think of here that might help Nate is the Mercury plus Cannonball combo and a little bit of good RNG hitting either the Cerebro or the Mystique. But at this point, I feel like Cerebro is just way too far ahead in terms of numbers. A little bit spicy playing into this Negasonic lane perhaps, but at the same time, I mean, there's only so much you can do with the limited energy of Nate from this position. And yeah, I think you're onto it with the retreat call, but maybe there's something spicy over there.
Yeah, I just think it's so tough, right, to be in that position and to look at it and see, like, oh, does Mercury Cannonball ever win if I drew both of those cards, which isn't definitely guaranteed. But if you have those two cards, are you even thinking that you have a shot? You know, your opponent can play out 3 cards. You know this because they played into Orcus Forge with a Sentinel last turn. You know that the very least they have 3 Sentinels there. And as expected, Nate the Great Martin notices that this is not the game that you want to fight Cerebro. If you're going to fight Cerebro and take him to 8 cubes, I promise you, when they have 2 +3 Cerebro and Mystique out on the field, that is not the time you want to do it.
Yeah, Eggy firing on all cylinders that game, and really, I feel like the Bast was just the icing on the cake. That was a strong game, regardless of those extra buffs. But the 9 points on top to each of those 2 cards really sets you apart. And I think I like your take on the Bast impact and the sort of tech combination. there's some tech in Cerebro too, surely, but C3 really opens up a lot more powerful options for you. C2 tech is kind of mostly also operating just on points, which is Cerebro's maybe strongest axis to begin with. So tech that relates more on points is not exactly doing you the most, whereas the C3 stuff is really able to control the game somewhat. We're back here to Cosmic Casual and Live Legend, and yeah, 4 cubes already locked in. Merlin down. Interesting to see how this Death's Domain continues in with Cosmic already having this Merlin locked down here.
Death's Domain can be good, right? Because we saw how devastating it was to get your spells blocked by a Cosmo. When you have something like Death's Domain down, even though they did have priority this turn, you don't have to worry about it. Wow, Jennifer Kale, what a hit! You're just gonna get free energy on the final turn. How amazing!
Yeah, that's got to be pretty nice here. And Cosmic also in a great spot with this location. Has some powerful options to stack points on a Mojo World. Hopefully we see this Galactus survive. Danger Room is one of those locations that you just never know.
Never know. My strategy with Danger Room, yeah, they're like, this is an cube on the line. They heard the voices in the back of their head like, it's not worth it, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. One big thing to note with Death's Domain down middle, Thanos always in hand. Thanos getting played middle is something that very, very likely can happen. We were just talking about this Cosmo being a bit of a problem. But wow, this looks really tough because the double play right, I think, pretty much makes it so that, like, if you're the opponent, you just can't think that Thanos middle is ever going to get you anything. Maybe you can hope that, oh my gosh, I forgot they had the copycat Enchantress, but with no priority, it's not going to work. Oh no, they have to recognize this. Oh no,
we
and
do
Shang!
also have this Shang-Chi though.
You can't though, right? You can't. I can't imagine you can, because then you're throwing right completely. Actually, there's literally a 0% chance that play wins, because you're just gonna lose in the tiebreaker.
Yep.
It's scary though. It's scary to see. So yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that Live Legend retreats here, right? Like, I just can't really foresee a path to victory. Like, they can't go Mockingbird Thanos. I don't think it. Yeah, there's no way you can go Mockingbird Thanos here. I'm really confused as to what they're trying to set up here.
The only thing I can think is if they're just willing to put it all on the Danger Room prayer, that whatever Cosmic throws down on Danger Room, it just always has that 25% chance to die. And I think you're right that as Live Legend here, it's terrifying to know that your opponent has all these options. Seeing Cosmic Casual spot, though, this is a little intimidating. I mean, we tie up Mojo World, but this is potentially just coming down to Danger Room.
Danger Room! Hold! Oh, huge!
Wow.
What a risky play to stay in there. Yeah, I think they were just going to take the 1-4 roll, because, like, it's so hard to feel like you're going to have a chance to be able to come back there. The Strange Supreme on the final turn with Mojo World, I don't think they had any created cards there, but that's an insane play to look to make. But you're going to scoop something middle, so you're just saying, hey, hope that my opponent dies, or maybe makes some kind of like weird misplay. Maybe they don't have the cards to be able to attack right and be able to beat me left, even if it's just a 1-for-1. And they were pretty darn close to that being true. Like, just the Shang-Chi and the copycat is the only cards that you can actually play that take up a space. That wasn't just a spell. Really interesting. Yeah, really, really solid.
For the size of that hand, Cosmic Casual's actual options that stick to the board were very limited. And wow, this Red Guardian shutting down the Surge early, Cosmic with priority. This is Werewolf's moving. That Tinker has really set you up. Werewolf a turn early is one of the best things you can be doing in this deck. And we have the Merlin to follow it up probably next turn. I think we're looking pretty good if you're a Cosmic Casual fan. Live Legend, love to start it off with a Surge, but it is not going to last.
Yeah, kind of surprising not to see a snap with a Werewolf on 2. You're 100% right. Like, when Tinks lands on the right turn, there's so often that Tinks will land and, like, just doesn't help you at all. But when Tinks lands on that perfect turn where you get to ramp out your key card one turn early, it is real nasty to try and take care of that. Winds of Watum coming out left to try and push and get them into a bit of a jam. It's going to be really good if we don't see Strange Supreme pop out, because you're going to be really limited in that lane, and you're going to have to fight for it next turn to stop your opponent's thing. An important thing that Cosmic is going to have to be thinking about, and I promise you that they are after they got the Cosmo on the bolts the first game, is priority control. Making sure that if you do not have priority, you are completely thinking about what is their best Cosmo lane, and you're being really smart to not put yourself in a position. And man, they got the full fill with that Winds of Watum, completely locked in on middle, but the Strange Supreme
Strange
comes in and
Supreme.
says, it's cool.
Big part of the power of Thanos is just having that flexibility online to you. And interesting to see Cosmic going for the Iron Patriot here versus the Merlin. I feel like that was a tough choice. Iron Patriot on 4 is kind of your last opportunity to get that full cost reduction locked in if you are so able to win the lane. And this game definitely looks like Cosmic's going to win mid. So we'll have that Symbiote Spider-Man going down a couple points of energy. And finally this Merlin coming in. So really Cosmic locking down mid. It's going to be hard for Live Legend to win that one. And then also really setting up for a powerful turn next turn. But like you said, Live Legend's got priority again, so we're worrying about that Cosmo. And
I was really thinking Cosmo was coming
this.
down left, so I'm happy they made this change to move the Wolf middle, and with an extra spot available. A lot of times when you like fill with a Wolf, that's why these spells are so great, especially going into turn 6. You only have 2 choices. Either Wolf's going to stay put exactly as it is, or it's going to bounce away. When you have that third option, you can bounce it away and then jump it back into the middle, which is why these spell werewolf packages are so powerful.
Yeah, and Merlin
That
and
Vortex
Werewolf
coming down
so well. Oh my
Huge
goodness.
potential.
Okay,
they lose the Power Stone.
Lose the Power Stone. Yep. Live Legend has managed to. Oh, and it's a. What a roller coaster. Onslaught coming down for Cosmic Casual as well. Losing out, though, interestingly, that was the Merlin, right? So no spell next turn. Although we do have a Time Stone pickup. If
Time Stone's really nice for a Wolf. Man, I would love to be in Cosmic Casuals. I do think that Cosmic Casual is probably going to think a little bit here of why they didn't snap earlier, especially on that early Wolf, because now they're giving Live Legend a chance to run away and say, hey, I'm going to beat you 3 times in a row. So maybe they're kicking themselves a little bit about how they feel about how much they ended up pushing down. Very smart, by the way, to keep the Wolf at 9 power, notably dodging Shang-Chi completely because the opponent has priority here. So they could try and Shang the Wolf. It won't do anything. It'll be a 4-3. So very well set up by Cosmic Casual to put them into a dominant position going into this final game.
Yeah, excellently navigating this turn, and the extra energy from last turn as well, allowing the Gwenpool and the Time Stone both to bounce that Werewolf up above the 10 mark without priority, as you were saying, Binks. And then not only that, but the Symbiote Spider-Man won off of the Iron Patriot the turns before with the cost reduction and the extra energy. Yeah, we have a ton of cards coming down here, and the Galacta buff as well. I don't know that you leave here in this spot as Living Legend. I mean, being on 1 cube is definitely going to be tough, but I don't see a way out, and I don't know how you could be confident in this. So I think it's probably... Oh, and he's going to stay.
Going for location change magic.
And maybe hoping that extra points on Merlin...
No, reconnect, get us in.
We got this.
Yeah,
okay.
The final turn as you look out. I think that if I'm Live Legend there, I think I'm kicking myself, because that Spectrum was pretty nice at getting you some points on the board, but playing the Reality Stone before the Power Stone completely cost them the ability to threaten that 22 power Thanos on the final turn. We were talking about it like, oh, what do they do? If I have a 22 power Thanos, I can pretty confidently play that middle, and even if they get 2 Wolf bounces, you're still going to be able to overpower that lane a decent amount of time, especially with any extra energy that you had there. So I think that really hurts to see that Power Stone go down, but that is why you have to really think, if you're going to change the location and play there on the same turn, you have to know that you're both inheriting a risk, and it could be good. You know, you could get a Shuri's Lab sometimes as well, but
Onslaught Citadel, there's things.
There's things you can get that can change the game, but it's always tough. So we're going to jump in here to Unknown Mobster versus Vyre. We have our first deck here on the bottom left, and it's going to look pretty darn familiar because I'm pretty sure this is dang close to card for card. The last deck we were seeing, there are some changes. We see Speed, Shadow King available in this one, Iron Patriot for a little bit more power.
Huge Shang-Chi popping off really quick here, Banks, with that Toxin missing completely on the 20 some odd power, and then the Cosmo.
Just a little late on the Cosmo, just a little late.
Yeah, this seems to be the shape of Thanos right now, at least for quite a few of the players. There are some interesting variations happening, but I mean, final turn here, dropping a Thanos and a Mockingbird is a tale as old as time at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything coming out. Obviously, we didn't get to see the beginning of this game to be able to like identify maybe that they've developed something very powerful that's sitting in their hand. I think, based on what we saw when we show in, all of their investment was in that 24 power Human Torch that is currently hanging out in their graveyard.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. And again, this is a tough spot because 4 cubes already locked in. Vyre going down to 1 cube remaining if they end up dipping out on this game, but I don't see a lot of options for this deck. You could maybe get cute with a Doctor Strange pulling the monster somewhere, but even then you've got a Cosmo locking down one lane, and the other lane is not so far ahead that a Thanos wouldn't win that, and at that point you're losing mid. So without that 27 or 28 Human Torch, this is looking spicy.
Okay, and we see it come down. You called it directly. The monster jumping left. Are they able to develop 12 points of power right? We have an Iron Fist. We have a dagger that's going nowhere, and that is not going to be enough. GG's to Vyre from the first round here. Very good play, and boy, oh boy, that Thanos side of the board was absolutely nasty. They had everything. They had Shang-Chi on 4. They had Mockingbird on the final turn for basically free. That is a tough situation to be up against. Very well played to clear that out, and it's funny that we got to jump in right at the key point there of the 24 power Human Torch going down. Priority management when you were playing that move bounce deck, very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that Cosmo coming down just half a turn late, and that'll be all it takes. Thanos players with a full suite of tech cards in almost every variation. There's a little bit of ongoing Thanos out there, but for the most part, you're looking to play those stones early. You're looking to win with some tech in the mid game and drop that Thanos, maybe with a Mockingbird on the last turn. And that was really the full force of the Thanos deck right there.
Experience.
And it can be hard to take priority. I mean, I know you want to be in there, but those stones, those early plays really can pick you off guard, especially with move bounce. It can be tough to do all your things and also keep priorities. So
yeah, always the constant throw in your mind. That's why this tech Thanos list has been a monster, and even eating as many nerfs as it has, still a monster to behold. Having access to all those tech cards with the overwhelming power and looming presence of Thanos and Mockingbird throughout the game, growing a Doctor Strange. You just kind of have to be prepared to fight everything, which is always rough. New game here that we jumped over into. This must be some kind of crazy Nimrod Galactus list, if I'm not mistaken. We see
I love what I'm seeing here.
Absolutely love it. We have this looks very similar to the Derek list, if I'm not mistaken, from the other side. Super cool to see Bishop getting more play, and they're putting all the marbles on the line here. This is gonna be Tractor's potentially last game. And it is a Galactus.
There's that Galactus that yep. 100%, and we have the world's largest Venom. I'm sure there have been larger, but whenever you crack into the 3 digits, it's always a great day. Venom loves Shuri's Lab like none other, and I think this might be a priority matter situation. I don't know if there's going to be any tech coming down from last Ronin, but splitting this largest man with Arnim Zola has got to feel pretty good if you're a Tractor right now.
Yeah, it's the final turn. Oh, it was a big Nimrod. Oh, boy. That is a lot of... okay, that's a little scary, but hey, man, I would like 2 more 26 power cards to fill out the board. Absolutely fantastic. They got into... So what we jumped into there was a game that was already to 4 cubes at 4 to 8. So there was no retreating there, no nothing. Tractor figured out that they had this enormous Nimrod probably before that got snapped into, made the huge thing, and then all you got to do is touch that thing twice, and that will out combo any other combo deck, especially if you have Shuri's Lab in your back pocket.
Beautiful. All right, and then once again we have this Zabu Surge curve. Ronin gonna miss the rocket, and Tractor hits that Zabu any place, any lane, anytime, curves into Surge, and this is looking pretty good again. I am excited to see this deck because you don't see it often, and a lot of people, you know, if you hate on Galactus, sure, but you can't hate on Nimrod. That's a beautiful card.
I love Galactus in tournaments because once you play Galactus the first time in a Conquest match, you do irreparable mental damage to your opponent, even if it's not your main game plan. And for the rest of the game, if you ever have 6 energy, your opponent will be freaking out trying to stop themselves from getting kneeled and seeing the best animation of the game. And we do have confirmation that the opponent's deck is running the Derek list that was able to win the Golden Gauntlet 1. Fastos coming out here with a nice Surge trigger, and what I'm guessing the Tractor is doing right here is just trying to plan out what is my best lane to utilize Symbiote, Spider-Man, and Nimrod, and they have decided it is going to be the middle lane. No snap is really surprising because how do they beat this? Like, in what? Both players here are 5-2 as well, as we just got from production. So this is everything on the line here for both players. Looking at the opponent's deck, like no real tech. If you're going to be able to play Symbiote, Spider-Man, Nimrod middle, I guess obviously with move bounce, you can get some absolutely explosive final turns. Maybe they're scared of Sinister London, but I am really, really excited to see how they try and work out and puzzle out this final turn. 2 very high ceiling combo decks for their tournament lives.
Snap is on the line.
Let's see what's going to happen. Very interesting. They go with the Venom here as opposed to going with just going Symbiote, Spider-Man, Nimrod. Maybe they feel like this is going to be a way that they can just stack enough points that they're not going to have to worry about doing a more fickle combo or worrying on the final turn. Very interested about what their reasoning behind this is. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's an interesting play for sure. I feel like before that Sinister London was flipped off of Nico, I was feeling a little bit more secure in Tractor's line of building that big stack mid and splitting it. But I guess now looking to do some interesting stuff with doubling up Symbiote Spider-Mans off of the location, and then, you know, getting a couple extra hits on cards around, just spreading that power. But either way, Tractor's snap is retreated by Last Ronin, and we have an advantage here of 4 cubes to 2. This Valhalla,
Valhalla good for both players. Can be really weird with Destroy if you end up with any cards over there, but looks like they're going to get at the very least Surge and Fastos to trigger twice. They're going to have a very cheap deck. They're going to have a very strong deck, and let's see how they can utilize it. Tarnex 4, interesting. I feel like a move bounce deck can probably get around it a little bit better. But you know, they both kind of act similarly, right? They're kind of like moving cards around in various ways. And the Nimrod is so huge there, especially getting the extra power and getting
4-7.
Extra getting able to play it a turn early is huge. I wonder if they're going to opt to go into a Galacta line here. That Killmonger could have ruined Last Ronin's whole day if they had too many one-drops out and available there.
The timing on that really was something. I'm curious to see what Tractor does this turn. Not being able to take the most advantage of this Valhalla here, perhaps, although getting an extra Surge proc is not nothing. And I wonder if it's going to be Nimrod just to develop and get that proc down, or if we're going to see the Galacta early.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
It's an interesting spot.
This turn, you can go Nimrod, and then like you could go like Penny Parker. Very notably, by the way, we kind of missed this. Falcon going into Tarnex on the opponent's side gave them Black Swan, which is a terrifying card to have to face off against this matchup. I think that this is actually really smart from Tractor to avoid the left side again this turn, knowing that the rocket had come back into hand, so not giving it that +8 power that could have been so devastating. And we did opt to develop the Symbiote Spider-Man this turn, and we'll see if we get a maybe Nimrod Penny Parker coming.
Yeah, so the Galacta into Symbiote Spider-Man into Nimrod Carnage was a line available to Tractor, opted to go for Symbiote Spider-Man instead to stay a little bit more flexible, draws the Zola, and is ultimately going to be rewarded for this line, I think, as we get the Nimrod down this turn, and then next turn you can activate Symbiote Spider-Man and Zola it over. That's going to be 13 points doubled up in each of the other locations twice. If there was a deck to beat that, it is probably Bounce, although I will say we've already got some of these powerful cards on the board. And importantly, the Zola play doesn't commit cards out of hand to the lanes it's adding points to, which is very good against Rocket Raccoon. And we've seen Tractor just dance circles around this Rocket all game and may continue to do so next turn.
Yeah, really interesting to see what we can do here. I mean, they can even just do the... I guess they won't have the power to be able to play the Penny Parker buff out. The Zola is obviously a pretty straightforward line. The problem is, like, it's kind of telegraphed as well. So it's pretty hard to feel super confident just jumping in there. Boy, oh boy, I bet they're wishing they had kept an empty lane for this potential Galactus. Like, if they had played Fastos left, for instance, as we looked at to get a double Fastos trigger, they could potentially have had the chance to slam this Galactus middle. Obviously, seeing that it got hit by the Silver Sable last turn, it wouldn't be enough to get over there, but a lot of different things could be happening here. It looks like Tractor is hovering the retreat option. It is going to be really hard to get over this monkey. I think that just going Zola here, they'll have that sniffed out. Maybe their play is to try and find, because I think that monkey's going to land left, and maybe they can find a way to get ahead enough on these other lanes and make different plays. I just don't really see it, though.
We are locked in for the fixed amount of cubes here, though, so I think there is probably not going to be a retreat, but Zoling the Killmonger with Prio...
This would be so freaking sick. Well, no, yeah, they have Prio. You're right.
Yeah.
I was thinking they didn't have Prio, because this would be a crazy play without Prio. But you're not really...
I think Tractor realizing that as well.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And that Black Swan, like you said, is just so powerful.
I don't know if this was just a really bad misplay. I mean, there's no retreating. Maybe they're just trying to go for some weird sideline and hope that 3 power right on the 15 power. Dude, could be huge. It depends on what comes out middle, because it's Tarnax. It could be anything. It's a 1-drop. It could be the hood.
Could be the hood. All right, and here we are. No Rocket Raccoon bonus points. That's going to be enough to win, right?
Toxin going down. It's just a full drop. It's not going to win. Oh my gosh, what a play.
Wow.
What an insane read to play something completely unexpected, knowing that giant monkey was going to come down left, and they would have beaten the monkey left, which is kind of surprising. I'm really surprised the opponent didn't set up that left lane to be able to get over top of it. I guess the Bass turning off their demons limited their potential power output there. But boy, oh boy, what a game there. Who does that? Who plays Zola with priority on Killmonger to win a game in an elimination match in a very, very competitive tournament? Props to that player.
That's MarvelSnap, baby. Fantastic match, and Tractor taking that with the beautiful Zola Doom 1-2 punch in the same card. Absolutely fantastic. And Bounce, you know, they did it last time, but we got this round. All right, so here we are going into the pairings.
Yeah, we're finishing up the last couple of rounds here, so we can take a quick peek at the pairings. Fudge on that millless mill deck unfortunately went down there in the first round, taking their first loss, but the benefit of being 7-0 as day one is that you can afford one loss and still have a guaranteed spot to the finals. If you're able to end up 9-1, mathematically and statistically, it's all but guaranteed that you're gonna. I might even be guaranteed with how Squiz works, but you're pretty much guaranteed to get in. And then there's going to be some people who do end up in the 8-2 slot who get in. But if you get 9-1, you pretty much punch your ticket to that top 16 round. And if you could scroll down a little bit to just see a couple of extra things in here, we see Shang and Jorah going down 9. Okay. Wow. Yeah. We had three of our undefeated players go down. We see Evasord won a very, very close game there. Get
Oh
Wrecked,
wow.
member of the Binks community for a really, really long time, who's currently now sitting at 7-1, which is very exciting. We had Yaku go up 9-0 there. Very, very exciting first round here. And as we're just clearing up, of any of those plays that you saw, I think like weirdly one of the most impactful that I saw was that Cosmo coming down on the bolts that we saw in one of those very first games. It's something that doesn't have the big fanfare of like Shang-Chiing a Human Torch, but being able to take advantage of your opponents playing these very fickle spells that give you nothing if their on reveal goes off. I think that was a huge one. We saw Lambie series and Chamo. What a round one matchup that was. Chamo coming down on top over Lambie series there. Two amazing community members.
Tucker taking it 10-0 as well. Wow. This deep in the tournament, just cleaning up.
Yeah, Tucker brought a
He's,
very interesting, again, like spell-focused deck like we were seeing. They have a Merlin and an Agamotto deck, which has a really cool inclusion of Sam Wilson in that deck, which I thought was really, really neat to help take advantage of those Merlin spells and Images of Icon. So a card that was kind of cut from a lot of those decks that was using it more as like a priority tool and a power tool, able to be repurposed now that Merlin is so powerful and prevalent, being able to shuffle the shield into your deck, being able to polymorph the shield, and having an additional free target that can move around for your Images of Icon, which is usually your biggest power play there.
Yeah, that's interesting how some cards are being reevaluated in light of Merlin. Obviously a very strong, very flexible card, and it really causes you to sort of take a second pass at some cards that, you know, maybe have been good in other archetypes or maybe haven't seen much play in anything for quite a while, and evaluating what's good. But it sounds like we're going to go to a quick break before we get into the next round here, and we'll be back momentarily with some more Snap. Welcome back. We are going live now into round 9. We have Tucker playing a spells deck once again, and we are going into this one here in just a moment. I believe fighting for his tournament life here at X and 2, still very much in it, but has to win it.
Sorry for covering the stream. That's on me. That's on me. I'll get myself out of the way there. There we go. Okay, sorry, I just had to get a little bit out there.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I thought Yellow Flow was playing Binks on turn 2. That's a powerful move.
Super excited to see Tucker here. I think that Tucker is an amazing part of the community, an amazing content creator. I was able to watch some of his tournament run yesterday and talk about just kind of a lot of his choices. We already mentioned this Sam Wilson in here, which I think is just such a lovely addition into this deck, where again you have this. You can't just play Sam out. It's still a very powerful card, but just having that shield available for see this polymorph. Or if you're able to get the once and future all, it is the absolute best target for that because it's 0 power. You could just send it into the deck, and then you're basically playing a mini kind of like bolts, an additional mini bolts into your deck that you can utilize. Not sure if either player has touched Vormir. It looks like based on it being white that Tucker hasn't done anything over on that side. So interested to see how they will work out sacrificing one of their cards there. Also, like Sam Shield, now they're playing Mercury on top of it. I would imagine that it's also to be able to move it away there, but maybe be able to pull out tech cards that your opponent would be able to use normally, not as bad of a way. So thinking about Tucker's side here, what do you like this turn?
Well, I think we have some options to, I guess, turn off Vormir. Getting Agamotto down makes a lot of sense. We have a handful of spells, and I'm curious the advantage of not having the opponent know exactly what you're sitting on versus the cost of not knowing exactly what you're sitting on and how far into the game you need to be going. The only 1 cube on the line, though, so the stakes are not that high. And it looks like Tucker gonna toss a Windsor Tomb down.
Yeah, pushing
Interesting.
one of those cards.
This is something I noticed with these spell decks playing Galacta is sometimes you have just a handful of spells and it's hard to actually play Galacta and stick those points on anything.
Yeah, surprisingly hard sometimes to get the availability out of it. I do wonder if it's because it's so hard. Like if you're gonna have 4 drops in Zabu in your deck, it is so hard not to have Galacta be one of those because she is just a pure power, pure kind of just inevitability of points that feels so bad not to have access to. But I 100% agree with you, especially watching Tucker a lot yesterday. There's a lot of turns that just ended up like this where just having maybe like an Enchantress or a tech card there or something that can give you more utility than the +3, there's potential to get something out of there. So it hits the Elsa Bloodstone there, putting them in a fantastic position to win the middle lane. It's going to be really hard. And Agamotto coming down did make some sense last turn, but you always have to remember this deck runs the Mercury Cannonball package, where they could have just yeeted that Mercury over to the right, destroy the Agamotto, and secure that lane 100%. Now, would that be enough to win? I'm not sure, but I'm going to guess that that's where Tucker's head went as far as just getting that Agamotto down and letting him sit there like a kind of sitting target.
Yeah, and I think there's a big difference, like you said, Binks, between having priority and being exposed to Mercury Cannonball versus already having your threat on the board being exposed to Mercury Cannonball. Yellowflow is still going to have some powerful options here with moving that Mercury, playing Cannonball, maybe getting some points on a mid, or just sticking left and playing hard for that lane. But either way, Tucker is going to be dealing with this Vormir first, which means if there is a location swap, Yellowflow is also going to benefit from that. But, I mean, we got 2 Merlins, so Vormir, I guess, not the biggest deal for these players. And, I mean, Tucker, obviously with Prio, has the board lead now, but, playing interesting. Okay, so playing Galacta with the spell first is going to eat that buff.
Yeah,
but maybe doesn't have an option.
Yeah, they have to do it to pop the Vormir, right? If they want to get a card situated there. Chooses to retreat. I think that this is fair. They have all of the availability. They've been working out that kitty the whole game, so they've been charging up a kitty for that final turn. That Mercury can land on any of the 3 lanes, so you have to be kind of just like calculating all these different things. They might just move the Mercury right and not Cannonball, and then playing 2 cards right just did absolutely nothing for you to eventually win the game. So I like that retreat from Tucker, realizing that the opponent was able to use their deck to generate a advantage on turn 6, and he was not able to do the same. So smartly retreating there, keeping his cube safe.
Yeah, and YOLOflow going up with a 10-8 lead over Tucker. YOLOflow is the official broadcast for the Russian community, and I believe that was in the last event and also in this one, or just last one. But in any case, offering their commentary this event as well. So offering high-level commentary in Russian. We're also rebroadcasting this with official rebroadcast partners in Spanish and Portuguese. And we got a host of great players stepping up, doing their part to bring this to the global audience. And Snap is truly a widespread international game. It's beautiful to see all of these creators coming together and offering. Interesting game here. So we have Surge.
Yeah, and we'll just do a quick shout out to just talk about all the different people. This is a big push and a big feedback that the team got for doing Golden Gauntlet 2 is having this be available to as many people as possible. Because just like you said, there's so many people who love this amazing game of Marvel Snap. So we have Quiver TV from Ecuador doing a Spanish stream, YOLOflow doing a Russian stream. We have Atlas BCN doing a Spanish stream as well. Crazy _ Songy doing a Chinese stream. We have Cezanne's doing a Portuguese Brazilian stream. And then, of course, we have former champion of an official Marvel Snap tournament, Aoi, doing a French stream. So thank you so much to all of our international casters for helping us bring this awesome tournament to so many people. It really, really means a lot to both the community and everyone at Marvel Snap. So thank you all so much. Looking back at the game here, it was very funny to watch Tucker develop nothing for 3 turns because they played bolts on turn 3, and then finally have cards on the board on turn 4. Agamotto able to clear out and get them some extra power. And I know exactly what Tucker's setting up here. Tucker is going to try and set up a triple Galacta lane on the right with images of Icon to have a massive amount of power jump into a different lane.
Yeah, we're not going to have much time for this, though, as we are going now into turn 6. So we're going to look at maybe a Juggernaut. No Prio, though, for Negasonic. And I feel like those missed turns are coming back here, as we don't have a lot of action in this spot.
Notably from the opponent deck, we do not have access to Shang-Chi. So that is something that is on Tucker's mind. So being able to play that Agamotto out, the threat is going to be Cannonball. But it doesn't look like... I guess they did get some extra power from Hope Summers. So Mercury, Cannonball, both left could definitely be a viable option here. Probably pretty hard to beat. But if it's me, I'm looking at like Juggernaut right and then developing this Gorgon either middle or left to fight for both lanes. But that Juggernaut should pretty cleanly set up the right lane. I don't really see, because Mercury doesn't stop your own cards from moving, so Juggernaut isn't really threatened there. It doesn't look like they have anything that could stick right. The only big thing would maybe be a Cannonball coming down right, knocking that Galacta. But then would the Galacta go on to the Juggernaut? I actually don't know. I actually don't know how that mechanic works. I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, not sure, but we are getting into the next game here as we see the retreat out of Tucker. We have the undefeated players who entered today at 7-0, and both these two we're about to see won their last round and are now 8-0. The final 2 undefeated players.
So we have Pib Extra 99, one of my favorite delicious beverages, running a very, very similar deck that we saw last game. It looks like we have a Thanos, Mockingbird, Spectrumless. So these are 2 of the decks that we did see there on the opening screen. So still, this player, undefeated, still thinking that Ongoing Thanos has the sauce. Even with some of the pain that it took with losing the power from Sam Wilson's shield, but still feeling really confident here. Great Web, another weird identifier in a Nidavellir game. Man, this is going to get funky.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for sure, and I wonder how the Mercury Cannonball package is going to do in this matchup. Cannonball against Thanos sometimes just doesn't need Mercury. This deck often fills up, and especially the Spectrum variant is usually full towards the end of the game. I mean, you see the Dazzler, so Thesius is definitely planning on filling some board slots. And Merlin also potentially of interest here. Strange Academy going to shake things up. We're in for a spicy match.
Oh yeah, and that Mockingbird is getting really, really low. Does not look like they have to worry about the threat of Mobius, so they can hold that Mockingbird as long as they would like, or of course they can just kind of push it out. Now with Strange Academy, if you're playing anything this turn, basically all of your lanes are getting filled. So you kind of have to make a decision: am I gonna pass essentially, or maybe just play Thanos, or am I just gonna chuck everything out there? A big thing with the Cannonball play that you were talking about is that notably holding back and hiding the Thanos and Soulstone to maybe be able to jump out and do that. But looking at this, they're not going to be able to play Thanos, Power Stone, and Soulstone next turn. So kind of interesting that they would opt to get the Mockingbird down as opposed to one of those other options. And maybe they're thinking about that now, because being able to get both those down would be really, really solid for them to be able to basically have an unlosable lane in the middle. We see just
Yeah, and
the
here's that
Mockingbird.
big float, like you were saying, Binks, being able to at least commit one card to a side lane in the future. And I think Poppin Hill, oh, going for the Mercury. Yeah, I don't know if the location is going to fire first, if Mercury is going to prevent that, or if Mercury is going to move and then allow the Thanos stones to move. I haven't seen this one quite yet.
Very interesting. And apologies to those watching. I did think that was turn 5 there. But I'm now seeing the end turn that was only turn 4. So they do have another turn to think about the Strange Academy. And what mind games this Mercury does present, just like you said. Am I going to move it? Am I not? I don't know. Like, are you
Such an
safe to play out
interesting
cards now?
card.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving. Production has let us know that we're moving based on play order. So cards that were down before Mercury won't move. Mercury will then move, and cards that were played after will move as well.
Very interesting to see. And the Mercury does hold true middle. I don't know if I love that play there. I'm not sure. Not sure how much this Professor X can really help getting rid of
Oh,
the
and we have a Mer
Nidavellir.
Island.
We have Merlin come out first, then the other two cards.
Stones are locked down, but we do have a Thanos here from Theseus, potentially seeing that able to play into the Professor X lane with the help of Space Stone.
Yeah,
Which...
notably Mercury can jump over right and be able to clear that out. But I guess the question comes out then, if you make that, they're not going to play the Soul Stone. I can't. Well, I guess you can't really cannonball, right? Because if you cannonball one of these lanes, if that's your play, then you're going to move a card into Moore Island, and then moving Mercury there is kind of a moot point. Maybe they keep the Mercury and are hoping to just cannonball a card over there and throw that lane. Then why are you playing Professor X in the first place? Really interested to think about Papa Niall's thought process in getting this final turn set up.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot at play here, and I think the Mercury really throws a wrench in any sort of certainty you can have as Theseus. I like this play though because your Thanos is very safe. You know you're going to win Muir Island in this line, and it's up to Papa Nil to win both of the other lanes, and they may not feel like they need to secure Muir Island and win both the other lanes. They might think they only need one. So I like this. Poppin Hill ends up retreating, and Theseus is going to take the first 2 cubes in this matchup.
Yeah, very, very solid first game from both players. A lot of thought process going into all of their decision making. As you can see, some like semi non-optimal level 2 plays coming out from both players, which is always something that you love to see at these higher level competitive tournaments that you don't very often get to see on ladder. You know, these longer conquest games, you know your opponent's deck, you can prep for your opponent's deck in the lead up to it. You don't have to think about, well, what if they have this, what if they have this, because you know exactly what's coming down. And then there's also kind of a story that gets told over the course of a conquest match of trying to read your opponent's habits, what they're trying to do on certain turns, how they're reading you, and then adjusting. And that's why I really like this kind of setup for a tournament with having open deck lists, having everyone kind of know what they're going up against. Sometimes it can be rough if you run into a really hard matchup, but everyone has the chance to prep and prepare and not be surprised from their opponents and do the best they absolutely can with mirrored information.
Yeah, and I'm noticing a little bit here that dynamic is at play for the Thanos decks versus the Spellcaster decks, which is an emerging theme, I would say, in this day 2. And we have the Thanos decks playing those consistent early points, being very face up about their power level. You know how many stones have been played, you know how many cards have been drawn, you know more or less what those cards are and what the options are. Whereas the Spellcasters, a little bit less information given away, a little bit more, sort of concealing the spells in hand. And a lot of the time we're seeing these players sort of building up a log of spells and sort of jamming them later on in the game, keeping their opponent on their toes. Here, though, we're going to see the Theno, which is interesting, and I do like this out of Poppin Hill's list, where you can sort of jam Thena in a spell early and keep that rolling throughout the game, cash in on those Merlin value spells throughout the course of the game, and I think this is maybe what is needed to keep up with Thanos on a points metric over the course of the match.
Yeah, I love Thena and Merlin decks. I really like, you can go a little too hard sometimes on like thinking about the spells and trying to really utilize the spells. But when I first saw Merlin, and the first ways I was trying to mess with him is that he's kind of like Kitty Pryde, which seems crazy at first, but then you think about it a little bit more, it just kind of gives you this one energy value creator that you can play on every single turn to either fill out your turns, trigger things like Bishop or Athena. Just a really interesting card that can be played in multiple different ways, and I love when cards are like that in MarvelSnap, where there's different ways to try and take advantage of them, and letting these really competitive and players try and figure out what's best for them.
Absolutely, and speaking of figuring out what's best, these two players are fighting for Sakar Grand Prix here, see who can win, and it looks like Poppin Hill getting that extra point with the help of the Angela buff, taking it 11-10 and securing an extra energy for the rest of this game. That's going to be a big deal because these players are locked in for 4 cubes at this point. If this game finishes, Poppin Hill's got it all on the line with only 8 cubes remaining. And Theseus definitely looking strong here, has a great hand. Doubled up Spectrum thanks to Time Theater, which could be interesting in Dark Dimension, although doesn't really have
Cosmo's already part there.
Yeah, oh, okay, that's the face down card, yep. So it doesn't have a ton of buff targets yet either. And yeah, gonna end up having to play this in the open this turn.
I like this play.
Maybe gives away a little bit that there is a Cosmo, I wonder.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, really good read there. So they know 2 bits of information. They played a card there on turn 3. They had an active Wiccan on turn 4, right? So knowing that both of those things exist, they can have a pretty darn good read as to what's going on there. Man, the early cannonball getting slammed out there, right? Just saying, hey, I'm going to take this location. I'm going to win it. I'm never going to give you the chance to take it back. Because unless they can find the rest of their stones, it's going to be pretty tough. We have a Tarnax that came out middle, another crazy Tarnax game. A really great spot to end up landing Spectrum. And the Mockingbird, another crazy draw.
Yeah, this game is going places. I think this Tarnax is going to make fighting for mid really difficult for both players because you just don't have any sense of certainty. But I think Theseus is really going to struggle more with Tarnax because you can't ensure that your cards played to mid lane have their ongoings. We are going to see Reality Stone, but this is a big cost to the turn. You can't play your 6-drops at this point. And I'm sure Theseus would love to play a 2-cost Mockingbird and a 6-drop with the help of that Wiccan extra energy, but that's not going to be an option with Tarnax, and right lane is all but unwinnable at this point. Going to have to fight for the other 2. So I like this line, but I don't know if it's going to be enough in the left lane with just Cosmo, Mobius, and Dazzler.
Yeah, so they're going to be set at 10 points left if they do choose to make this play. I like this play a lot more. I think this was the one that I was looking at. Playing the Spectrum middle, I think that they were trying to pull back some risk with the Reality Stone. Okay, so they're going back to it because it's less risky to play the Reality Stone than the Mockingbird. I know I'm getting 10 power. I don't think my opponent could beat 10 power, is what you're saying. But man, I just don't know if this is going to be enough left. This is going to be a pretty hard read, seeing how much Papanio wants to jump and fight for turn X, and how much they're going to push over that left lane, especially because that Mercury can jump over there too.
Yeah.
Mercury jumps middle. Everything
Okay, so
middle.
It's all mid.
Reality
Okay,
Stone
also
doesn't
turning
matter.
off the location.
Cannonball hitting the
Another
onslaught and
cannonball!
killing it! Double cannonball from the time theater right to the face! Boy, oh boy. Oh, we thought we was getting a bar with no name. No bar with no name today. Wow, what an absolutely fantastic play. I would not have read that in a million years, the double cannonball. But boy, oh boy, when Mercury can help you cannonball one card, the card's good. I tell you what, when it can help you cannonball two cards, that is broken. That is an outstanding find to be able to use lopsided information against your opponent of having that second cannonball and absolutely crush them. Fantastic play by Poppin.
Really cashing in on that move and said, you know, I'll Mercury Cannonball, I'll do it once. It turned out great. Let's send it again. And taking 2 lanes with the same combo. Beautiful 8 cuber from Poppin Hill and putting Thesius down to 2 cubes. Early snap, and we are all in on this matchup. And Thesius going to have a real uphill battle here, requiring 4 wins. But that snap does take a cube off of Poppin Hill, and
it was a free one, you know, like once you get to that 8 cube level, both players kind of, if it's like 8 to 2 or like 10 to 2, and you're on those even numbers, you kind of have like a cube to give, kind of, so you can give 1 cube, and then once it gets to those high stake rounds, it's going to be 2. So we're going to actually jump over to the other side of the board, so we can see a little bit more of Poppin Hill's thought process, because I was really impressed with that final play there.
Yeah, it was incredible to be caught off guard by the second cannonball. Not necessarily a thing that you expect. You do know there is a duplicated card thanks to the location, but interesting to see it live. Okay, so we do have a powerful start here with the Angela, Elsa, Galacta, and the Kitty Pryde already in hand to work with all those. Not quite enough to fill the lanes early and take full advantage of the Elsa, but it is definitely a very strong line, and if we can see another small cost card picked up here, it's going to be a powerful thing. Although, Poppin Hill may be struggling with that altar. Oh.
Yeah,
interesting play. What do you think about this, Binks? Maybe just getting that Galacta down early.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? If you just throw this Angela right, like, it could be another cooked location, and then you're just kind of donezo. This is what I'm scared of, knowing my opponent's a Thanos player. Wow, using Reality Stone already. That's really interesting. That's crazy.
Okay, and Murder World flips up. So Poppin Hill is still going to end up losing this Angela in the long run, but not going to get the benefit of the Galacta. And we're seeing the full power of Reality Stone on display here, causing havoc. Panopticon picked up as well. So Thesius looking pretty good in this match right now, but Poppin Hill still has a very stacked hand.
Yeah, this is definitely something you can still pretty easily come back from. Brooklyn Bridge is going to be weird, but they have kind of like the more control-y tools that can maybe take advantage of it, especially if opponent is unable to find their Space Stone that can get over all of those requirements, basically refuting your Professor X as we saw in that first game. But I'm really interested to see how this Professor X tries to jump in. I think they also were pretty excited to try and use that Altar of Death to push a bunch of power out, then maybe set a Professor X and have cards that you can slam down behind it to go in there. And a Stone Barrage coming out over on the left lane. Soul Stone and Space Stone, two of the ones that you most have to think about when trying to counterplay Thanos. Basically saying, hey, you can Professor X anywhere you want. And I got a big old guy with a big old golden gauntlet who's going to be there right there with you.
Yeah, Thesius making a very heavy play into left, and Poppin Hill potentially going to drop the Enchantress this turn. I think you want to get Galacta down as early as you can, but the awkward thing with Brooklyn Bridge is if you're playing Galacta this turn, is it playing into Brooklyn Bridge? Because you can't play there next turn. If you do that, that's fine if you're getting the Galacta down, but it's going to be hard to take that on turn 6. Really just a strange set of locations for this deck, and I think Brooklyn Bridge is going to be key here with the Kitty, with the, the turn-over turn plays, struggling to get points into there.
I'm interested in not playing Galacta there this turn, right? Because if you don't play it on 4, you get to choose 5 or 6. You don't get to do both.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're just trying to set up some kind of weird thing with like Professor X to fight for there, but it doesn't look like they're going to have the power output to be able to do anything that's substantial and to limit their opponent. But hey, we're at the point where we're at max cube, so you got to make a play no matter what it is. Retreat is not an option. You have your tournament life on the line. You got to try and find the best possible play and give yourself any chance possible to be able to win the game.
Totally. And I think we talked about this earlier. Playing something a little off base and a little unusual sometimes can be the edge you need to get around your opponent if you're in maybe a bit of a dicey spot. Here it looks like we're going to see a Luna Snow extra energy grab. I think Poppin Hill potentially suffering a little bit at the hands of this Gorgon out of Thesius. Looking difficult to play some of these spells. I was wondering if we're going to get to see Polymorph on Panopticon, but instead Poppin Hill investing in extra energy and Theseus just fully committing. These lanes are stacked. This Thanos deck has put a lot of points on the board. We don't know exactly what card is coming down this turn, but thanks to the Ice Cube energy, we could see a 1-drop and a 6-drop, and that would result in a full board. We have Dazzler growing. We have the Panopticon already at 22. I think we're looking pretty good as Theseus. But Poppin Hill still got a bit of gas in the tank.
Enchantress targets, right? Like there's nothing like you can Enchantress the Dazzler, you can Enchantress the Ant-Man. Like this card that you feel should be so powerful against this ongoing Thanos opponent with no priority, you can't stop them from. That's a cool play. Okay, they're going to Professor X Polymorph. A very, very interesting line that they maybe find and try and use out of this.
I feel like the Polymorph's almost necessary at this point. Being far enough behind in Panopticon that you're not turning that, I think you need a random bit of something, little help from the RNG dial to get there in this game. I don't know exactly what you'd be after, but I do think that extra Luna Snow energy is really coming in here. And like you said, Banks the Enchantress, maybe last turn mid could have made a difference, but I feel like it's a little too late. Nothing essential is gonna get turned off here.
I like this play a lot. You take the random shot left and you're hoping they play 1-drop middle instead of a giant 22 power Thanos, and unfortunately you were wrong. But again, you just have to take a shot here, right? There's no retreating. There's no reason not to just make your best crazy play. What if this was Galactus? Then they would still lose, but it would look cool, maybe. And they didn't get casserole. They were able to tie up that left lane. But I like it. Yeah, Omniversal Presence, Polymorph, just trying to get something crazy. They might have been hoping that maybe they find something nuts there. But that's what you got to do to try and close out these games. And now we're in a situation with high stakes available, and every match being for 2 cubes. Poppin Heel just needs to find one of these next 3 games to win before losing 3 times. So hopefully they can work this out and continue their undefeated streak, holding down the fort at the top of the Golden Gauntlet II standings.
Absolutely. And we were touching on this a little earlier. I think we're excited to see the rest of this matchup. And Thanos, the consistent deck in this one, whereas the Spellcasters decks have a little bit of that dynamic where you have to sort of pick your battles, retreat sometimes for the small cubes so that you can win the big cubes in the other games, and be that sort of dynamic deck that sort of plays based on your power level, which is much more variant. Whereas Thanos, kind of, you've got an A line, you got a B line, but you're firing on all cylinders most games if you're playing stones. And Poppin Hill looking pretty good this turn with a strong Angela curve into a 1-2, and that Athena is going to get huge.
Just about the perfect setup you can ask for, right? You have Angela and Athena Kitty and Elsa Kitty. Like if you're on turn 4 and those are the cards that you've played on this deck, you are feeling very, very good. I do think, win or lose after this game, we'll probably try and pop out and check something out. But this is a really, really good matchup against 2 of the absolute best players here. And we're excited to see if Poppin Heel can either lock this down and remain undefeated, or Thesius can continue trying to claw back game after game and bring this down as far as we can go. But Poppin Heel, like I said, I mean, this is just the best line. You see Sanctum Sanctorum on the left, unless you see Space Stone come out from the opponent this turn or next turn when they have very limited board space. You know that Jeff is just going to win left, and there is nothing your opponent can do about it. So have to be feeling really good. You have this Professor X that can be absolutely game warping against your opponent if they don't get access to that Space Stone. And even if they do, you kind of can lock them into this position where, you know, win or lose, they kind of just don't have any options. Like, what do they do if Professor X comes down next turn on the right? Because you can only play Thanos in one of those 2 lanes. You don't get to play him twice unless another Time Theater. Unless Time Theater hit Thanos, which I think is impossible.
We know mid is not going to be enough to be turned by Thesius at this point. I mean, yes, you can maybe get a few extra points out of Dazzler, but I like your line, Binks. Profx right, lock down that spot. Regardless of what Thesius does this turn, they're only going to be able to play Thanos next turn, and if they play, if they don't play a card on Panopticon, they're just done.
They're just done. There's just simply nothing to be done there. I guess the threat here is that Thanos left will win. Man, maybe I'm starting to get unsure about this Professor X line, right? Because they're so far behind. So if they just Thanos left this turn, you're just kind of cooked. But the Time Stone hasn't been out, so they can't Thanos this turn.
No.
I guess the problem is then that they must be playing right this turn, and then you're kind of locked in. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of happy about that potential play at first, but I think that you have to go through like the step-by-step process of they can't play Thanos this turn, so they're always playing right. They're always playing Thanos left next turn. So maybe just trying to build onto that.
Like a Kitty Pryde, Luna Snow type of play potentially. And I think, yeah, Poppin and Hill got excited. Everybody got excited. Profx right, your opponent can't play anything, but yeah, you still got to win these lanes. And mid, very doable. Sanctum, though, we know there's a Thanos in hand because there's always a Thanos in hand, and there's a Space Stone on the board. I think it looks like Theseus probably locked this one in.
Boy, if you're popping a heal and you see that Enchantress come down this turn, that's so devastating, right? Because Enchantress right does the exact same thing, except it allows you to build everything off of that. It completely locks out your opponent, knowing that they can't play the Thanos left, but just puts you into that rough position. So yeah, I think that I'm guessing me and Poppin' a Heel fell into the exact same trap of thinking that was a good play, but not realizing you're so used to your opponent being able to play Thanos on 5, right? Like you're so used to them just being able to huck out that Thanos on 5. But it just kind of catches them into a bad position. But Poppin' a Heel going down one more time, so maybe we'll end up coming back to them if they ended up getting to the last game. But we are going to jump into a different game here, and the players know that, so they're messing with production and finished a game right as we were trying to jump into it, as is tradition. So we'll jump back in. Really, really cool to see like kind of some battles of the Titans there, like. Super, and even at the highest level, you can fall into some of those traps, right? Like no matter how good you are at MarvelSnap, especially myself being in the I don't know if you experienced something similar. Being in the tournament 2 weeks ago, it was really kind of humbling to see just how well some of these other players can do under pressure, and being frustrated during the game at like things that don't end up my way, but then being able to go back and look and be like, oh, I could have done this, and the other thing with the information I had available. So really seeing that thought process, for better or for worse, is really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something that is really valuable to review your gameplay and especially your tournament footage if you have that option. Really helpful to grow as a player and learn from those type of moves. So we're back here, Poppin' a Heel versus Thesius in this grindy set. Thesius looking to make the comeback after taking an 8-cube loss. And only 2 games left to go. Poppin' a Heel once again with the quite powerful opener. And there's an Altar of Death. So this is a match with some very, very strange locations showing up. We'll have to see how that is navigated. Double Baxters. This
Double
Altar
Baxters
of Death is if you win the Baxters, you win the altar. It may be the case.
I'm surprised that Poppin' a Heel with priority here isn't considering Omniversal Presence right to get rid of Altar of Death, because again, Thanos has a nearly unlimited supply of like 1/1s that they can put into there to draw cards, and if you're adding +2 energy to every one of those and they don't even really want to take the board space half the time, I feel like you're just at such an advantage getting on top of Altar of Death. Notably, Soul Stone going through, so Thanos can't land there anymore. Interesting choice, but
Yeah.
sometimes you just got to draw.
I wonder, maybe they've got a heavy hand over there and not a lot of other options and feel they just have to get something down. But I do think that Papanihil may be looking for a line where you win left lane with Cannonball, stack big points mid, and then sort of flip altar without having committed anything there. A little spicy, but again, you don't really have options to play there yourself. You could always turn it off, but it's going to cost the curve somewhat. We do have a Kitty Pride though, so yeah, I'm not sure.
I really like this Enchantress left plan. I hope Poppin and Heel plays it. This is my favorite play against Sam Wilson. When you know the shield's going to Sam Wilson, you can double down, you can Enchantress both of them, and very often your opponent's going to play a card left there to just kind of fill things out, especially with Dazzler, right? So if you can get a full fill on the left Baxter, the most important Baxter, which powers up the middle Baxter, that is just a game-winning play right there. So I think that this is absolutely worth the risk. We see another card come out there. Enchantress is going to say, no, sir, no cards are allowed to move any longer. You are locked in here on the left lane. Did you put enough power here to be able to take it on?
And left lane, the very most important, because those points propagate over to mid first. Papanihil playing a spell into altar, and saw a little react there, potentially curious as to how this interaction works. I believe you don't get the extra energy. Not certain about that, but yeah, Papanihil.
Production, can you pop the deck down for a second? But really good position again. That Enchantress. Oh yeah, did not get the extra energy. 100% correct there. That feels bad when you're playing a Merlin deck in a tournament and you're playing into Altar of Death. It is a little bit inconsistent, but usually when they say to get +2 energy, the card has to fulfill the original thing. So it says destroy it to get +2 energy, because the card is never destroyed. You never get that +2 energy. Interesting things to think about here is that, I don't know, is the opponent going to play Spectrum right to try and surprise you and get like 2 extra points left to end up winning that? Because again, that Baxter building will cascade into the second one. Interesting to see here if they cover for that Spectrum, which is a really, really weird and niche play. Again, Soulstone is not an issue for Thanos going right, so that's not something you have to work around.
I'm wondering if we see Galacta mid and Kitty left, if you can safely turn left and also beat Thanos mid, because you will turn those 4 points. I'm curious, Omniversal Presence as well can sneak some Merlin points into mid, but it looks like we're not gonna turn Baxter here.
So left side, they are adding oh wait, you're right, because they have to get up by, they might miss this mechanic. Wait, yeah, they're not going to get enough to turn Baxter here. Even if the middle one goes over in your side, you actually have to like really think about that extra 4 that's coming out there. And just like that, this battle of the Titans undefeated from being in a position where they had to win 4 games in a row. Thesius already won 3 of those games and has turned this into a 1v1 battle. Who will remain undefeated in the Golden Gauntlet II? Super, super excited to see what happens here.
You couldn't have asked for a better match to see who will be the last undefeated player. This has been a absolute slugfest with these decks trading back and forth. Big 8-cuber and a run completed to get the final showdown. And we've got some random cards inserted here into these players' hands. Thanos not gonna care. They're playing stones all day long.
Yeah, neither seemed super impactful of a loss. It looks like we lost the Ant-Man over on Theseus' side, which is pretty straightforward. Sinister London coming down on one of these finals games is really, really exciting. They just want 2 Mercuries out there to be able to control anything that's happening. That's going to make Sam's shield pretty much irrelevant here. Losing the Luna Snow isn't the biggest deal, and getting the Surtur back, it might be impactful.
I'm a little curious that we didn't see a Merlin. I kind of love Merlin on 2 and then Thena spell on 3. Get that double Thena stacking up, but Theseus ended up tossing down a Gorgon on turn 2, so that would not have panned out if Papanihil did choose to take that line. But we've got an Elsa off the top, and I think that's potentially going to be huge with Sinister London. The ability to fill this lane multiple times, move the Mercuries, make some things happen.
We're going to get some early 2024 PTSD. Seeing a double Elsa come out onto the field was just something that was so hard to beat for so long. Really interesting to see what we get here with double Elsa. I think that the Merlin line was probably passed because I don't know if you've had 2 Merlins on the board, but good luck drawing a card on any turn unless you are just getting rid of these spells as fast as possible. So maybe they think that there's important cards that they need to continue digging into their deck for before they commit to that Merlin and maybe lose 2 draws over the course of the game.
Yeah, I definitely think a single Merlin, not opting to play on Sinister London, but then getting double Thena is a strong move. But regardless, we've got that Gorgon locking things down, so potentially going to see maybe a Galacta play on Sinister London, which always is a little awkward because then the main middle Galacta doesn't actually do any buffing. So we do have an Enchantress pickup, though, and potentially Poppin a heal, able to set this up to get a clutch 2 Enchantress towards the end of the game and shut this ongoing Thanos down. But as it stands, I mean, double Dazzler, we've got the Gorgon. I feel like Poppin a heal's being a little bit handled right now with these Thanos tech pieces, and this is not tech Thanos. This is ongoing, just shutting down the spells with that inclusion of Gorgon.
I like this move of the Mercury Middle to take advantage of that double Elsa buff. It does lose you a spot in Sinister London, so you only have 1 more chance to play there the rest of the game. Wiccan coming out, but honestly, Wiccan in a Sinister London game isn't as impactful. You're already just going to be fighting for so much board space, and we see the Professor X, and I don't know about you, but I feel like if anything that they've been playing says anything to me, I feel so confident that they're just going to rip Professor X middle this turn. I don't know if it's the right play, but I am so confident that that's what's going to come down from the opponent. Completely shutting off.
I think you might be right. The stakes couldn't be higher, though, because to do that, you have to move your last remaining movable Mercury out of mid, and depending on which lane that Professor X goes down, I mean, who could say what happens? The thing is, Theseus unlikely to play a bunch of cards middle just because you're going to fill your side lanes if you do that. So I like it. But who could say this is peak Snap right here?
This is peak Snap, baby.
Jamming a big. It is going to be a 5/6 Professor X though. Oh no, even larger with the Galacta. 5/9 prop. Oh my god.
You have to be a certain kind of crazy person to play Professor X in your deck right now, and I feel like we probably have that in common because there is no. Oh, okay, huge play, calling that out with the Reality Stone. But they can't get anything else there. No Sam. The Thanos is already used. They can't get anything right. If they can overpower the right lane, which it looks possible with Enchantress and Jeff, I'm trying to assess with the Spectrum coming down, can it be enough?
Yeah, Spectrum will add 4 middle, right? Dazzler +2 and the buff itself only hitting Dazzler. Shuri's Lab is sizable. I don't know that Poppin a heal's got enough points to jam anything on Shuri's Lab, even with the doubling.
Oh yeah, the Galacta Enchantress pretty much takes care of it itself. Once they play that Galactic Enchantress over on the right, that's 18. They're at 27. I feel like they're gonna go over all their options, but it should just be rinse and repeat. Enchantress Jeff or Enchantress Merlin right here. Slam as many points as you can, and just trust yourself and your deck knowledge that your opponent is not going to be able to overcome middle. Now, let me think about it. So Spectrum adds 4, they get to 30, but yeah, you get to 33 with Jeff Enchantress here.
And then the Jeff points are going to go up over the top. Wow, that looks insurmountable. But you're so right. The double Galacta, just letting you play pretty much anywhere you want, and getting a huge buff. Not going to be able to cash in any else's, but yeah, 33 to 26. Theseus is gonna need something spicy here.
I think they know. I think they know it's gonna be really, really tough. Spectrum's the best play here, and this play beats it cleanly. I don't think there's anything else unless we missed a weird location that gave them access to something. But they just go Cosmo right, popping a heal, slamming the Enchantress, slamming the Jeff. The Psycho Professor X finally gives them a huge payoff here in the final game to remain undefeated. What a fantastic set of games here.
Incredible. That was a slugfest for sure. Poppin a heal barely holding on at the very end.
Okay, it looks like we have 4 tables. Looks like we have 4 tables remaining here. gonna hear from production if we're gonna jump in and catch a couple. But really, really fun round here. Let's take a quick peek over at the standings and just see if you have a player that you're supporting in here. We can show it here on the screen to see where we're going. Any notable names that I'm seeing? I see Roram, a content creator from MarvelSnap, getting the 8-0 over I'm Josh there. Get Wrecked going down to 2 losses after losing an 8-cuber, so they are going to be on the precipice of being able to make it. Evasord still going strong here.
Sizer taking a 5-cube victory as well. Tucker moves on with a 3-0, staying alive. We saw a little bit of Tucker earlier.
Yeah, just fantastic. Aoi, our French caster there, going up 7-0 as well. And then Tractor, who we saw a lot in that last one, 10-0, a fantastic
Big
show.
10-0. Incredible making 10-0 moves this late in the Swiss. These are every game is very high level players who have proven themselves over the course of the weekend, and taking a 10-0 at this point is huge. Chicken as well with the 10-0 over Carnage.
Yeah, you see so many ladder grinders on here. So many people who just love playing this game. I saw Cinderpuff over there, who just absolutely destroys me on ladder all the time. We got Songy there, our Chinese caster, helping out with the global broadcast of this, going 8-0 in this round as well. Super exciting to see what comes out here. So we've talked about a lot of different games here, but we are going into the final round of Swizz. For all these players that only have 1 loss, they know that to guarantee their spot, they are going to have to win here. And if you have 2 losses, you have to win to have a chance. So stick around. We are going to be coming back really soon for the final round of Swizz, going into our top 16. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to round 10 of this Swiss portion of the Golden Gauntlet 2. This is where everything gets decided. There are so many matches with so much on the line here. So many people who only have one loss who are just hoping to cling on. So many people who are still holding out hope with 2 losses to get a win here and give themselves a chance to make it into the top 16 cut. I am so excited. This is like the best that it could be. The stakes could not be higher. Teebs, how are you feeling right now?
I'm great. This is it. This is what all these players have worked for all weekend, and it's the final do or die moment to see who gets into top 16. We've got a lot of great matches on deck, and we're going to see which players and which archetypes are able to make it through this absolute gauntlet. 10 rounds of Swiss is a grind. This is a very large tournament. I mean, playing Swiss over 2 days, not even getting to make that guaranteed cut at the end of day one, that's a lot of snaps. So the dedication and determination of these players making it this far is definitely commendable. And I'm excited to see who's able to punch their ticket into the top 16 and see where we end up.
And the pressure just keeps mounting every single round, right? The pressure gets more and more. Obviously, you don't want to take any losses ever, but once it gets to this point where it becomes do or die, are you going to be able to hold on to your fundamentals for snapping and when to retreat, or are you going to get nervous and be a little bit more conservative, trying to hold on to your cubes, keeping that chance alive, even if it's better for you to be a little bit more risky? That is going to be the big decider here, and then that gets even bigger once we go into the top cut of top 16, because it's just winners take all, and anytime you lose, you're going to be packing. This is going to be a really exciting question for you, teams. We've seen a lot of really interesting decks, and we talked about them a little bit at the beginning. Is there a deck that jumped out to you that you really like so far that we've seen?
I've been enjoying seeing the Merlin players. I'm still conflicted as to, how good I think it is, how strong it is. It's so novel and so different than anything we've seen in the past that there's a lot of experimentation to do. There's a lot of cards that need to be reevaluated. There's even very different archetypes with Merlin competing to see where his best home is going to be. So that development is really interesting to me, and seeing sort of what players are doing with these new cards. But the other one, though, is Mercury and that combo with Cannonball that's been very powerful today. We even saw it twice in a game, which was definitely a first for me.
Devastating.
That's been really cool, and a lot of those decks have some overlap. We've seen some Mercury, Merlin, Cannonball combos. So I'm curious to see where those sort of more mid-rangey, small card packages, staying flexible, staying open to lots of options, because those decks I find very exciting. You can be very adaptive. You can easily slot in, a single tech card and react to the meta. And in a tournament, you make a call, Thanos is popular, or whatever you're expecting to see, you can tech well against it in those sort of flexible, low card count packages. So I'm really excited to see what people have been cooking up with those and where those new exciting decks finish as we close out our Swiss bracket.
Yeah, and as a deck builder, I love thinking about these tournament style decks. Building for conquest versus building for ladder can feel very different, because and especially looking at this tournament, right? You are going to go through 10 rounds to have a chance to make top 16. You have to be 8-2 to have a guaranteed. You have to have a 90% win rate to go 9-1. So the way that you build your deck, it can't really be super frail, because if you run into a matchup that's going to beat you 8 times out of 10, you can only run into one of those realistically and have a chance to make top 16. So you really want to cover all of your bases. And that's where doing the research of what you think other people are going to do, having a good knowledge of the meta and what other very good players are going to think is strong, and making sure that your deck doesn't have holes where you could run into a essentially unwinnable matchup is an additional layer of deck building challenge, as opposed to just getting something set up for ladder. So the way that these people have done it is super cool. I agree with you. I like these kind of like spell focused decks. I'm also excited to see with more spells coming up to MarvelSnap. Then we can maybe see cards like Nicholas Scratch finally start to really see some value when there's more support for that. But what I also really love to see was that Nimrod deck that we saw earlier. A really interesting anti-meta choice. Probably seeing that there's going to be a lot less Cosmo with less tech Thanos. Probably seeing that no one's really going to be running armor. When that deck goes tall, it is very hard to go taller than that deck. So just having that kind of like almost Hella style finisher to be able to win. And jumping into this game, Tucker is sitting here at 2 losses, so this is going to be a win, and you get a chance to be able to get into that top bracket and lose, and you're packing your bags, and you're going to be watching in Twitch chat for the rest of the tournament. So super excited to see how things turn out here. We start off the bat with the Triskelion, giving them a 2-6 black cat. That's the beauty of both the 2-6 black cat. Double.
Incredible.
Same, but different, but the same.
Love the fist bumps. When's the last time you saw matched up black cats in the same lane? I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Quite a beautiful turn of events here. Magic coming down, and Tsuneyoshi looking to take this game the distance. I think Tucker, with this Rocket and Groot on Starbrand, probably looking to secure this energy and make it difficult for Tsuneyoshi to do the same.
Yeah,
a lot of good spells coming up too.
Rocket and Groot is a really looming presence, right? Like, it's so weird to want to play any card onto that lane, but it is like a mini quest lane, right? The Starbrand Crater, you want to get up to 10 power there, otherwise your opponent's gonna get a little bit over the top. So we do have a Mr. Negative deck against this Tucker spell deck that we were able to feature earlier. Looks like we have Magic on 3, Cass on 4. Really surprised not to see a snap out of Tucker. I feel like you really need to snap Mr. Negative decks out of the game when they don't hit their combo, because they will. I mean, most of them just will retreat. So you can kind of like really consider that and think about that with what you're trying to do. But trying to focus on Limbo is really scary here. Your opponent has a Merlin in their deck that can at any point be able to get it. So Merlin's going to be a really, really good choice here. What do we think is going to come out from Tucker here to try and set up best?
Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, it's kind of too late for Tsuneyoshi, and I'm curious what Tucker's going to be doing to set up for this Negasonic versus Shang-Chi. But without a combo coming out, I think you just play strong, play aggressive. Anytime you can snap here, I think is correct. Tsuneyoshi looks like a fairly standard negative package with the Rogue, which is potentially a bit of a tech card inclusion. Gonna fill up mid with this. This is just a Triskelion game. This is not a Mr. Negative game at all.
We're fighting Emperor Hulkling out there. I'm not sure if that was a Triskelion Emperor Hulkling, so it's just a 12 power card. But I mean, that Shang-Chi is staring down that Hulkling. I cannot imagine that we're gonna see. Maybe they can do something that I'm completely not expecting, but I think that staying here is really risky. Do they have some way of getting additional power after the Hulkling comes down? It doesn't look like it based on their deck, but with a Triskelion game, anything can happen here. I'm expecting to see a run from... wow, they stay! Just rip the Taskmaster on the Hulkling. What a risky play!
Yeah. I'm surprised.
Your opponent has Shang in the deck. That's very, very... I don't know. I mean, again, we talked about this before. Nerves can get the best of you. I feel like sometimes when you're on the Mr. Negative deck, you just kind of have to feel like, man, I just need to try and get my wins when I don't hit negative or when I'm not high rolling. And maybe they felt confident that they had a chance there. Maybe they thought the loss of the Triskelion draw and being an Agamotto deck made it so that there's enough likelihood they don't have Shang that they're willing to risk it. But very, very interesting call out there, knowing that a card that is publicly available in the deck just beats them straight up on the board with nothing else to stick in there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you're right that perhaps the probabilities were, a little less favorable for Tucker potentially from Tsuneyoshi's perspective, and also the stakes were kind of low, like leaving for 1, staying for 2. In round 4, it matters, but I don't know. Interesting stay. It didn't end up working out. I think the Gorgon was very solid from Tucker, and this list is shaping up to be one of the classic spell slingers, I would say.
Yeah, I like the Merlin a lot here, right? Because Magic's going to try and come down. They're going to Magic middle. They do not want Mindscape. I don't think a Mr. Negative deck could even win a game with Mindscape most of the time, right? It completely nullifies your Jane Foster play. So Getting the Merlin down early is going to give you the most possible chances to have a spell to turn off your opponent's limbo, which is going to be the most important thing there. I've been in a game with Merlin where I play it on 2 and I don't get the spell by turn 6. So trying to get it as early as possible to just negate any of those chances, I think is the play for sure for Tucker.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to make sure you develop that early, because you've got that RNG every turn, and not only that, but you also need to be looking at potentially getting some of these spells out of your hand. Tucker opting not to cast once in future, probably to preserve some draw probabilities into the future of this game, but at the same time, you need to cast some of these spells, otherwise your hand's going to fill up like we were talking about earlier. Merlin will tax your ability to draw cards if you let it go too long. And we do see the Omniversal Presence down, though, like we were talking about. Merlin going to be able to take care of this limbo at some point. Question is, does Tucker do this now to make use of otherwise unspent energy, or do you try to hold this for the turn 6 rug pull? I think that's always an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would always hold it for turn 6. I like to have that tension against my opponent where I know I'm in control, because sometimes it makes sense to not play into limbo and to just make your opponent, like let's say Jane Foster comes out this turn, maybe they know that they're not going to be able to beat it. So instead of trying to rug pull that limbo next turn, you let it go, see if they overcommit, and maybe you can find a way to utilize Shang and these different tech card options that you have available to flip the script on your opponent. So I don't personally agree with flipping it this turn. I love having that control. We'll see what Tucker ends up doing here. But I really, you obviously just get scared if Jane Foster comes down here, right? You always have to be checking the hand to see how many cards they actually draw. They are going to opt to do it here. That Negasonic's really interesting, right? Because it's kind of guarding that Baxter building lane, which can be very annoying to deal with. But him just choosing, we're just gonna see what this is and try and make you beat me next turn. Jane Foster doesn't come out.
There's a Jane. Interesting set of locations as well, with both the Crown City and the Baxter building. The specific dynamics of how these lanes flip the other lanes is very unusual. Unfortunately, temporal manipulation right at the end here.
Yeah, if you're Tucker in your game, I have no idea what you're doing. Yeah. After you know that you get everything locked down, I think they were probably withholding the snap for seeing if that limbo was stuck there, and then just at this point, just saying like, Tucker, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit here and play against my hand of free super overpowered cards? And Tucker very smartly says no. We'll move on to the next game.
Yep, and that's the Mr. Negative experience. Sometimes you get it, and it's almost impossible to beat, and sometimes you're leaving for 1 cube because you don't got the combo. And I think Tucker's definitely going to be able to navigate that one, making the effective calls and dipping when necessary. So in for a good set. We are getting ready to hop into another match and check in. There are dozens of matches right now with do or die situations. Pretty much everything we're watching this round is going to be players fighting for their tournament life and the chance to make it to the top 16. We have a Living Tribunal ongoing stack, and I see an Onslaught Citadel in the middle, Binks. I don't know about you, but those have been some of the games with the largest numbers I've ever seen in MarvelSnap.
Oh yeah, you can break the game. You can get up to the 2 billion level if you get enough Iron Men set up there. You know, I saw this Tribunal deck. I believe that this was one of the decks that was undefeated going into the last round last week, but ended up losing in round 7. It's a very interesting Living Tribunal list that's like, it's very, very thin. If I remember correctly, we'll get it pulled up, but I think there's like no Mystique in this list. There's a lot of really weird choices to try and fit a lot of cards into here so that they can win, even if they get Enchantress or even when things go a little bit differently. So if I remember correctly, this is a very, very unique Living Tribunal list that's really trying to utilize the like double Sarah stuff to just get crazy turns and maybe not just lock you in into a Living Tribunal win, but having all these other options to win the game as well. And Hella Enjoyer, a very long-term ladder grinder. And yeah, no Mystique in the list. So like really, really interesting. There's Blink in there, the Jubilee, the Luna Snow, just a very, very obscure Living Tribunal list. And we talked about this before. The deck building and finding something that your opponent is not expecting can be such a powerful tool to give you an advantage in these places. And Hell Enjoyer, someone who's been in the community for a long time, really, really hoping to showcase that with this really cool deck that they have.
Yeah, one of the originators of the archetype, and if there's going to be someone taking Living Tribunal into the future and adapting with the releases of these new cards, we see Surge here, we see Blink, we see Luna Snow. These are cards that, you know, of course, were not out when the original iterations of Living Tribunal combo decks were being played. It's interesting to see some of the people who return to these like older classic archetypes and sort of finesse them with new cards and see how they adapt. Gore as well is another sort of newer inclusion. And
good
Spider-Man maybe going to put a wrench in the plan, but Sarah's probably done her job by now, I would think.
Yeah, might limit them to just playing Living Tribunal middle, which, I mean, it's a lot, like with double Iron Man, but both of them are going to get hit by Rocket and Groot. So you're looking at 7 power quadrupled. That's 28 power. That's not enough to win 3 lanes in MarvelSnap if you're spreading that out. So that Sarah play seems really interesting. But as we talked about before, this deck has different ways to win. So we'll see if they're going to assess what their Jubilee is going to pull, if they have some other draws. Maybe this Blink can come in and flip that Iron Man into a Gore, maybe, to just win middle and then hope that they can win left and middle and kind of fake the Tribunal. Lots of different things that Hell Enjoyer can maybe assess and try and do here to win the game in a different way.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to check the Jubilee plus Blink, so getting 2 cards out of the deck, and I don't know the deck count right now, but it can't be more than 3 or so cards. So it looks like this play is going to ensure that Hella Enjoyer gets to see this onslaught.
I think
one
there's a
way or
chance
another.
that it's just Gore, and there's Gore onslaught, I believe, in Surge if we're looking at the deck list and what's available to us there. I'm not sure if the opponent's deck has any access to anything there. Oh wow, what a read to not play the Tribunal.
Yeah,
Setting
that's
up the
incredible.
Jubilee instead.
Heads up play, and is going to be able to recover from this as much as it hurts the odds not getting the Jubilee flip this turn. Interestingly, I think we're going to see Hella Enjoyer hoping not to draw Onslaught, to instead be able to blink this Jubilee.
Yeah, they are going to be at a 50-50 here, so it's either Onslaught or Gore, but I mean, honestly, both of them, I don't even know, like, Gore might be more. Like, Gore might actually make this more points than the Onslaught would, just depending, I guess probably not, right? Like, Onslaught, Iron Man goes just kind of nutso, but both is probably enough to win.
Both are big, yep, and looks like Hella Enjoyer getting the Respector treat out of Nakarub. That's going to be... Anytime you get that full limbo combo, you got options, and Onslaught Citadel is one of those things where I think unless the stakes are raising with a snap, you kind of just stay in and see what happens right through to the end of the game. Nakarub playing optimally there, but tough spot to win against this Living Tribunal threat.
Yeah, and again, we talk about like these interesting deck choices. The Blink in there, I know that he's kind of like developed that Blink to be able to be used in the right spot in different times. I know that there's been different versions of this with like things like Miss Marvel to give you some alternative game plans. But when you get a Magic down and you have access to Jubilee and Blink, you basically have access to every single card in your deck if you plan your turns properly. So really kind of showcasing that. Kiln coming down can cause some problems for the Tribunal player. We saw them be able to dodge the Alioth the previous game. Will they be able, now that the lanes are dragged down to 2, continue to be able to dodge that Alioth, which is a looming presence against their deck?
Yeah, this is interesting. You were talking earlier about the Miss Marvel iterations of these decks, and those ones were very vulnerable to sort of tech cards being in fixed locations and things like Echo and Alioth and even Move, but Hella Enjoyer seems to have somewhat isolated themselves from those level of threats, being a little bit more flexible than some of these other historic Tribunal decks in which lanes you're playing. But Alioth is one of those cards that once you suss out exactly where the Tribunal player is planning to make their stack, at some point they have to commit somewhere, unless you've got like the full double up Sarah. But as you were saying, Binks without Mystique, that's less of an option. So definitely, I think the card to watch, and this is a high stakes match. Nakarub and Helen Joy are in for 4, and Kiln already locked up. So that Alioth is at worst a coin flip.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, right? Like they had the option of magic last turn, which I think could have been really interesting. The problem that they're going to have now is that this Rocket Raccoon can jump over to the left, pretty much guaranteeing priority, unless they maybe like Jubilee out of Living Tribunal to change it a little bit. But it's going to be very, very hard for them to ever have priority for the rest of the game. So when you're stuck into that position, and you know they're ever looming threat of Goliath, and then they're even being crazier by playing Magic and Jubilee, filling the middle lane as well. Really interesting to see what's going to come out here. Helen Joy might feel a little on the ropes and just trying to play risky here. Does make the change to not be stuck so straightforward and being able to have one of them. I imagine the Rocket group comes left this turn to maintain priority. Goes middle. Very interesting choice. Maybe trying to push a Silk left maybe with this play. Probably can force a Silk left, I would imagine.
Okay, so here comes the Spider-Man, forcing that left and getting Sarah out of the picture, which interestingly makes a little bit more space for Helen Joyer, and the Silk potentially going to give a known safe location depending on the outcomes of these flips. Okay, goes over to Kiln. There was a world in which Nakarub ended up with that Silk on the right lane, and that could have been very damaging.
Yeah, that might have been a misplay. Maybe there's something to the strategy of keeping that lane potentially open that they liked. But really, really tough to see how this is going to come out. They get the extra energy here. They're at 7. But if you're on the other side of the board, you have to imagine, like, what can our opponent really do here? Obviously, Blink's a threat. It's very hard to know what your opponent's going to have in their deck. Maybe they're trying to blink up to an Iron Man here.
Iron Man is maybe the only hit left because we do have a pair of 6-drops in the hand and a Tribunal already on the board. So I think this blink may be a guaranteed Iron Man so long as it doesn't get Alioth.
Yeah, I believe cards left in the deck, you'd be looking at Luna Snow based on what I'm seeing. And then maybe you have... maybe there was a card draw at some point. It looks like there might only be 1 or 2 cards left in the deck here. So trying to blink up. It looks like they targeted the Jubilee. There is a whole extra turn left, and opponent doesn't have any access to anything to change these locations. So they're locked in.
All right, and
Goliath coming down here.
Yes.
Targets the blink.
So no Iron Man, and importantly at this point, no ability to turn off the upcoming cards. However, Onslaught doesn't really have options to double anything, so we're going to be all in on the Gore plus the Luna Snow points.
Oh no. Top deck Iron Man there gives them Iron Man Gore, which might have had the power potential to get him over the top there, but drawing that Luna Snow must feel devastating from Helen Joyer's side. And this is weird, right? Like these are such hard positions to be in because Retreat loses them 4 cubes. Staying in loses them 5 cubes. I have such a hard time retreating here. Helen Joyer, a much better player than me, says, I really don't think there's any chance here. I'm just going to get out of here and save my cubes. We're going to jump back here and get ourselves in. But yeah, what did you think about that last game? Do you think it was just comes down to top deck? Again, we talked about that Goliath presence, and playing it on 6, I think, is pretty heads up. They did it both games to try and surprise them.
It was interesting. I think that was definitely the defining move. But as you said, not playing that magic early and leaving a space on the table in the left lane, I think was also potentially something that hurt Helen Joyer. I don't know that you can make the most out of that space with only one slot in the location had you played magic there. But at the same time, just I feel like we were definitely limited by space for Helen Joyer. Being a little inflexible.
Okay, fantastic.
And we have Thesius again here with the undefeated Thanos ongoing.
And then we're going up against an elimination game. We're on the max of 4 cubes here with 4 time left. If we can get production to expand so we can see cube counts up at the top. Looks like Dagger comes down, gets moved twice. A very powerful Dagger. Maintaining priority here as well, which is always nice because you know that you get to kind of make the decisions. Interesting to see
I
what Kingpin might do here. Kingpin, a long-term community member, maybe trying to bounce up this dagger into hand. Maybe they have a Frigga available because it looks like the dagger was the last played card there. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm curious to see. I like the time stone being committed here. I'm curious to see though if the move bounce player is able to get enough cards onto Mojo World to contest that at all. And if not, I mean, you've got a lot of points on the board. Are you fighting for the other two locations? And how big can you get if you're just abandoning Mojo World? It's an interesting dynamic because Thesius might opt to just stay on 3 if that's the call, and that's a high stakes move, you know.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the left lane, I think, was very smart to get Cosmo down there. Fighting against the move bounce deck, the Frigga does come down, getting another 13 power dagger, and getting the wow, what a fantastic play by Kingpin. Lots of options available for them. Going to make it much easier to try and move over into that Mojo World lane. We see the Dazzler and the Time Stone come out for Theseus here, but getting that Cosmo down left is so important in this matchup. So much of what they want to do is move cards around, right, with their very cheap cards to pull things. When you shut down a lane, especially a lane where your opponent is eventually going to have to spend 4 cards to even have a chance to be able to win, it puts you in a really rough position. I like your call for the Time Stone because now they can fill left and develop a huge threat in Thanos, either middle or right. But boy, oh boy, this is a really annoying situation for both players. Like, this is such a hard thing to try and work out exactly what the best move is.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Kingpin with the luxury of an extra cube, able to survive this one if losing and at least fight back in 2 more games. But looking good with this Frigga dagger. I would love to have a 2/13 in my hand going into the last turn in a game like this. And not only that, but the dagger in middle is able to move with Madam Web. So I think Theseus is going to probably play the Space Stone left. It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense to not do it, just looking at the points distributions. But even then, like, is there ever a world where Kingpin just plays a raw dagger, pushes, Frigga left and, like, puts 1 extra card or 2 extra small cards there and looks to just take Mojo World on stats while fighting for the other two? This is a wild dynamic here.
Yeah, this is a problem for Theseus, right? Because they know if they make this play, if they can fill left, they lose. Because they have very little points going down unless they just kind of, like, fill it with all nonsense. But the dagger coming down is going to win, and unfortunately, Kingpin survives a very tough matchup there in a very novel endgame. Be able to work it out and find the right play. I don't know if they had any winning lines. Yeah.
Nope, I don't think so. That extra dagger and the move, like you said, if you're fighting for Mojo World, you've got it. If you're not, what do you do? So Theseus, our last undefeated player, taking a loss in the final round. So that's it. Everyone got taken down by somebody over the course of this 10-round Swiss grind. We do still have a few matches going on, but wow. What a flash of a final.
What a flash of a I mean, that was great. Like, holding on to that round is really tough. They were obviously both locked into 4 cubes. But I do think Kingpin found a unbeatable line. If your threat is seeing that Time Stone come down, it's Thanos, 1 drop. That beat Thanos left. Even if they had slammed Thanos left, that still beat Thanos left. They made sure to work out and math out all the different points to make sure that they were ahead there. So very well played there. We're jumping back into Hell and Joy, whose back is to the wall. Turn 5 here, all 3 cubes on the line and on the table. Onslaught coming down on Tribunal. The Goliath not on the board yet. But with priority and hoping that this Onslaught maintains priority. I kind of like the Iron Man here for priority reasons, but maybe they like the optional flexibility of getting a card down with the Iron Man. This looks nearly impossible to beat for the opponent, even if the Goliath comes down now. I'm not sure if they've had a way to augment their power totals. I think Iron Man still just gets them over the top. Okay, Spider-Man's a way to do it. Pulling the Living Tribunal right. This deck, if I remember correctly, does have access to Shang-Chi, which is... I think they gotta think about this, because if Shang-Chi comes down right, well, what on earth do you do? What on earth do you do if Shang-Chi comes down right? You just simply lose the game.
Yeah, and unless know that there's a line.
Because the blink will go to 14. So if all they do is Shang right, they do lose that right lane. So they have to be smart about it and develop something else. Not sure if the Rocket and Groot is left. I kind of do like the tension of just leaving Blink and Tribunal right, and then like making them have, because the Silk's going to move too, right? Unless they can fill left and middle and play Shang-Chi right, that Silk's going to bounce. So you're going to have to find something that's what, 7, like at least 7 power to be able to fight for that lane to win. And how do you do that with Shang-Chi? Miles is only 6.
Even if you keep the Silk, it's still not enough. You need that and more points, right? Because that'd only be 12. Blink doubles up to 14.
Yeah, if you can get Miles Shang, then it can work, but then how do you fill the other 2 lanes is the question. I guess you can move the shield left. Maybe you can bounce the Silk back right because you don't have priority. What a weird endgame state. So much tension on both sides. There's also a crazy line of I guess Gore right wouldn't really make much sense.
Yeah, I wonder, is there a cannonball ever here that does something? Pushing
That's
Tribunal off of
interesting.
Throne Room? No, this is it. There's no, it's just Alioth, no prio in the dark.
Goes left. Gets over the top. What a novel
And
endgame
that's
there.
it. Hella cleans that one up, takes the lead, 3 keeps it 2.
3 keeps doing it. High stakes, that basically means I have 2 lives, you have 1. So you have to beat a Tribunal deck twice. You better hope that they don't high roll, and you better hope if they do, then you have the way to beat it. Covertage could be good though. Over here on the side, a double surge can make this game really, really interesting for sure on both player sides. So we'll see if
Double Luna Snow could be a little spicy here as well. That's some serious ramp for Hella Enjoyer.
Andre got to be happy to not see the surge coming down left. The double surge is a real nasty play. And then a Shuri's Lab game here again will put things into Shang range, and we'll have to make that ever looming threat of Shang something to think about. But we're just going to go up to 6 energy next turn. Luna's going to have a little snow party over there on the left.
Pretty good. Thinking about it though, I mean, the Shuri's Lab double points are tempting. Hella Enjoyer keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, it's weird because you got to imagine if going against the Shang-Chi deck, you can't really play Living Tribunal there ever, right? Like, we kind of saw that the tension that can bring to the table already. So it's really hard to want to play there. So maybe you're just like, hey, if you're going to use a Shang, you can use it on this 12 power card. I'm just going to try and win these other lanes here.
Also, Hella Enjoyer keeping double Jubilee pulls online with this move as well. Although I do think at this point, if you're filling Comertage with Jubilee, there comes a point where your board space is just, how do you ever play Nemoreg? How do you develop these combo pieces that are necessary to win the lane? Move is much more flexible. The cards are low to the ground. You can kind of easily play 1 or 2 cards a turn. You can push Silk into Moreg. There's a lot going on here that Move is able to sort of dance around these locations. However, Hella Enjoyer has a lot. Oh, Magic could be huge. Has a lot of things to do here to develop this combo still, and a lot of good pieces in hand. Buying themselves a turn 7.
Am I crazy? You just don't do the Magic? You just play Onslaught left? Because Onslaught left, you'll have 7 next turn. You can play Tribunal and Iron Man. And they're kind of in like a Goliath 50-50 problem. Like, I feel like Magic, it definitely helps, but it leads to weird things.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I wonder, maybe Hella Enjoyer feels like they can do better than a Goliath 50-50, because if you commit to the Onslaught, you're certainly losing priority here, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, perhaps Hella Enjoyer thinks the Magic can unlock a turn 7 and a greater than 50-50 coin flip, because that Goliath, if it's there, is definitely going to shut this deck down if there's only 1 more turn.
It can come down this turn too. They've been showing that they want to do it early, so there's a very good chance with the Luna Snow Ice Cube. Could just see a Goliath this turn. It might turn off the Magic.
That's true.
Go left for, is it going to hit the Iron Man?
Oh, and it's hitting the Iron Man.
If it's a Goliath, that would be so huge.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. And so this worked here against the Iron Man, but it also would have worked against the Onslaught. So
True.
Nakrab with the heads up early, Elias making a very strong showing throughout this series. And that Iron Man is unfortunately just a 0-power guy.
So I think you got an Onslaught left. I feel like you have to give yourself options next turn, right? Okay, so you're doing Psylocke middle to pop the Ice Cube. So this is going to give you a lot of options, and I'm pretty sure you're trying to go for a Onslaught Gore Tribunal combo here to try and finish things out, because you will have 8 energy on the final turn. 9 with the Psylocke coming
9
down.
with the Psylocke Ice Cube combo, yeah. So definitely gonna have the space, the energy to do everything that you could want. The question is it going to be enough, and is there any kind of disruption from Nakarub that could get to work here?
And you gotta ask yourself, is Gore Onslaught going to be enough? You know, it's tough. We're down to like no retreat level, but that's going to be really the question: is the Gore Onslaught going to be enough? You got to imagine
big numbers for move already.
Yeah, they're. I mean, that Hydra Stomper is getting juicy. So you got to imagine this turn you're seeing a Shang-Chi go down on the Luna Snow. I think that you just delete those 12 power from your memory if you are Hella Enjoyer here, because that's just such a clear target. We do see the Gore go down. And let's do some counting here, right? I mean, 2 on reveals on the opponent's side of the board. I don't know if they've been doing well with doing on reveals, but they actually don't have too terribly many in their deck. We have 3 on reveals on this side, so it's not a very big Gore. Even doubling that, I mean, I don't know if it's getting over the top here, especially with the Shang coming down middle. If Nikarub can maximize his value in 2 lanes best as possible, Shang this Luna Snow, I think they're going to be crowned the victor here.
Yeah, this definitely looks like it will get there, especially here. Even that Shang-Chi does have an on-reveal, but it takes the Luna Snow off the board in return. So yeah, Gore is by no means a small guy, but 18 I don't think is enough to do it for a combo deck like this when you're splitting amongst all lanes. And comes up well short in pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, that's just tough. You know, when you get the Iron Man down, that Iron Man is the exponential driver of the deck, right? Now, Hella Enjoyer, if they were facing a deck that had 7 on reveals on the opponent's side of the board, that's probably something that's really hard to come down to. But only seeing 1, 2, I think 3 total on reveals on the opponent's side, like 3 on their side, that Gore, even when you're doubled, is just not going to be enough to carry an entire board instead of just 1 lane.
Yeah, and Nakarub with the flexibility to sort of play those sort of static or triggered ability cards and some ongoings, able to keep Gore small. And I think the story throughout this is just finding those prime moments to take priority and to get the Alioth down. And okay. This is Sanctum not defining for Hella Enjoyer in terms of points, but it is a big deal in terms of board space. And we have seen this in the past couple of games with some limitations from other locations, even as simple as Morag being a big deal. Going to be interesting to see if Hella Enjoyer is able to pivot a strategy that works with only 8 spaces.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure. I think you want to leave Dream Dimension like there. I mean, obviously they don't have any way to change it, but I think that you just rip the Sarah here. You get on even setting for next round. You got to just imagine maybe they're going to think to blink to try and get to a magic because they feel like they need more time. That's definitely something they can use because Nidavellir is a lot of power to help you fight for other lanes, right? So Nidavellir is real nasty in that regard, but it is something that you have to really worry about Shang with. Even a Sarah going down there can get blown up.
Yeah, Hella Enjoyer's doing great in sailing under the Shang-Chi so far, but that can only last you so long. There's only so many small cards in this list. And I'm wondering if there was ever a line to like YOLO the turn 3 play onto Dream Dimension to hopefully pick up the blink into magic opportunity this turn. But regardless, we're here now going with the Sarah line that you were talking about. And going to be exposed to some tech here. There are no 2 ways around that. And the Dream Dimension as well, going to be a barrier to this Sarah, and the total number of cards that Hella Enjoyer is able to play might even not come into the Sanctum board space problem, but might just be an energy question at this point.
Jubilee's such a good top deck here. Getting Jubilee here, I feel like, is so important. They need access to the rest of their deck, even if it's just a magic or anything. I almost opt to go middle, but then you're in such bad Shang-Chi range. But maybe you're expecting to not be ahead. I guess you're not going to be ahead or behind here, right? So unless something pops out that can get shanked, which I actually don't think there's anything left in the deck that can have that happen. They're hoping for Iron Man. Luna Snow could come out that could get shanked, as we saw last game. And speak of the devil right there.
And that's tough because not only does Nakarub grab the extra energy this turn that Hella Enjoyer doesn't get reciprocated, but that's 5 points on the Ice Cube as well, which could potentially help out. And no Iron Man yet. So Hella Enjoyer kind of
gonna have to get creative
struggling
here
to play more than one card this turn without, I mean, just Ravonna for 2. I wonder if Blink comes in or if you think, let's just go for it. But yeah, Shang-Chi
guarantees Iron Man, which basically wins you the left lane. But do you feel confident you could win middle? I can't imagine you can. I think you just lose on the board the middle.
I mean, you tie with Blink Ravonna if they don't do anything. But oh no, the Groot. Even then, just the Rocket and Groot. So Hella Enjoyer forced to play Tribunal and just work with splitting the points available at the moment. And that could do the alley up in one spot. I think that's going to do it.
That's going to do it. Well, very, very well played from both these players. Again, nerves on the line. A very, very hard deck to play against in Living Tribunal. And I think that we saw Nakarub really use his one true tool to beat it, Goliath, incredibly well. Playing it early sometimes, holding it till the very end sometimes. Really trying to keep the pressure on and make Hella Enjoyer think the whole time. What a fantastic game from both players there. And congratulations to Nakarub for winning round 10.
Yeah, shout out to Hella Enjoyer as well for making it to round 10 on Living Tribunal. Incredible feat. Not a deck I would have associated with a deep run in a tournament, given the way the meta has been shaping up lately. But this just goes to show you that there are players out there who are specialists, who are true enjoyers of archetypes. And Hella Enjoyer, an OG Tribunal player, and somebody who, you know, shows you that you can play off meta stuff, you can make deep cuts. If you're knowledgeable with a deck, if you're playing something that other people don't have reps into, don't have practice into, you can really make a run with a lot of different things. And taking advantage of that sort of lack of testing and playing something unusual and making it right through to the end of the Swiss. So beautiful showing from Hella Enjoyer, and congrats for making it on. But Nakarub getting through round 10. We'll have to go and check the standings here in a little bit, but we are approaching the end of Swiss rapidly.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be our last match here. I think that our production team is going to start crunching the numbers, trying to make sure that we can work out who's getting top cut and communicating with people. So we're going to take a quick peek at the standings here to see what ended up. So this is going to be what we looked at for the rest of this game here. And we have the number 1 ranked Pib Extra 99 getting an 8 cube victory there, securing their spot in the top 16. We have Aoi, who's there, who is helping out with the French broadcast, going 9-0, looking to hopefully make the next top 8, because I believe they found top 8 for last tournament as well, which is absolutely fantastic. People say MarvelSnap is all about RNG, but when you see these top players coming out and going through these grueling gauntlet and coming out in the top 16 multiple times in a row, you know that there is a bunch of skill in being able to play at the highest level, especially in Conquest. And then looking through here
with the 8-0 win there as well in the last round, so looking strong going into the final. Top 16 is now locked, so these rounds are all complete here through Swiss.
Okay, so we are going to finalize the top 16 here. We're going to tabulate everything. And when we come back after this short break, we are going to jump in and show you the rounds of top 16 to see who are the best 16 players of the 1,000+ that joined the Discord, who ended up in the last one, what the matchups look like, and who is going to be crowned the Golden Gauntlet II champion. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Golden Gauntlet 2. Swiss is over. Players have punched their ticket to the top 16, and we are going live with those matches very shortly. But first, Binks, let's take a look at the bracket together.
We made it!
The final standings.
From over 1,000 people who joined in to the Discord to get started with this tournament, to the 16 best who have fought through a gauntlet of other players striving to the top. And here we have our top 16. Only one undefeated player in PIV Extra 99. Absolutely fantastic to see that someone was able to go all the way through and go through. They are running that Professor X Mercury Cannonball deck that was so exciting that we watched earlier. What are these top 16 are you excited for?
I'm looking forward to, I think, Songy Song's matchup. I think that's going to be an exciting one. I believe our Chinese broadcast provider as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be cool. Seeing that match.
Running Sauron in the good old year of 2025. Very exciting to see, even after the change to it.
I love seeing some of these decks that have been around for a long time getting some new life through OTAs, and especially when it's not just a little balance tweak here or there or like a new meta reliance, but actually a fundamental core change to the archetype. So I think that's really really interesting. And we got Evasord as well. That's an exciting match.
Shout out Brazil, Evasord. They're doing fantastic, facing off against Unity, which is going to be our featured match for the top 16, who's running the 34-card Monty deck, running both Agamotto, Erisham, and Thanos in their list. So we are going to see a lot of cards, a lot of different cards every single game. Erisham, a very interesting thing to bring into Conquest, kind of similar to the last Golden Gauntlet we saw, but utilizing Hulkling, which everyone, like no one expected to see come out, was able to catapult him to third place there because it is a open deck list counter. Your opponent is never going to know what Hulkling is, and you are. So there's very few things that you can hold to your chest like that. And just running a giant deck, especially in a format where you saw very little Darkhawk, is very similar. You're just going to have all these different options and all these different things, and your opponent is not going to be able to plan around you. However, you can plan around all 12 cards your opponent has. Very interesting tactical choice here by Unity.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful Conquest deck for all those reasons. You get to insert a lot of randomness that is one-sided. You learn about it well before your opponent. And like you said, there is tech out there. I've seen a little bit of Cassandra Nova, but haven't really seen much Darkhawk. And so I don't know that 34-card deck list is popular enough necessarily to draw tech, but haven't seen much of it regardless. And it's going to be interesting to see because those games are super fun to play and super fun to cast as well. So I'm looking forward to that one.
I am an Arisham lover, as everyone knows. I think that Arisham is a fantastic card in this game. I think that it has brought a lot of people back to it to enjoy it, and you get access to every card in the game. So even if you're someone who's free to play or doesn't have access to too many cards, if you get one card, you get all the cards, and Erisham leads to some very exciting things. On the other side of things, we have Evasord on a super giant list. Supergiant, who's kind of been in the back burner for a super long time, just got a huge buff up to 4/7. I'm interested to see if the opponent knows how to play around Supergiant, because it is something that if you're not in practice with it, it can be really rough. But the rest of the deck is built out with Claw for power that you can hide. It has Daredevil to know what your opponent's going to see on turn 5, and then also has this devastating Mercury Cannonball combo that we've seen so often. And for our American viewers, we get to be very excited to see a Portuguese side of what all these locations are called and what they're named. So I hope that your Snap Mount Brazilian Portuguese version of it. So I hope that you've been able to know what the locations look like just based on the pictures. So interesting here. We got turn 2. I imagine you just want to develop Daredevil here. It's usually nice to just get out early. Maybe Mercury 2, give you options.
Yeah, Mercury will have the potential to come down on turn 6, assuming there is a Supergiant Cannonball down on 5, so that's still an option. But I do like getting the Daredevil down early. It's going to be an interesting matchup because I think Evasord with the fairly, information-dense plan likes to know what the opponent's up to, and I think that Daredevil will help somewhat here, but this is such a difficult deck to get a read on. Trying to anticipate your opponent's moves with a tech-heavy, sort of low points, high disruption game plan that Evasord's running, it's difficult to do successfully when you don't really have the ability to anticipate your opponent's deck, so it's going to be a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, and interesting to see the Gladiator come out there. We're seeing a bunch of is there Erisham maybe have a like a normal background or something like that? I'm not sure if that's going to be their cards or not, but it looks like their normal cards are going to have the basic borders, and their Erisham cards are going to have the interesting ones. So kind of flipped it on its head there. Very interesting.
Yeah, Infinite Split Erisham Ink, and then okay, so there's Lady I feel like we're getting toyed with a little bit here, trying to anticipate which cards are which, and there's some strategy there for sure. In any case, though, Shadow King coming down and resetting these Galacta buffs, trying to do some work against the turn 3 Galacta, which is very, very powerful opener, but we've got to deal with this location right now before it closes up for good. And no way to get claw points back in there as it is on the left. So Unity definitely looking strong here on the left lane. But Morag's a little bit tricky as well with Galacta. That can be a tough one.
Yeah. Obviously, you can play a card on Galacta and then move into Morag. I love this idea of just throwing left. Even if you play Cannonball there, it's very unlikely if they play any card left that you're going to be able to even win that lane with the Cannonball. So I think it's much better to just get the Claw down there, make Morag very hard to beat, and then just trust that you can use things like Cannonball to clear up right and be able to finish there. Yeah, the Lady Deathstrike is a in-deck option, and it looks like a very interesting level 2 play here, right? Because you'd think that I'm going to play Claw because my opponent can beat me in Galacta, so I'm going to play small. But then the opponent says, oh, they think that I can beat them, so I don't even need to focus on pushing that lane. I'm just going to slam a Thanos on the right side, pretty much put this into an unwinnable position, and dominate the game, pulling out a retreat immediately. So you can see the randomness, the extra energy that Erisham can provide can be a very, very snowbally effect, especially getting things like Lady Deathstrike out on 4 to completely clear out their movable card, their availability to get information on turn 5, and just run away with the game. Very, very well played by the Erisham player.
Yeah, very strong start, very clean open, and the flexibility of not just the Erisham extra energy, but being able to make the most of that Project Pegasus that came. Erisham has often a lot of sort of high energy, high impact cards, and some of the generated cards as well add to that. Being able to make the most of that early energy, get the Galacta down early, even though those buffs got Shadow King, those are still chunky cards, 13 power between the two of them. And Eva says, I'll take the 2. We'll go next and see what we can do this game. Pretty nice start here with the Daredevil once again, and impactfully that Killmonger potentially. I wonder, Binks, do you think we're going to see any Killmongers saved behind Supergiant if there's sort of a Thanos-heavy game plan at some point?
Yeah, if Mind Stone comes out, that definitely becomes a very important thing to put into play. This is why Supergiant is so good, especially like think about this like conquest like perspective, right? Like when Supergiant comes out, especially if you have a Daredevil that's available, like you know everything that your opponent's going to be able to throw at you, and everything is hidden from your opponent. So it is the most lopsided information you can really do. Negasonic not quick enough to blow up Gladiator. Got to work on our APM a little bit there. And it looks like unless they get another early Lady Deathstrike, which could happen, but you know, when you have 34 cards in your deck, consistency just goes out the window. We're going to see our first Supergiant get played of the set. This is where everything is going to matter. How well can these players work around the very unique mechanic of Supergiant, flipping things on its head and making it so that you have to do it. A very smart play by Unity to just slam out a Thanos in a different lane to try and get priority, because having priority against this deck can really, really make all the difference.
Yeah, and I wonder, this is cute because the Thanos early invites the potential for the Cannonball Mercury combo, but of course, we could be seeing Unity with the delayed stone to protect it and grab that protection against Cannonball. It's really, there's some layers of mind games to this, but Binks, like you were talking about earlier, it's very difficult to predict what the Arsham player, just because they have so many cards, so many random cards, predict what they're going to be up to.
Another newly buffed card, Omega Red, coming down middle, so they know that that is going to be kind of a mini quest location where you're going to have to win that, otherwise suffer a +3 in the other lanes. We see a Shocker just hopping down to the left. Arsham, just sometimes you got to clean the hand out, just get the trash out of the field. Interesting choices here. I love your idea of the Cannonball, because you can play the Cannonball there and then next turn get the Mercury down. And if it's me, I'm never playing around Soulstone, right? Because they have, 26 cards left in their deck now. They need to have the Soulstone out with priority to stop this Cannonball play, opting to just slam it middle and say, hey, you want to do a mini quest middle? I'm all in. Let's do it.
Interesting, but the cards mid are going to move, and then we're going to see just the Omega Red there. So this all but guarantees a win in mid lane if we see that Mercury come down from Eva. However, you got to win the other lanes, and the Thanos sitting in right is looking awfully strong right now. We also have a fair number of points. We know 9 points, I believe, from Unity on left. How do you win another lane here?
Yeah, because I mean, I don't even like the Mercury Cannonball is fine, but you're always losing left because you know there's a Shocker there that's going to flip. They have the Galacta available. This is really, really scary. Yeah, you're really hoping that they don't play anything right, especially with the Galacta buff coming right. I would imagine if I'm on the Unity side of this and I see a single card coming down on 5, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just assuming that that's Cannonball 100 times out of 100, right? So it's kind of interesting here to see how they try and work through this. I mean, you could even see a random like Cosmo come out or anything like that. Tough position for Eve to be in, even with the one who has all the information. It still makes it really, really tough.
Yeah, and that's the power of that extra energy, and not only the extra energy, but the extra energy playing Galacta early. We've seen Unity really making the most of these Galacta pushes and getting extra stats out, and just kind of pulling ahead while Eva's setting up these tech combos, getting a lot of points on the board. Okay, and so they're sticking through. Unity's played. Oh, it's
Cosmo! Oh no! Non-deck Cosmo, non-deck Arisham Cosmo coming down and absolutely stomping this Cannonball before it could do anything at all. And they're even going to have the Omega Red bonus as a little treat there.
And that is the power of that hidden tech, but also Binks, like you said, Unity seeing that single card turn 5 and being able to adapt and just making a fantastic read, calling it correctly, and just shutting down that combo. And you know, it always hurts to lose to that when you're on the side getting beaten by the random cards, but at the same time, that's the information disparity that you're playing these decks for. That is why you're playing so many cards. You're here for that random Cosmo.
Yeah, you get. I mean, and there's a multitude of cards that could have won, right? Armor could have come down, did the exact same thing. Eliath could have come down,
Hmm.
done the exact same thing. So even though you can say like, they ended up getting a random Cosmo, that's why I lost. They are sacrificing deck consistency to have those surprise factors. So if you're going to stay in deep on games, you want to really, really make sure that you feel like you have the best possible chance here. So now we're going to be able to see Unity's perspective, which is very fun as the Arshan player. We won't get quite as much surprise. We can start to anticipate maybe the thought process here of Unity and how they're going to leverage these cards to their advantage, much like holding that Reality Stone for either a Nakia buff or being able to use it a little bit better next turn once you have a full scope of all the locations available.
Yeah, and thanks. I know that you're also a Arsham enjoyer. I think part of the joy and the fun of this archetype is staying flexible and building those game plans off of these cards that you see the opportunity to pick a line that's a little novel and interesting. Getting to Nakia full hand, getting to maybe see if there's another ongoing card and building a big Captain America lane, or even imaging Captain America with a few Thanos stones could be a cute line. Finding these unusual and unorthodox opportunities is a big part of what this deck is so enjoyed, and it has so many devoted fans. But Agamotto on turn 4 is pretty nice too. You can't complain about a turn 4 14 power card. So gonna see it's a chunky one. Unity
It's a chunky
really
one.
got a stacked hand.
It's a chunky one. Surely they won't draw Shang-Chi. They have 34 cards in their deck. An interesting thing that it looks like we're setting up here is for Lady Deathstrike to be devastating middle next turn. They might be trying to set up some kind of well, never mind, because Supergiant's coming down and next turn is the last turn. But still, that Lady Deathstrike can drop at the right time with priority. Maybe they're trying to set up some kind of Shang Fenris Wolf to win 2 lanes. However, if you're able to kill that Fenris Wolf before it can click the activate button, GG's to you. You're not going to be able to do anything. So again, Supergiant, a very, very hard card to play around. You know that you're not playing right now on turn 5. You are playing on turn 7. So you are setting your cards up to flip at the very end of the game. Lots of interesting dynamics with Negasonic, not so interesting dynamics with Goliath, which is an interesting non-inclusion into Evasord's choice for their Supergiant deck. But again, a big read you can say is, do they just play one card? Do they play multiple? You got to be thinking about the Claw. You got to be thinking about the Cannonball. All these different things that are there for you. So 2 cards there. Any thoughts that you would have as a player if you were facing down the other side of this board?
It's tough. I mean, 2 cards is maybe like a Killmonger. Negasonic's not going to do much because Unity was able to secure priority going into this turn. So that's kind of, the final turn Negasonic is not very useful. Could be a Sage, maybe a 2-drop Sage situation. But I really think the question here is like, is this Fenris Wolf relevant? Do you feel the need to Lady Deathstrike this? You have Prio. Or is this just a situation where you say, okay, I have the most points in right. I probably have the most points in left. I'm just going to put some stats in every lane and see what you can do. Because at the end of the day, Eva's relying on these tech to make these wins happen. And so far, Unity has been able to just power out these points and sort of ignore the fact that they're tech cards, because you take me down in this lane, I'm going to win the other 2. And we're seeing right here, Unity just putting big points in every lane.
Yeah, notably no Shang-Chi from the opponent that can possibly come out here. So Shang-Chi is not going to be an issue. Obviously, only like 2 cards were played. Cannonball is going to be there. Negasonic coming down on the Thanos is huge, but it's going to depend if they have some way of winning this right side, which seems so unlikely. And the Malekith comes out! They're just getting a random card. Wait, that's a Soul Stone! Wait, no, wait, the Soul Stone flips second, though, I believe. I believe the Soul Stone will flip after the Thanos. Okay. Man, that would have been absolutely crazy if the Soul Stone was able to flip and save it. The Sage, I don't think is going to have enough power to get over. Daredevil comes down, and the Soul Stone is an insult. That could have saved your Thanos. Coming in just a little Baku! What is going on? This is why we love Airship, baby!
The Gladiator hit turning mid was so huge. You never know what you're going to get. That Fenris could have been anything, and getting a card big enough to turn that lane, it was a big deal. If that was a smaller card off the Gladiator, that's it.
Or if it
We're
whiffed,
done.
it could have whiffed and had
Yeah.
nothing happen there. And maybe they were caught in a position where it was smaller, and then M'Baku dives the middle and wins the game. Man, what a crazy turn of events at the end there. But very well played for Eva. I think they held strong there. Very lit, like no retreat. I believe every game has went to the end, which is super exciting. It's very rare to see that. Both these players incredibly confident with what they're doing. Clearly have a game plan that they say, I'm not going to leave this to something where I can get just like slowly beaten up over time. I want to push out and fight for the board. And a counter Daredevil coming out on this side to be able to stop their Daredevil if they play it.
Yeah, this is huge. Getting the insight into your opponent's Supergiant face down turn is going to completely turn this game around, and I think send Eva scrambling to find their own Daredevil just to counter the knowledge gap here. Negasonic on a early priority turn, going to take care of that Craven and sit at least something in the Fenris Wolf pool.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to kind of get ahead with Negasonic. Like especially in a matchup like this where you feel like, especially how the first 3 games showed out, you're going to have a really hard time maintaining priority going into that Supergiant turn. When you have the chance to get that Negasonic out, especially with no Supergiant in hand where you can attack those cards that are going to be played, as we saw last game, being able to find different ways to attack is going to be super important. Cosmo coming down, stopping the Gilgamesh. That wouldn't have triggered anyway. That's a-okay. And now we're seeing the script flipped. Now we have Unity here holding a Daredevil and it gets to see what the opponent's going to play. Are they going to
Unity says, I'm the knowledge hoarder here. I will see what you're doing. And Mercury coming down to snapshot this buff at least. That's pretty cool. Gonna take out some stones, so I'm wondering Unity probably gonna get forced into playing the Mockingbird this turn, but any stones that come down are going to get taken out. So curious to see what the play is.
You probably
kind of
do want to find some draw. Like this deck really relies on having that Thanos as your big card to drop, but with the peak coming out and taking that Thanos at the very beginning, you're kind of limited to that level. So I do think you still want to get the Space Stone out to maybe get some draw going. 100% agree with you. You have to get the Mockingbird down, or maybe not. You don't have to get the Mockingbird down. I guess just playing cards that are created to maintain it as the 1-drops go down is fine. Maybe they want a surprise.
Yeah, there is also a cute Mockingbird image of icon play left, which I like from a stats perspective, but the problem is it's very difficult to win another lane at that point, especially knowing that there is a Mercury Cannonball combo available to Eva. Does end up going for this. Okay, so we're going to see what Unity's plan is to win another lane, because I would say left is all but locked up at this point.
Okay, we can see Mercury left Cannonball and a 1-drop, which they don't have access to in their deck. I'm not sure if maybe because they still Thanos with Peak. But hey, you got a Cannonball. My Harrison says I'll give you a Cannonball as well. Wow. Okay. Another very notable thing, if they do this Mercury Cannonball play left, they summon the Mockingbird. You can then, because you don't have priority, try and Cannonball that Mockingbird. Might cause you to be in a pretty rough 50-50 position where you can run into some problems, but again, like doing the Mercury Cannonball left feels bad, right? Because you're not even winning that lane.
Yeah, no. You're saying I'm gonna add a Mockingbird mid and somehow win with that, but maybe that's enough if Unity would go for right lane. Well, no, because you're losing left. Yeah, I don't know what the way out is. Eva seems to be in trouble here, and this Cannonball I think is all but gonna secure it, because I don't know what happens mid to beat this.
Yeah. So looking at like potential, maybe like a claw left, like a crazy like claw left to try and scrape some extra power into there. Maybe they're trying to go down some kind of Sage line, but there's 3/3 cost cards there. The Sage does nothing. Mercury comes down middle just to play right. That's craziness. Pulling the Craven, Thanos comes down, but much more than 10 coming down on Unity's side. Just destroying Eva with their own cards that they generated themselves randomly. Daredevil and Cannonball so so important that game in setting them up for victory. Wow, what a game there.
Yeah, that was incredible. Quite the role reversal.
Yeah.
We saw the generated deck winning with the strategy from Eva's deck. Just the way you do sometimes when you're on Airship and Conquest. All
We're
right, so
gonna
we're switching
swap
back over here onto Eva's perspective for these last couple cubes. 4 to 8, so definitely an uphill battle, but not out of it by any means. And pretty nice hand here. Got the Cannonball locked in. Got the Gladiator. Gladiator's a real crapshoot against this deck. You never know what's going to come out.
No, can't even begin to calculate. If you're calculating your Gladiators against an Airship deck, just go with the vibes. Just believe in yourself. Nexus always brings problems with Reality Stone. I tend to like holding that, so kind of surprised that you just yeeted out that early. I feel like that could lead to so much tension. Maybe they were scared that something can come down and mess it up later. But just trying to push out as many stones as they can and have all of them get immediately deleted by Killmonger here. Let's see if they get any other one drops. It looks like they probably played some right.
Yeah, it does look like that. So this Killmonger is going to be absolutely massive. We do see Eva has a Cosmo in the deck, so I'm wondering potentially if that was the plan with the Reality Stone, just saying, I don't know if I can beat this lane, especially with like bonus claw points. Like 4 cards plus claw is kind of hard to beat sometimes. So just cashing that in while you have priority in the early game, fighting for the lanes you like, but it was Agatha all
along. Oh, that is beautiful. And one thing to point out here, how crazy that was. First of all, Agatha, was that a turn that... No, they were able to choose where Agatha plays. Something crazy that could have happened there is that it was a 50-50 priority flip. It was only Iron Patriot, only Killmonger left. If Evasord had gotten the 50-50 priority flip, they almost assuredly are playing that Negasonic right. And then would have been able to take out that Agatha, and this game is completely flipped on its head here.
Yeah, incredible. And now we have the Prio coming back with 2 small lanes to 1 big lane, but that's enough for Negasonic to kick off here. And setting Fenris down on Hellas, I don't know if those points are going to be enough, but perhaps there's a play to make a cannonball move. I don't know. This is a wild game.
Yeah, really tough position to be in here. Eva says it is not a very tough position to be in here. I'm going to click the snap button. I believe that was Evasord who chose to click the snap button there. They love having priority, it would appear. This Negasonic could be huge. What did they hit? What did they hit? It's going to be big. Oh, what a shot! What a call out by Evasord, putting his entire tournament life on the line and saying, you're going to play a big card left and I am going to destroy it. A big bit of information here. So that was actually Unity that snapped, which is very interesting. So Unity was actually the one that initiated that. Eva stays in there and hangs on for their tournament life with an amazing Negasonic play, putting them in a position to click that Fenris Wolf button right, adding even more points with Claw. What a psycho. They're really trying to, I think, catch themselves from being able to get caught on any level 2. No retreats available here. Yeah, do you think Unity has any way out of this?
I don't know. This is a high stakes claw though, because you're only looking at 6 and 4 in the side lanes, and like, yeah, you're probably not losing Hellas, but there are definitely plays that play for this. But at the same time, Unity's got to feel pretty flimsy knowing that there's a giant Agamotto popping out of Fenris this turn, and that playing in 2 small lanes can't feel great. I don't know. This is a wild spot. I kind of like Claw left as well.
I do too. Yeah.
If that's a thing.
I think they're
interestingly though, there could be
trying to think second level here. And they I tell you what, they're going to need that Claw power to go there. And I tell you what, both of us sat here and said we think that you should play Claw left, and both of us would have lost the game, Teebs, because Eva is showing why they are in top 16 and we are not, with that amazing play, calculating to the T to get 1 point ahead on right and even us up at 4-4. How unbelievably exciting of a way to get towards the last bit of this game.
Incredible play, and it took every scrap of power. We are now tied up at 4 cubes apiece. If somebody snaps and the opponent says, I'll take that, this could be the final game of the match.
Yeah, and we talked about nerves last round. You know, you're getting to this point. You click that snap button, you know that this game is for your tournament life. If you win it, you stay. If you lose it, you go home. So that snap button is going to be really appealing. There's a lot of different players who play and click that snap button in a lot of different ways, and we're going to see the true colors of these players here today. Super, super exciting to see these last couple rounds.
All right, so Unity with a very strong Okoye opener, being able to play off the top for extra power all game, hits that temporal manipulation with Gladiator, and that's going to fire an Agamotto, a 5-13, right into Unity's hand, which, you know, unfortunately, sometimes Gladiator is not on your side, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that Agamotto come down right now.
Don't tell mill players this, but Gladiator's ability is a downside. But just don't tell any mill players that, because they'll tell me that I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, really, really interesting. Like Gladiator, especially against Erisham, it's such a question mark. There's so many things that could come out and flip on you. But Eva in the driver's seat here, Daredevil down, Supergiant down. They are going to be able to see what the final cards our opponent is going to flip on the board before them. So really excited to see here some potential mind games that we could see come out from the Unity side. So we see the Death Domain there. You can play right and like pretend like you have Reality Stone and then just not play Reality Stone there. Like there's a lot of really funky things you could do to try and put yourself in a better position. We see 12 power, Blade, and Mockingbird coming down left. How does Eva want to respond?
I'm struggling to see something that isn't just Cannonball left. I think if you Cannonball mid, you can't lock in the Mercury due to board space restraints, and nothing sticks right. So I don't know that there's much else to do. I don't know how happy you are about this, though, because you're forcing yourself to commit the Mercury next turn, I think, unless you have a way to win mid. But mid is pretty Unity favored at this point. And I don't think Shadow King will do it. Yeah, maybe Sage will get there.
Cannonball's so risky, right? Because you're basically just saying I'm losing Death's Domain if I'm gonna choose to play Cannonball. Or are you with the Claw super clutch coming down on the final turn here? Are they gonna think it's enough? I guess the Cannonball comes down after the Mockingbird, so you can't really just look at Claw to win right.
7, 9, 10, 11, 15. So there are 5 unique stat lines for Sage, potentially 6 because Unity has Prio.
True. So we're going to look at a 10 power Sage popping out here. Man, that's going to be really hard to think that's enough.
Is there a play that's just a big card left that somehow still beats this Cannonball Mercury? Because we saw, was it Blade plus Mockingbird is 12 points, and Cannonball Mercury is 10. So if a card larger than Mockingbird comes down left, that's still going to be a win left. Maybe there's a Reality Stone. There's lines here.
Yeah, very interesting to see what's going on in the Erisham player's hand right now. Lots of different things that you can look at. I miss that the Mercury can come down and stop the Cannonball from going right. We get a Soulstone middle, which is not going to be enough to get over top of the Sage. But the thing, oh my gosh, what do the numbers look like? So Sage is going to be
breakers.
Plus 12. Sage is going to be plus 12. They go plus 5, and they're going to be plus 2 left. Unless there was like... Oh, the Soulstone stops the Thanos!
Yeah!
Thanos Soulstone popping up over the top and stopping their Cannonball Mercury play. Boy, oh boy, a random Cosmo and being able to find Soulstone. 2 different games being able to stop this Mercury Cannonball play that has taken over the tournament. What a fantastic game there from the Erisham player from Unity. Fantastic job to them. They came out and they are showing that random cards and having a bunch of them can be really dangerous even at the highest level.
It's incredible. You play a 34 card deck and sometimes you just still have it. And absolutely shutting down the tech deck of Evasord, sometimes with random cards, sometimes with inclusions. And that's just the nature of having cards that your opponent can't always predict, or having statistically unlikely plays that you know you have and your opponent doesn't. What a powerful move. We're jumping in here to our second match of the top 16. We have Yakubovic versus Bullseye and Prig.
Yeah, so for Yakubovic, we just have the deck popping up now. We have kind of a traditional good cards. I kind of call this a surging fours deck where you run Zabu Surge, multiple fours, just trying to utilize as much energy cheat as possible and being able to play those powerful 4-cost cards in multiples during the middle and late stages of the game. Also, a very notable inclusion in this deck is Loki, which is just an absolute monster during a Conquest game. If you have text that go against your own deck, it can be really, really rough. So kind of a good cards, Loki-style deck coming out from Yakubovic, and Probka bringing us back to last month or like 2 months ago with just a very traditional Bullseye discard. This one does have the Moon Girl included in it, which can be really interesting for getting multiple things out and bringing different things available there. So we have Bullseye there, and the Bullseye avatar and Bullseye name for the opponent as well. So let's see. We have Killmonger coming out here that got copied. We have the MODOK coming down to slim things out.
It's a huge Morbius.
Yeah, the Mobius is so annoying against this Bullseye deck though too. If you don't have a way to stop it, because those swarms are going to stay at 2, so the Bullseye isn't going to be able to pull it out no matter what. Will Morbius getting out ahead here be super impressive? I mean, it looks like just Shang-Chi clear up right. It really just depends.
Ample options, because there's an Enchantress as well, which is even more points.
Yeah, very true. And then maybe you could use that Shang-Chi to try and clear up some potential randomness that comes from a different lane. But it looks like Yakubovic looks at it and says, hey, I see that this is going to be a really hard game to win. So let's just run out and reset.
Yep, taking a small 2-cube lead here early on, which is always nice, but lots of snap to play. Interesting to see the interaction there with Cloning Vats and Galacta. Very, very strong, getting multiple Galactas or potentially getting a steadily growing copy of the same card as you play it onto Cloning Vats multiple times.
Yeah, always some nice tension there with what you can do. I'm not sure how good Loki is in this matchup, right? Because like if you're pulling a discard deck, you gotta get real lucky with the order that you draw things if you don't have a starting hand to get some like kind of conducive strategies. So this kind of feels like 2 decks that have a lot of kind of counters to what the other is doing, and it might just be kind of a battle of wits of trying to find some non-traditional lines of how to use this deck when you have things like Mobius being able to shut down your kind of classic Bullseye Swarm discard package. The Fenris Wolf also very notable. If you end up discarding a card that's important on your side, the Fenris Wolf is going to be able to steal that out of your discard pool and bring it over to your side. And we go 2 Bullseyes here, not respecting the Mobius one bit.
Bullseye doing the thing, and well, I mean, we'll see if it pops up right on cue. There is the Mobius. And so, Binks, what do you think here? Are you jamming this Mobius this turn, or are you looking to potentially make a line that will take priority and play a gotcha Mobius on turn 6 against Bullseye, who is anticipating relying on that double Bullseye for the win?
I think you have to have a read on your opponent, right? Because the opponent kind of has the same option. Like, am I scared that Mobius is coming down this turn? Should I just click this button now? Or is it going to be coming down next turn? I would maybe do 1 this turn if you can get value out of 1. And then because you have another one potentially coming down this turn, maybe trying to get value out of it next turn. So you kind of cover both of your options. Let's see if they chose to click this Bullseye button here. It does not look like
kind
it.
of hedge your bets. Bullseye's all in, and we see that Yakubovic did manage to maintain Prio, which kind of expected with this deck, I would say, especially against Discard, who is investing heavily in turn 6. Going to be able to play Mobius for 5, Enchantress for 10, and Blade for 3 all together this turn, and also cash in that Galacta buff. So I believe it's going to be a very nice turn 6 finish for Yakubovic. I don't know what Bullseye is going to be able to do to work around this. Just knowing that those cost reduced cards aren't going to be able to get discarded, setting up for like a, big MODOK or something, and just potentially getting blown out. That said, Still a lot of points to be played. Still a lead in mid. Going for cubes.
Yeah, it's weird. And you never know where these bullseyes are going to come down. It doesn't. It also looks like they haven't invested in discarding a swarm just yet. So maybe they're kind of like just getting rid of that side of the game plan of trying to do swarms and maybe just trying to use bullseye. Maybe we see like we could see like a moon girl double bullseye activate here, and maybe we see just a bunch of scorn triggers that afflict your opponent's side and then gain a bunch of power on your side. So again, it's going to be these non-traditional lines of trying to find ways to get around your opponent's tech that are going to make the difference in who wins and who loses in this game.
Yeah, I like this decision here from Yaku to abandon mid and just try to play for the side lanes, make the most of what you got. And yeah, the bullseyes here, still going to discard a couple cards, get the swarm, as the scorn down, and the Dokken sword discarded, but it should not.
Did we get a scorn hit left? A scorn hit?
Ooh.
Or a scorn hit on the Dokken will win them. Oh no, we did not get a scorn hit on the, and they, whoa, no, just a little too much to get over top. Oh, really tough. So that Morbius came down, it got all the way up to 10, but the extra buff that they got from both, like you talked about on that previous turn, the Gwenpool and the Galacta, being able to just leverage those cards as much as possible to say, even without priority, this Enchantress is still a huge threat. Maybe if they had gotten, because I believe if they had gotten a scorn Dokken hit on the Dokken, it would have flipped up to 12. So there was actually a very real chance that Dokken was going to win the game on the right. Maybe that's what they were looking at, saying like, hey, I have this scorn hit, could hopefully work. But really, really tough game. And I think that they're just trying to swing for the fences now that they can, knowing that this Mobius is going to be shutting down and making their bullseye game plan much, much worse than they want it to be.
Yeah, I agree with you, Binks. I think that's one of those situations where your deck does the thing. It has an unfortunate counter card in the opponent's deck list, and sometimes you get to that point in turn 6 and you say, I've got a shot here either way, and you might have the tech, you might not have the tech, and if there was no Mobius, I think that was probably a pretty safe bet. Well, we didn't see any reliance on the swarm, so that was just kind of a hit order and a scorn buff. In any case, the Dokken is coming down early this game, and we'll potentially see more opportunities to buff that up before the doubling happens.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a Frigga here, they should absolutely be hitting the snap button. I think that is the game plan that they're going to have to rotate to, is being able to use multiple Dakkens to win. And we weren't able to see it in the previous games until that final turn. And even just on that final turn, you saw with the scorn hit, it could be devastating enough to just win a lane on its own. Like they had chances for that game just because they were able to have Dakken come down and discard some cards. So the snap came out here, kind of hard to see from a production standpoint. Maybe someone in production can tell us in our ear who snapped there. But if that's a snap from the Bullseye player from Probka, which it looks like it is, if I'm Yaku, I'm getting out of this game. They beat you with Dakken Frigga. It is very hard to get on top of it. You are clearly dominating them in the rest of the side. I would not be sticking in here expecting that Frigga on the Dakken and getting 2 big old 16 power ones or more with the Moon Girl.
Yeah, and shout out Wakanda here for turning down this Shang-Chi play. I mean, it's you can just go off early. You can just do your thing and feel pretty confident. And I mean, you also have the flexibility of just doing it on 6. There's not a ton of tech considerations, say, if you throw Prio in this matchup.
And maybe the thought of Yaku is, oh, I have this Shang-Chi, so wherever they play the other Dakken, I can go after it. That's really not how it works, because they usually are going to play out a Bullseye and just hold those into their hands and then have them explode there on the final turn. Maybe they're feeling confident that they can have enough points that they can maybe fight this Dakken lane on the left already. Maybe they're thinking that they can get some use out of some of their other cards, maybe find a location changer to turn off Wakanda and then Shang-Chi there. But it's going to be very, very hard to beat a Dakken Frigga game. And this is the game that Probka had to snap on. They did. They got him to stay in, and this is how they're going to be able to fight back.
Yeah, we do have that omniversal presence, so it is possible if we see the Dakkens get up a little bit too early, it is possible that we end up seeing that. And it's interesting because we saw priority flip over here. So omniversal presence Shang-Chi is online. That is a move. I don't know if it's going to be enough to win a second lane though.
I think that
Maybe mid.
they're going to play. They're going to only discard one of the shards. I think that if I'm on their side of the board and I see this, I know this looming hit of Shang-Chi. I think that you can trick them and only discard one. Now there's always you have to figure out how to win outside of that. But I mean, look at this, right? If they make this play like we're expecting, and you only play one shard, you get them to 8. I think that this is now the path to victory if you had to play the Dakin out, which must have been a need with not having Bullseye in hand and not having a way to discard those. But I would love to see them pull one shard out of the hand before they discard it to be able to absolutely devastate our opponent. Let's see, did we get the call out right? We did not! They keep both shards in hand! So this is going to be middle. They're going to have a 16 power car. I just cannot imagine they're going to have enough here.
I mean, it is still a lot of points mid, but yeah, that Dakin is going to get huge and it's going to get Fenrist. Meek's pretty big, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Wow.
Well, I mean, you never know with it's a random location, so it could be anything.
Yeah,
it could be the one where you can't do on reveals.
All right.
It is not. It is going to be enough to take over the middle there. It is going to be enough when you pull out the Dakin. Remember this if you're watching. Sometimes you got to only play one shard. You got to play it optimally to get around it. But holy moly, what a absolutely amazing game there. And very impressed by Yakubovic staying very, very solid and strong throughout that entire game. And a very impressive 10-0 victory in top 16.
Incredibly clean play, super good reads on the opponent's deck, had the tech, used it well, and just got the results to show. 10-0 in the top 16 is incredible. That what a just blazing fast, confident performance from Yakubovic, and punching this ticket to the top 8. Incredible.
Punching the ticket to the top 8. No nerves there at all. I feel like they played really, really, really well. We're just seeing from production, because I know that one went fast, to see if we're going to be jumping in. It looks like at the end of this match, we're going to be taking a little short break. And Teebs, as wonderful and absolutely amazing as it has been to be here with you, we're going to be passing it on to 2 amazing people in KM Best and guest. Teebs, thank you so absolutely very much for being here with me today. If you want to sign off and let them know, and of course, let them know where to find you.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a blast. Thanks, Binks. I'm Teebs. I stream here on Twitch on Tuesdays and Fridays, and my channel is Teebs. And I've had a blast casting. This is I've cast many Snap tournaments before. This has definitely been the biggest. I think the biggest tournament, just full stop. So it's been a great time to be on the desk. I've had a fantastic day, and thank you so much, Binks, for casting. It has been a pleasure.
It's been such a pleasure. And yeah, thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I am the biggest lover of MarvelSnap that you'll ever find. This is my favorite game ever, and it is such a blessing that I get to do this and be able to come here and share my love for MarvelSnap with y'all. Thank you all so much for watching the Golden Gauntlet 2 end of Swizz and top 16 with us. Thank you so much for supporting MarvelSnap and being here. My name is Binks. You can find me everywhere at Binks_plays. We're going to leave here, and you are in great hands with KM Best and guest for top 8 coming now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top 8. We have made it. We have made it to the top 8. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and I am honored to be back here to head into not just the top 8, the semis, and the finals, but as always, I cannot do it alone. And back by popular request, I think it only makes sense that we bring in the KM Best. KM, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, but we have had some incredible games today. Some of the most intense MarvelSnap that I have seen played, and it's only getting better from here. We are now in the top 8. These are all elimination bracket matches. These are all for all the marbles or all the cubes, as it were. And the deck lists are weird and interesting, and in my opinion, diverse. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what we're going to be looking at.
Here we go. We're down to the final 8. And look, let's just take a look at the top 16. Take a look at the matchups, because the big one to shout out for me is Rabbit Sweet. Rabbit Sweet coming in as the 16 seed and taking down the number 1 seed, Pib Extra specifically, I think is more than worth shouting out, because that means no undefeated decks have made it into the top 8 officially.
That deck that Rabbit Sweet is playing is a very interesting fusion of Wiccan with Quicksilver and Supergiant. I sort of think of it as Supergiant's big brother. We saw in the matchup between 34-card Monty and Supergiant previously that when you have extra energy, it's just very easy to win a Supergiant mirror. That's sort of what I see when I see Rabbit Sweet's deck, but it's also doing something else that is incredibly special. It's a Ronin the Accuser deck, which is a very powerful thing to do in a field full of people playing Thanos, a field full of people playing Merlin, lots of cards that add stuff to your deck. But I think a lot of the Merlin gamers have fallen off just a little bit as this tournament has gone on. Is there still a good matchup to be found for this list? That's my big question.
Yeah, I think looking at the diversity of the decks that are here in the top 8, it's what you kind of hope for competitive MarvelSnap. We're hoping to see a wide variety of archetypes. We're hoping to see not just Thanos, which was the preoccupation that many players had going into Golden Gauntlet 1. And sure, Thanos is still a strong deck. We can see several iterations of it. 4 of the top 8 are some kind of variation of Thanos, but 2 of them are the 32-card Monty versions of it. And then you've got an ongoing version of it. So you've got all this flexibility, but then throw in Sauron. Then throw in, you know, the Zabu Loki chaos. Then throw in Agamotto, who was my pre-broadcast pick for the card that will win in this tournament. So I'm just very happy that at least one made it. Just one. So there's still a chance in my prediction prior to the tournament. But I'm so thrilled because there's such a wide variety of cards and decks in here. I mean, Yellow Jacket is in this top 8. Really?
So a couple of things stick out to me. The first is I think there's going to be some pretty lazy analysis that's like, oh, there's 4 Thanoses in the top 8. They didn't nerf it at all. The nerf didn't matter. And I think that would be a pretty mistaken way to approach this, because I don't think it's really fair to describe the 34-card Monty decks as Thanos decks, in much the same way that when Guest was talking about how he was so hyped on Agamotto and there was only 1 in the top 8, I mean, there's technically 3 because Agamotto's in those 34-card Monty decks. But we need to be realistic and talk about those decks as what they are. Those are Arishem decks that are using Thanos not just to supplement Mockingbird, but also to have a guaranteed 12 power to play on turn 5 with 6 energy. Not the Thanos decks that we know about. I'm actually very impressed with the players who brought Thanos, especially ongoing Thanos. My viewpoint was that ongoing Thanos was getting stat checked by just too many things. I am very impressed with the play that brought ongoing Thanos to the top 8. And of course, that Honifer list, I believe, is that Yellow Jacket, Merlin, and Werewolf list. It is a very powerful mid-range list, and without Cannonball Mercury running everywhere, as it definitely was in the round of 16, that list has lost a couple of its bad matchups. Those bad matchups may have left the field. So that could be a legitimate dark horse in this field.
I think we're in for a real treat, to say the minimum. We have our pairings are happening right now behind the scenes. We're going to be hopping into one of our first featured matches here. Excuse me, first featured matches for the top 8, as they are now currently sharing codes. So over the course of the last couple of days, because we've seen a variety of different archetypes and decks and chaotic cards and good things that have just started to emerge, and we saw from the results of Golden Gauntlet 1 that the meta, as well as the cards themselves, the OTA, affected everything in the state of MarvelSnap. We saw cards get nerfed, cards get buffed, cards were underperforming that didn't get performed. Is there any card in particular that, based on what we had from the first day as well as the results of today, that either surprises you that it's overperforming, or a card that you hope to see in the future in future competition?
Easy answer here. There were 2 Cerebro 2 decks in the top 16. That's just the easiest answer in the world. That is not a deck that anyone had on their radar before this.
I think that with Cerebro being really interesting recently, because we saw it in Cerebro 4, people are talking about bringing back Cerebro 3. I think with Cerebro 2 having so much control, that's the element to it that makes me want to really dive back into that list, because I personally have not been too much of a Cerebro enjoyer. I know there are many people out there who do, but I kind of lean more into the end of, so is Cerebro competitive, and is it just because of cards like Goose? Like, is it just a Goose that really says, hey, I can control this lane and I'm going to go taller than it, so now it's only a 50-50? Is that like the problem card of it, or is it something else that really helps it to grow as now a competitive deck?
I don't really think I would say there's a problem with Cerebro, in the sense that, like, I think this is a feature, not a bug. This is a deck that people have loved the idea of for a very long time. It gets a massive buff that makes it viable but not oppressive. What really those decks have going for them, in large part, are ways to multiply the Cerebro buff and ways to protect themselves. I gotta tell you, when I saw the brackets, I was rooting for my friends, and then right after my friends, I was rooting for the Cerebro gamers.
I try not to play favorites. Keywording here, I try not to play favorites, but when it comes to individual people, but I'm more excited to see different cards. I like seeing different archetypes really shine. I like seeing some unique elements to it, and we kind of touched on it a little bit with Song's deck, who was actually broadcasting this in Chinese for the official Marvel Snap broadcast as well, but he's still in it, which is really exciting and really cool. So I think we're actually going to end up starting our top 8 heading over there. We're waiting for the matchup just to kind of connect between the two of them, but that was the Sauron list, and I know you are super excited about it. What about it makes the Sauron list for you something that you feel like it deserves to be in competitive MarvelSnap?
I feel like people underrate the Sauron list because it's easy. I think people look at it and they see a deck that is easy. There's not a ton of skill expression in it. It's just a deck that people think has to be bad because good players don't play it a lot. But frankly, good players are also players that are chasing novelty. Sauron, the experience of playing it has been in the game the entire time. A lot of the people at the top of the ladder, they want to try something new. Fundamentally, just playing a bunch of big guys is a really powerful strategy. And in this top 8, having played almost all of the decks that I've seen on here, with the exception of Rabbit Sweet's deck, I will say, if I am playing 34 card Monty, Sauron is the deck that I am the most scared of, because what it does is so consistent. It is so consistently able to play a 3/10, a 4/10, a 5/10 plus, really, if we're talking about a Red Skull. It is just consistently able to put numbers on the board that are as big or bigger than your numbers, and you're going to need to pull something out of your RNG bag if you want to keep up with what they're doing, because their numbers are also discounting their Scar.
I think one of the things that also stands out to me about the the whole Surtur combination, Sauron, everything, even with Sauron getting the change, is that it's not scared of Shang-Chi. And playing around it is very important, because the fact that this deck made it into the top 8 and Shang-Chi was the #1 card brought into Golden Gauntlet 2 at nearly 50%, just shy of 50% of decks had Shang-Chi. To navigate around that consistently shows the distribution of power, that getting that 310 of Starbrand. I think that card honestly is the one that specifically has kept it in the meta conversation, because it's so easy to curve out, so easy to get ahead. And prior to Starbrand, the deck started to suffer because we saw the changes that started to happen with Scar. And now I'm kind of thinking, it does seem like a simple deck, right? As someone who is relatively a simple player, I like to think it's a relatively simple deck. It's just big card go here and then big card go here. But when you're not playing decks that are focused on tech, right? You're not trying to say, okay, can I get the priority shift in the right way to put Cosmo down over here? Or maybe this is where they go to play their Iron Man, so I'm going to Enchantress over on this side. When you're not thinking about that, do you think, as for you personally, is it kind of one of those, it's easier to distribute the power because you're thinking about less?
I think it's what makes this run so impressive to me is that, yes, okay, they can't Shang-Chi us everywhere, but another card that's risen up alongside Shang-Chi is Fenris Wolf and Cannonball Mercury. And, maybe they don't get to Shang-Chi us everywhere, but they can Shang-Chi us on 2 locations effectively if they have a Fenris Wolf, and then they can do it again if they have a Cannonball Mercury. That is a field of tough matchups to play against, because in some ways the story of this tournament has been the Cannonball Mercury stuff. It's just a very tough thing to see. Here we have the matchup. Looks like we're getting it from the perspective of Song.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna get this matchup from Song's perspective specifically. Make sure that we full screen it as much as possible for y'all as well, because double dipping is the name of the game here on the production side. So we're looking at this from Song's perspective. We saw from Yaku a little earlier on, but just to bring it onto the screen, this is the breakdown: Zabu, Sauron, Zero, Surge, Surtur, Starbrand, Ares, Enchantress, Cull Obsidian, Typhoid Mary, Red Skull, Scar. That is what Song has sung the entire way here into the top 8, as they open with a Weird World, and he immediately gets to steal the Shang-Chi.
Yeah, not just that, the Killmonger too. Those are relevant cards in this matchup that just happen to go the direction of Song here. In addition, like, when the field is this full, board space starts to matter a massive amount, right? And that board space is so much better utilized by the deck playing a bunch of things that say 10 on them than the alternative here.
Yeah.
Losing that, like, the only reason I would say that this might not be a snap is that middle Mount Vesuvius, because you think you might be able to get more out of this game.
And I think he agrees, specifically because Surtur is over on the right-hand side. You're not looking for progressive scaling. It's just in that lane to be able to lock it down early, because with already 2 down, I'd agree. It's kind of a difficult play here, but with Shang-Chi in their hand, not knowing if Yakublovich is going to be able to draw it or not, is this an attempt at priority throw to just stack everything over to the right? Because that's the way I look at it. I look at it as, you and I are both very confused why Zero the zeroed card, but instead they are choosing to maybe do so. I love how both of us turned like confused puppies. Just, huh? That was fantastic. Yeah, and then start to scale up here on turn 4. Should be able to get that Scar down to at least 3.
This is just a pure telegraph, right? Like, what this play is saying is next turn it is 0 into Typhoid Mary, and that's just what's happening.
And they floated that 0 rather than playing it on down. That part I'm not sure why they might have done.
Because you don't want to have the information on the board until you need the information on the board. There is a Mount Vesuvius here. You don't want your
True.
opponent
Very
thinking that that's not going to matter. What I'm interested in, though, this 0 going on the left means that there's only one spot remaining. I mean, like, what we're looking at effectively is Scar Cull here. I'm wondering if there's a world where the 0 goes on the right here, and it's just 0 Mary on the right lane. Or this also works, right? We have that scaling.
You're contesting all three, yeah. And they go ahead and lock it with the Vesuvius. There goes the 0, goes ahead and negates everything happening from the Typhoid Mary as Yakublovich flips over into the middle lane first. No, over into the left with the Mobius, so the reduction disappears from Scar, hurts the Cull Obsidian as well. Nice play here. Undoes the downside, and then we end up with a bob and weave scenario. Now, this makes it a lot more interesting, specifically because of the sliding of Ant Maze.
That is... I honestly wonder if blowing up the Omniversal Presence might not have cost Yakublovich a couple of cubes there. Because that Mobius, at that level of power with that level of impact, is a crazily strong play.
Yeah. Putting down the Ares for just a mild bit of power, get the +3, slide it over. Surtur then also goes up. There is no 2-card. I mean, there is no real 2-card scenario here, so I'm a little confused as to why go with the Ares. Oh, no, wait, no. I mean, you get the guarantee with the Cull, sure, but that 1 extra power, is it going to be that worth it over on the left? Because you got squirrels
There's a Red
everywhere.
Skull remaining in the deck. I don't think it's like a risk of losing this. Like, I don't think Ares is going to be losing the Ares flip. It's almost certain to actually be 12 here.
Yeah, because you've got Zabu, Red Skull, and...
Well, they might actually have a Red Skull, though, because of the Weird World.
They might not. This is true. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't done a deck check.
Yeah. I mean, it's 1 card.
The Starbrand, I'm trying to think what else it could potentially be, but it's just the Zabu, the Enchantress. There you go. There's the Ares who goes for the contestation and loses 6-2. It was the Surge, which means the Red Skull was drawn via Weird World. Here comes the Loki on top of it. And it all comes down to the mid where the Gladiator is going to pull out that 2-power card of Zabu. Sorry, it was Zabu. And Yakublovich is going to take the first couple of cubes to start off this battle. I'm really shocked with that Mobius. Ares. Yeah, the Mobius, hands down.
Mobius. Like, that's the story of the game here, is that Mobius was fully clutch.
Yeah, agreed. I think with the Mobius timing is one of the most difficult things I think I struggle with personally as a player. In Conquest style or tournaments, I mean, you know what you're going up against, and you have to want to favor the Mobius side more often than not. So the fact that Song's got to figure out this balance of throwing down the power as fast as possible, and if you get the Zabu into 4-drop, you have to prioritize that just to get the extra big power down. With a space thrown into the middle lane, which kind of hurts. No Enchantress in hand. You've got the regular 0. I mean, you might be able to steal that lane, no?
This is very much one of those they can't Shang us everywhere, but I will point out that a Gladiator with a Galacta proc is 11. So if a 10 gets invested in that middle, there is that Gladiator Galacta option beyond just Shang-Chi as that answer.
Right.
None of it matters anymore.
Yeah. Oh, man. To me, it's one of the scariest locations because you want to invest so much into it. And then now knowing that Merlin's here on the board, and this is a great snap from Yakublovich, in my opinion. With Merlin on the board so early, the indecision that comes from it, this is one of those moments where I know I personally run because it's just too scary to want to stay.
I don't even think it's about the Merlin at this point. You run because you don't have anything that can protect you from Mr. Sean Cheese himself.
And they're still thinking about committing. And they do. They go ahead and commit to the 2 cubes, throw the Starbrand over on the left, flip the Zabu, toss that into Vormir, and reveal the Fenris Wolf on top of it. So looking for that Shang-Chi threat consistently, and now it's just a game of prio throw, I think, more than anything else.
That is an interesting direction to take it, where it's just, what if we throw prio and make a bunch of 10s, and then our final turn gets to be Red Skull and a Scar? That's not... It is a direction you can go.
Stacking everything to the left. Yep, they both do. They both go for the stack on the left, and here comes the Galacta to start it off. Start those +3s. I think you have to play down the Scar, though. Oh, that's a 17er.
I mean...
You don't believe in Mobius if you're making this move, is what this is basically telling me.
You don't believe in Mobius.
You don't believe in it.
Correct.
Because this keeps this will most likely keep priority in favor of Song. And then you're not believing in a lot of things, basically. You don't believe in Mobius, you don't believe in Shang-Chi. You're just throwing everything out there, and because
I think the idea is, like, are they really going to be confident enough in blind putting a Shang on the right lane? The answer is they should, and yes, but also, like, are they going to be able to do that?
They're going to flip the prio, maybe? They play the Loki down, and then once and Future goes ahead, gets the extra energy. There's the Mobius. The Scar reduction again, twice in a row, getting interfered with. Now with Merlin
deck
gone,
check here. Are there any 10s left in there?
Cull is down. Starbrand's down. No, there's no other 10s. It's Surtur. Zabu. Well, Zabu was tossed. Enchantress. Yeah, I think that's it.
I guess the question then becomes, how badly do you think you're allowed to lose this Nexus? But
I think the Ares play is kind of a safe one, because it most likely can't be Shang-Chi'd over in the right, and that's a nice little game to play.
It's kind of interesting, right? Like, is 6 power just enough?
Yeah.
Surely not, but you are ahead by a pretty reasonable margin on these other lanes.
True. And he's committed. He's committed to the idea of losing Ares. Because what else is in Yakubovich's deck? I mean, well, granted, they just Loki.
Enormous guys.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, like, what could they have drawn that would slowly stack into the Nexus? We'll find out right now, though. Here comes the Ares, who's going to intentionally lose, trying to play underneath the Shang-Chi. The Gladiator comes on down for 11 power, which will be able to take down the Surtur, eliminates that portion, flips over the Sauron, slowly stacks itself off at the Shang-Chi, takes out Red Skull. Fenris brings back the Shang-Chi over into the left, and that is a casserole, quote unquote, from Ben Bro. That's going to be a big 4-cube loss right there for Song, and Yakubovich holds on to a commanding 10-cube lead.
Clinical.
Wow.
Clinical play. I mean, like, the Mobius is just the guy in this situation. Like, yes, Fenris Wolf and Shang are very dangerous, but Mobius is the guy here. Games that do not involve Mobius are going to be much harder to win. Games that do involve Mobius are going to be much, much, much harder to lose. Yeah.
I think if Song has learned anything so far in these first couple of rounds, if you can play the Scar down for cheaper than 7, I think you kind of have to at this point, because that's been back-to-back rounds, losing 6 cubes right away, that they've been backhanded by that big Mobius interference as Merlin and New York comes down. So yet another unique combination to work with here with a 0-4 Sauron in hand.
I think the interesting thing about it, though, is the deck is sort of set up such that you don't really care about that, right? Like, you have all this stuff that you could be playing, right? You could be playing a Scar instead of that stuff, but it's not actually that much different than the stuff that you'd be playing, right? So it's like, oh, I'm going to play my Scar on 5 instead of Red Skull because it costs 5 now. It's like, I don't know if that's actually even a smart play. I think the thing that makes Mobius so good against this deck is that it doesn't really give you any smart plays. There's not a lot of good smart ways to play around it.
True. And now sitting on your 211. I'm trying to think what value is there's no value with Enchantress in this entire deck, is there? This is just a stat stick by throwing this here, correct? If he's going to zero the zeroed card or negated card.
What I'm confused by is one would suspect that the Star Brand is basically always going on not that location. And the reason it would be going on this location is because you expect that location to not be there thanks to a Merlin's omniversal presence. But I still think you're probably supposed to play for the potential to move stuff into that location. So this is a really interesting move.
By taking the prio now, again, you end up in a tough scenario. You could zero the Red Skull, which seems like the quote-unquote obvious play. But when you're sitting on a 2/6 Surtur and still no Mobius, and again, turn 5 is where it's happened twice, potentially 3 times that we see the Mobius drop, that 2/6 Surtur could be valuable enough to say, maybe just zero the Enchantress and play Surtur down after. So it all stays under that Shang-Chi range, no?
I think what's much more likely to happen here is we get Mobius again, and then it is Enchantress, and oh no, Mobius this time.
Oh, that's a Gwenpool and Omniversal Presence to flip the location from New York to X Mansion, so a dead location, nothing happening there. And no Mobius, so if you're Song and you've got this lead like this, and you're down this many cubes, I could see this as a potential push myself in all in snap moment to try and catch back up. This is a really strong position from Song's perspective.
I don't know if the boomer snap is what's called for here.
But I am a boomer in many ways.
What I do like about this scenario is there's no Fenris Wolf doubling up the value of a Shang-Chi. But the Surtur on the left here is playing around a Galacta buffed Shang. But yeah, like this is sort of why the boomer snap is not particularly advisable. Yakulovich can just leave, and it's not really something that anyone really has to worry about there.
Yeah, a nice 9-4 lead is just as good as a 10-4 lead at this point. It's still low stakes, only single cubes. If you're going to take a time to retreat now, it's definitely a good time to. I agree with that. That's fair. And then go right into the
Danger
Song,
Room.
But, take your time.
Danger Room adding an element of, if you'll pardon the lazy joke, danger to this match. I do enjoy playing stuff into Danger Room early when I can, just to make sure that my opponent also has to risk it, basically.
Yep. Nebula, favorite play into the Danger Room, hands down. Turn 1, drop a Nebula and hope. It's worth the 75% chance. Like, okay, sure, why not?
Every MarvelSnap player will tell you there are situations when it doesn't feel like RNG is actually RNG, and it feels much more like RNG is a little bit more like RNG against you. Danger Room is perhaps one of the most that feeling inducing situations in the game.
There's no spawn cards here, so Panopticon I don't think has really any value. And then now we're just sliding everything over with the Bifrost. So all that work into the Danger Room, it's like, all right, sure.
All that work is in quotes here, right? All that work enough of putting a Zabu in it.
It's still work, okay? It still counts. You put that mental effort to hoping it'll happen.
Ooh.
Early Mobius.
Enchantress has a target.
Early Mobius surprises me.
I wonder if you're supposed to line up the Typhoid there and try to ench that as well, but it could just very easily be like a slap Typhoid in Danger Room angle.
goes ahead and plays the Galacta, tries to get the Zabu to maybe survive in the danger room. It does. No extinction there. Everybody slides
Snap
over.
Comes in
Immediately. No hesitation whatsoever. Can't even wait for the turn to happen. Goes ahead and snaps. With the Ares. Oh. And think about what's left. You still have a Cull Obsidian in the deck. You still have a Red Skull in the deck. Oh, that's risky, and
that's
I
really
love
risky
it.
because if this Ares, right now the Surtur getting +2 with this Star Brand will take a potential top deck scar to 3. If this Ares doesn't live, but at the same time, if you play it anywhere else, you're risking the Shang. This is what Danger Room does. This is the play. You do have to do this, although it's probably Star Brand left. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, for the 1 power, I'd agree with you there. Because you have the +3 on Galacta, and then you've got the Gladiator going to 11. That's definitely the play. We see the retreat again, 8-4. Yakubovic still hanging on to a lead over Song.
I just couldn't help sitting there looking at Danger Room's text and thinking, wow, 3 things have been played in there. 75%, right? Like 25%. Oh, great location there for Song. For sure.
There's a small element, like I guess I'm a little bit of a riskier player in that sense, where I see that location if I'm Song in this position now at high stakes, and I'm snapping, saying, look, this is going to be strong. If you don't have Merlin by turn 3, go ahead and snap.
I think this deck is so dependent on its early game package of like Zabu and Surge that I would not necessarily feel comfortable doing what you said without that. Yeah. Especially when these decks are more similar than they look. Like, obviously, I think a lot of people look at this and they say, what actually do these decks have in common? And what they have in common is Zabu Surge.
Yep.
That is such a powerful engine to get going. Getting 4 drops on 3, obviously good, but getting them buffed and carrying that buff on. Like, when you look at Yakubovic's deck, there's not a lot of power in it. There's not a lot of beef. Zabu Surge is what allows it to have that beef. When you ask the question, where's the power coming from in this deck? That's the answer. I am fairly... This is a very interesting spot because Cull Obsidian can only go on the left lane right now.
Correct.
Ares can go on the right. It might be correct to just all in that right lane and then all in that left lane.
You got safety on 6, yeah.
Yeah. The
and
vault
scaling
closes, so the Surtur scales. The Yakulovic's deck is very good at turn 6 point explosion through Galacta, all of that stuff. What I'm interested in is, what did the Surge hit? What did the Surge hit that isn't being played? Because I would imagine you'd prioritize a Galacta or a Gwenpool there.
Right.
Especially if the Surge hit it.
Ares confirming only 1 big card going to be pulled in the next 3, if at all. Gwenpool hits the drop. No. Because Mobius is down, you've got no scar reduction. And yeah, you shrink that down to a 10 value technically in total, but there's no 2 cards here that execute. I mean, and I don't think it's worth it to do the Typhoid over in the right, no? Because it just goes down to 8.
I would expect this Red Skull to be roughly the play. The problem is, it's not actually a lot of points. I almost enjoy the Star Brand idea. It's technically more points if there are enough units on the location. And I think you can reasonably expect a fill.
Yakubovic could also... Actually, no. Don't they have to in this position? Unless if we see the location flip now, don't they have to push over into the vault just because they're going to want to try to pull the prio in their favor to do all of that, whether it's the Shang-Chi cheese, whether it's the location flip cheese, all of that, they're going to need to go second, and they do play something over into the vault. Red Skull all by itself into the mid. Here comes the Fenris, followed by the Merlin. So it's your 1 in 3 on the location change, but I don't think it's a threat because you got Red Skull out in the open.
It's devastating because when you look at the cards that wouldn't be played off of a Surge, there's really only one that comes to mind. And his name is Shang-Chi. And that Fenris Wolf is about to bring back a Red Skull. And if there was a Red Skull in the right lane, this would be a victory for Song, I suspect, because there would not be a good place to aim Mr. Chi. But unfortunately, the Red Skull's in the mid lane, unprotected, and is not going to be able to survive.
That undoing of the Zabu reduction would have been so important right here, because then you would have had the active Typhoid Mary and could play down even the Starbrand. So Starbrand would have stayed under at 9 and missed on the Chiing. So it would survive that location later on. So there was a way out of it. But again, this is a match of Mobius M. Mobius. And Song, if he commits to this, is saying you don't have the Chi. In my opinion.
I think there's literally only one card that would not have been played by this point that would have been hit by the Surge. And I think what was going on there was a correct recognition that there was a Chi in hand, right?
Yeah.
And there didn't want to risk the Red Skull dying on the right to a Sean. And I think at this point it is a prey angle.
There's your 2 cards. Everybody down into the mid. Throw down the Surge. Did we call the Chi? Yes, we did. There's your Shang-Chi. Takes down the Red Skull. That's going to swing the lane as a massive 8 power reinforced Shang-Chi comes down. Here comes the Fenris just for a little bit of extra insurance on top. And Yakublovich takes down Song with the Merlin. I mean, Merlin has absolutely been really an interesting showcase over this entire tournament. We've seen a lot of players want to dive into the season pass, and they're excited on the idea of, ooh, season pass is a great card because, you know, you always get a good value out of the season pass, and then this is unique because it has spells. And a lot of people were just excited but uncertain, and we've seen it consistently throughout this entire tournament that Merlin hands down is a card that really changes the dynamic of what you do in this game. And the reason I want to shout this out is because, in my opinion, it has removed the idea that you can have a turn 7 securely, which cuts out a ridiculous amount of decks, including your favorite, Mr. Negative. And I know. Special place in the heart, Mr. Negative, I know. Almost made the top 8 too. Almost made it into the top, which would have been mildly enjoyable on personal note. But I feel like in that deck, do you think it makes it to the top 8 with or without Merlin?
I think Merlin is a very good card, but I think a lot of people are used to seeing Season Pass 2-3 and saying, well, obviously it must be busted. Merlin, I think, is more comparable to a Kate Bishop than to the unnerfed versions of Iron Patriot and Sam Wilson, but it's very okay to be like a slightly better Kate Bishop with like slightly different and more interesting and maybe more powerful
I'm going to interrupt
synergies.
you. We're heading directly over into a final turn 6 knockout moment of Thesius versus Rabbit Sweet.
Yo!
We're in the final turnover with a Reality Stone bar with no name combo play to try and swing the right-hand lane. I didn't want to miss this moment. I apologize for having to interrupt,
Absolutely.
But don't want to miss this.
Lord knows I'm a fan of a bar with no name.
The uncertainty begins, and the unrevealed, because you've got the Super Giant on the line as well from Rabbit Sweet, trying to make an impact here.
There we go.
Wow.
I was wondering about that. I was like, are we sure? So this is a Spectrum face down. If it gets Cosmoed, there is some risk here. That if it's not getting Cosmoed, it's adding a very massive amount to the middle lane. Although I would guess the face down card to be Ronin at this point.
Ooh, there's your Ronin over in the left-hand lane. Smart move to not throw the Thanos over on that side. Now you flip it with the Reality Stone into Krakoa just for reasons. Power Stone comes down, no reinforcement on the Thanos side. It all comes down to what's in the middle. It's the Alliance, which negates out the middle lane. Space Tone flips into Krakoa for 16, which is all fun and games, but Spectrum does not pop off, and Thesius has been taken down another 2. He's trying so hard to knock out the rabbit, but the rabbit will not give up.
I mean, that is, if I'm reverse engineering what happened here correctly, it means that Rabbit Suite 1 Sakar Grand Prix blind Eliath on the Supergiant and actually hit the Spectrum. That is my understanding of what happened there.
That I think you hit the nail on the head right there.
Unbelievable.
We're just hearing
Rabbit
now
Suite
from the... Sorry, go ahead.
On a winning streak.
Yeah.
3 games won at 1 cube. Unfortunately, it seems as though they'll need a total of 5 games won at 1 cube. And that's a hard ask when there's a Mind Stone in this Thanos hand alongside a Mockingbird.
Oh, look, our old friend New York. Last time we saw this, there was some chaos that ensued. I wonder here, was the play to play off of the curve and just Mind Stone exclusive? Well, you could have Mind Stone and Ant-Man actually on there just to get the extra cards down now, but I'm surprised they haven't thrown down the Mind Stone at all.
I kind of think it's just a play for that Maximus. Notable thing that happened here, though, Rabbit Suite missing a 3-drop. Wiccan is now off.
This is true. 3 negated locations now, completely ruin, essentially.
That's always what Los Diablos base does. It's a ruins, and then it makes another ruins.
2 ruins and then a white palace, which is ruined on turn 1. So that's fine. That's fine. 5 cards left in the deck. You get the flip over there. There's your super giant to play something down safely, and you take the priority in the process.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the right thing to do. That Mockingbird on that lane where you were already going to be a little bit ahead means that this, I mean, there's a lot of priority shenanigans that a Supergiant deck can do. That's kind of their thing, is priority shenanigans. That's what they do. And so there's a world where they drop a Ronin somewhere, they Eliath the middle, you just eat it. Like, it's just all bad if you play 1 card here. You can't count on that card continuing to exist unless you get the guess right here.
I like
if this is like a Ronin left, Eliath middle.
I like the idea of playing the less valuable card here, and I think that it is the Ronin in comparison. I think there's a world where you actually just play Blue Marvel next turn because of the base value of that Ronin.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a Blarvel Stone play.
Yeah.
But what has to happen is there has to be a win against a middle Eliath. So that has to be the thing that is being accounted for here. It's
right.
That's the one.
That'll do
that has to happen.
You get the reinforcement on the Ant-Man. Yep. It does bring Mockingbird into Shang-Chi range. I'm not sure if Rabbit actually runs Shang-Chi in their deck.
Rabbit has Prio anyway.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there is no Shang. There they go. They drop it down. They remove a little bit of it though from the Shadow King. Shave down that Sam Wilson down by 2. Plays down the Gladiator, who's not able to pull anything, and that's absolutely fine if you're Rabbit. There's the Vault flip over. Blue Marvel. Nothing negated though. What's over on your right? There's Ronin, and there's Ronin. Ronin takes down Ronin, and Thesius taking down Rabbit to move into the top, the semifinals, the final 4, everything in between. Do we have all 4 of our matches production now? Oh, we do. We can showcase the wins here and take a look who's going to be moving forward into the semifinals. And once again, y'all, we are going to be watching each match individually from here on out. So Thesius has taken down Rabbit Sweet. Yakublovich we saw take down Song. Roram takes down Unity, who we saw earlier, and Honifer takes down Jonathan Liu. So
of these decks,
yeah,
we have, if I'm not mistaken, Theseus on ongoing Thanos, Roram on 34 card Monty,
I believe
Yakublovich on good cards pile.
Yep.
Basically my favorite archetype in the game. I love me a good cards pile. And Honifer playing the Yellow Jacket Merlin Agamotto deck. And this is a very diverse top four. One thing I am really noticing, though, there is no Cannonball Mercury. We are free from Cannonball Mercury for the rest of this tournament, unless Roram randomly generates both Cannonball and Mercury.
And you know it'll happen at least once, man. You know it because you've said it now. You know you've wished it into fruition. It will pop up at some point. But again, we see the results of the final four, who I'm going to throw up here onto the screen. And this is a very unique breakdown because only one of these decks features Shang-Chi, which blows my mind. The number one card is now down to only one deck at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the lesson you should take from this. Stop playing Shang-Chi. That's
yes,
the
please
lesson
do. Please. Everyone, please. Yeah. Song would appreciate it too. Just please, everybody.
Yeah, just stop doing it. We're definitely not going to see a bunch of stuff that would be Shangable in these matchups. Absolutely under no circumstances are we going to see that. But when I look at these decks, the one that stands out to me as I would be the most weirded out by having to play against this is that Honifer list.
Yeah.
And Honifer is a really good player. I am personally familiar with what he has been able to do. This is a list that he sort of incubated and developed. It's one of the scariest things to see is someone who is more familiar with how the matchup is supposed to play out than you are. Very scary thing to deal with. Yakublovich, another immensely good player, a very talented brewer and deck creator. And this deck is a deck that has game into basically everything by design.
Yeah.
I have been incredibly impressed with the play of Yakublovich so far. Just very, very clinical, clean, great reads. I do have a soft spot in my heart for Ongoing Thanos. Ongoing Thanos was the deck that I would have brought to the last Golden Gauntlet. I loved it. A lot of the reasons to play it, though, have been slowly disappearing. So this performance has been incredibly impressive as well. And finally, Roram, I would argue potentially the villain of this bracket with the 34-card Monty all RNG deck.
Yep.
It's a dangerous opponent. We'll see if anyone is able to take him down.
I'm excited to see where these matchups land. Like I said, we have our official breakdown of who's going on who. It's going to be Thesius versus Yakublovich and Honifer versus Roram. We're going to get those matches paired up, set up, and right in front of you in just a moment. So stick around, y'all. We'll be right back. We are back. It is time for the semifinals. We are going to be breaking down each match individually right here, but I just wanted to put this bracket here on the screen so we can see it one last time. This is what has happened so far in the last couple of rounds. We've gone from 16 down to 4, and we are going to start off with Thesius versus Yaku. Any predictions going into this KM?
My gut says that this is a matchup that goes in favor of Yaku. This is a deck that he is almost certainly prepared to win. This is a deck that has Killmonger into an ongoing Thanos. There is just a lot of natural advantage. But more than that, I've been incredibly impressed with the crispness of Yakublevic's play so far. Incredibly. And I think that crispness will bear a fruit in a matchup that can be this technical.
I think that is, for me, it was one of the reasons when, thinking years back when the Sarah control meta was around, for me, it was one of the most difficult metas to try to dive into personally, because when you're playing so, and it's kind of alluded to this earlier, when you're playing so many tech cards, I know a lot of players very much so just want to set it and forget it and say, let me put this down and then you don't have to worry about it. Kind of what we'll call the Luke Cage mindset or the Mobius mindset nowadays. But when you have multiple of these, it just shows the skill of the pilot. And we've talked about this at length, that when you're getting to this round, you're down here to the final 4. We started with thousands of people wanting to participate in some way, shape, or form, and we're down to 4. It's about the pilot and seeing unique decks and different builds, including random builds, as we'll take a look at in the next matchup. I mean, it's just about the skill of these players, and I'm so honored to be able to present this now here in the semifinals and showcase exactly that, because we're about to see an incredibly cheap Mockingbird come down and hit the floor with a strong guy that I don't think really has too much value except for a spectrum target, no?
Well, it's got flex value, in my humble opinion. But I do think that there is something to be said for the concept of Yakublevic's deck being Sarah-less Sarah. And the reason it can afford to be Sarah-less Sarah is in large part due to the power of Zabu and Surge, which, when you have them, are doing a very good simulation of Sarah. These are cards that are going to be getting you similar discounts. What I find notable here is the Mockingbird coming down now before it can fall victim to a Mobius. Yakublevich has a lot of actionable tech, but it has to be timed well.
Yeah. And the timing looks so far so good. He loads up early over into the right-hand lane, not too scared of the big house. The Medusa, the random hub card going down on Yakublevich's side. And on a turn 5 here, I mean, the Wiccan doesn't really show too much value. I think this is just a Thanos drop, no? As we see a Snap come down also.
I wonder about this. There's a world where it's Killmonger, Shang-Chi, right? You drop the Thanos. Thanos almost certainly has to go in the Fenris Wolf lane, because you don't put the Thanos on the left, because if you do, and then they Killmonger Shang-Chi, they bring the Thanos back on the Fenris Wolf lane, you can't have that. So you have to line the Thanos up there. But, I mean, snapping into that potential is dangerous.
I'm trying to think if there's any other way around it, but I honestly, no. You're doing the card count, the equivalent of chip stacking. As he goes ahead and locks it in, they're now in 4-2. Goes ahead and moves the shield over to the left, drops down the Thanos in the mid. Here comes that Killmonger. Called it perfectly. Killmonger's over on the right. One more turn to work with. That Surge making some reinforcement. Here comes a 10 power Gladiator to the left. Ant-Man doesn't stand a chance. And now, with the Mobius being top decked here, is there really enough of anything to keep this safe?
No.
Yeah,
no, there's not. This is an incredibly bad situation. There is, in theory, a pray they don't have Shang-Chi angle where you move the shield to the right and you Spectrum. and you just say, I'm going to win the right by 1 point, and they put every card left. That's not realistic.
At this point in the competition as well, I think both these players know better. Yeah, I think the retreat later is a good call here specifically. I think that's a mechanic that doesn't get utilized enough because I think it confuses a lot of players, understanding when to use retreat later versus when to just straight up retreat in conquest mode. Because in ladder, I feel like there's almost never a time to want to retreat later. But a lot of players will just, from that same reflex, just automatically retreat in conquest mode or in friendly matches. What is your take on retreat later versus retreat now?
There are 0 times where you're supposed to retreat now. You are 100% under every single bit of circumstances supposed to retreat later, no matter what. If you are going to retreat, always retreat later. I retreat now on ladder as a time-saving method because I'm a streamer. If I were optimizing, that's not what you're supposed to do. Retreat later, always. It is always better to retreat later because there is always a chance that they also leave.
You heard it here first. Cambest says rope. Now,
not first. I can tell you that.
All right, let's see. Space Stone drops on down early here. It is a 10-8 lead favoring Yakublovich with a time theater, which creates some very interesting plays here. Interesting, as we have Asgard flip. Is Asgard a location you need to compete for?
Asgard is definitely a location that needs to be competed for in this situation. It's just a question of, is it going to exist? Is that a location that's going to exist, or is it going to get omniversal presenced?
Right.
I think the power of omniversal presence is a large part of why Merlin is good. The other stuff is like sort of more about where his decks are being set up. But omniversal presence specifically is just a very reasonably powerful card. Polymorphing a Surge, it's +2 power. All right.
I mean, really wants to win that lane then if it's not worth it. I think, yeah, I was about to say, this is just go ahead and clog it up into Asgard and hope you get the draws here. Because that'll keep your priority. Mobius is going to slide though, isn't it?
Mobius is going to slide.
Yeah.
This is just why it's so hard to be an ongoing Thanos deck against Killmonger. Like, I was typically an advocate of playing Kyera in ongoing Thanos because of just how bad it is. That Mobius is also terrible because now Thanos costs 6 again, can't be played next turn, but drawing 2 cards, very good.
Oh, and the Mockingbird really wishes for it too. So now you're sitting with 4 6s in your hand.
I mean, this is abysmal, right? Like, the timing of these Mobii from Yakublovich has been stellar.
Mobii?
Every single time. And now this is just we're going to lose to Killmonger again situation. At some point, Thesius is going to have to make a call and say, you don't have Killmonger.
Yeah.
And when that call is made, very likely he's going to lose to a Killmonger.
Yeah. It's just how it's always going to happen. Ah, that's the Destruction Surge reason. It was the Time Theatered card. There's your Killmonger you so lovingly talked about. We're getting a fake dagger into the Thanos in hand too. And now gets the slide over into Asteroid M. I don't see a lane getting filled here for... I
mean, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 on the board. They could play Ant-Man Goliath, make it 6-7. That makes Goliath a 2-8.
You just play Spectrum. Like, any 3s get pulled over to Asteroid M. You just play Spectrum.
Slide over the shield to the right.
Have power
and play Spectrum mid.
You just move the shield to right and play Spectrum left, maybe? Or you just keep the shield where it is and play Spectrum right. Like, there are several options here that are genuinely not that bad.
I mean, but again, as you said also before, there's Omniversal Presence, which could be played down first and absolutely mess with everything too. I think.
Correct. The counting on the Asteroid M thing there. But I am fairly tempted to just go like do the opposite of this play. Leave shield, play Spectrum right. Like, but this is the one that makes sense in the context of we're not getting an Asteroid M Omniversal Presence.
Yeah, because the Merlin would go up 2 potentially as well if they do a toss of like the Surge. Oh no, that would be the energy.
Gladiator's the scary one, is basically the thing. You could, I suppose, just play Spectrum left, get +2 on Dazzler, then +4 from the Spectrum, and then really say everything that matters gets pulled to Asteroid M.
Because we haven't seen a single spell drop, correct?
We've
From
seen
Merlin?
one polymorph.
Oh yeah, that's right. We had the very first polymorph couple of turns back. And yeah, they go ahead. They throw the shield over to the right.
It's the same
Time
amount
is
of
running
points
out.
on the Dazzler. Because you're losing out on points on the Dazzler by doing that.
Running out of time,
it's
locks
just
in with
two
the
less
Spectrum on the left-hand side. They both compete for the left and for the right. Here comes the Gladiator to drop down into the Asteroid M, not worried about the slide. Cosmo comes down, doesn't matter though, because Goliath is going to be able to take it on out. Goes for the polymorph into the Surge, reinforcing it's a 3/7 Wolfsbane. The first appearance of that Wolfsbane you're going to see in this tournament because nobody brought it. Here comes the Power Stone. Here comes the Omniversal Presence. Goes into the Cloning Vats, and Spectrum's going to try to reinforce everything, but 6 over in the right is not enough to take that lane back over. Thesius loses another 2. Yakublovich hanging on 10-6.
I mean, that Wolfsbane is what it came down to, right? The way that works is if that Wolfsbane is a 3-drop with 3 power or less, that's going to be a win for Thesius. With 4 power or more, it's going to be a win for Yakublovich. So Yakublovich was favored on balance there. And the use of the spells to prevent any shenanigans involving that exact situation of all my stuff moves to the left and I can't really contest the right. Again, Yakublovich, clean, clinical play.
Yeah. As Gorgon disappears, Fenris Wolf disappearing from Yakublovich now.
This might have to be a snap from Thesius.
This is a really strong really strong scenario. I think it depends on, honestly, if they can maintain the Wiccan curve. Oh, sorry, no, they have Mobius in hand. No, this is a guaranteed. Yeah, this is a guaranteed moment.
It's just like legally, I think you have to snap this because not only are you doing the Wiccan thing, you are not making yourself infinitely vulnerable to Killmonger, right? Like it's not just the Wiccan stuff. It's that you are never going to have a better shot at this.
There's a snap.
Yep.
Yeah, there's
Like,
such
this is
strong
not a good
equity in
matchup.
this moment. And it's early enough that it's a good moment for Yakublovich to say, I believe in you in that moment. I'm already in a weak position. That's fine. Take the 9-6 lead. With one more, I'm trying to think with the cube equity going into next one. If it goes into 8-6, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So that's a safe retreat for Yakublovich every time.
I don't know about every time because, I mean, you'd rather go into it with 9, right? But it is... Ooh.
Looking at the board,
Can't
that's
get
really
too
nice.
excited, though. There's probably a Mobius in our future.
For both of them.
Well...
Ooh, and there goes Thanos. And there goes Gladiator. Highest power form now gone for both players.
Yeah, it is a... there goes the Wiccan, and now you're just sad. This is kind of the perfect setup to get pinned between Mobius and Killmonger, because it's like, let's invest in the raft. Then by investing in the raft, you set yourself up to lose to the Killmonger.
Right.
If you don't get anything out of the raft, you set yourself up to lose to the Mobius. It's a bad spot.
Yeah, and this is a good snap. For the same reason, using that cube equity in the last round of low stakes, Yakublovich saying, look, yours probably hurt more than mine did in that moment, so I'm going to go ahead and try to force you into 2, and that's going to be a whole extra game if you do commit to it and lose that you're already going to be having to mess around with because of that. Now we're into high stakes, so now you're sitting on a 10-5 lead, Yakublovich over Thesius, and...
9-5.
Sorry, 9-5, excuse me, 9-5 lead, Yakublovich over Thesius, which basically you're saying this is instead 5-3.
I kind of love this snap. Again, it's not like you're actually going to be in an amazing spot because Mind Stone against the Killmonger deck is not phenomenal, but you get the ability to do Mind Stone into multiple stones, which gets you a Mockingbird on the big house. It's as good as you get. In these matchups, when you are this unfavored, you cannot play without taking swings.
Yeah.
You have to take your shots when you can get them. Yakublovich has demonstrated a remarkable amount of restraint.
Yeah.
Not a lot of cope stays from Yakublovich. However, I'm not saying that's going to change, but things get a lot dicier when they're 2 cube to buy in here. And I'm interested. Yeah, here's the same thing. It's a Mind Stone snap. It worked last time.
Yeah.
I am a little concerned by this if I'm Thesius, but I mean, I get it. It worked last time. You might as well try it.
I think the bigger thing to take from this is that it's a nearly guaranteed curve that you can also turn off the cloning vats. So
This
removing
is a
the extra
better
card draw.
hand last
Yeah,
time.
this is a much more well-rounded hand. You might even do a double Power Stone scenario if you want to try and keep ahead on Prio too. Go ahead. There's the Reality Stone. That's all you really needed to hope for in that draw as we get a Mirror Dimension to come on in. And I think this ends up being just get a card draw, keep the curve, drop down 3 stones, like Power Stone Reality over in the left, get double Power Stone because they're still 1/3s, and keep yourself protected. Get down
I gotta
Time
tell
Stone.
you, I don't think that's what it is.
What do
I
you
think
think?
what's supposed to happen here is use the cloning vats to stack up things that do not get Killmongered. Like, my instinct is this is like a world in which we're seriously contemplating dropping like a Goliath on the left and stoning the kiln.
Ooh, the Goliath over on the right, and it hits the Mockingbird, which survives. Big stay with the kiln right there. And a Bifrost with the Dazzler that's going to shift over.
God.
Oh, double kiln, Bifrost. Oh, this has got to feel really good if you're Theseus.
Yes?
Because you've got the protection and the stones also favoring you too.
Well, it's good in large part because we have the ability to Space Stone into a Thanos.
Yep.
But there is still a Killmonger, so you just kind of have to hope that the Killmonger doesn't come down on 5. Plus, Merlin gives fairly unprecedented levels of control here.
I think either way, you're looking so incredibly safe over in Kiln right. Well, right, mirror image. As Omniversal
There's
Presence
the
comes
presence.
in, flips that one into a Monster Metropolis.
Which is now shangable.
Ooh.
The Mockingbird is now shangable. It comes back on the Fenris Wolf.
If it does land in that lane, though, that means the Gladiator also gets the buff. So you're looking at a final turn, Shang-Chi and
Yep.
Rai, and that's a huge moment where does Thanos mid still beats that in the kiln, and they're holding.
Massive swing in favor of Yakublovich there.
Even if they do it, though, I don't think they have a way to actually win that, though, because if they bring it back into the mid and then they drop down Thanos into the mid now, do the Space Stone, correct?
Thanos in the mid Space Stone, and then this is a Shang-Chi, right? With potentially a Killmonger if it's off the top thanks to a Surge. Everything was Zabooed. Everything is looking down the barrel of Zabu and now Surge as well. So if there is a Shang-Chi in hand, it could very easily cost 3 in multiple different ways. Shang-Chi Killmonger will win this game for Yakublovich.
Goes for the extra reinforcement there with the Ant-Man Power Stone. Theseus is saying you don't have it. Going for the straight up you don't have it play. Looking to commit potentially his entire tournament line. Will he go to the finals? Will Yakublovich make it to the finals? I know it's been incredibly clean gameplay up until this moment, but Is it clean enough? Is he making the right commitment? Does Yakublevich think he has enough to knock Thesius out right now?
Because keep in mind, that Shocker was transformed from a Zabu by a Merlin.
Correct, and there we go. 3 cards hit the board onto the far side. Here's your Ant-Man, and here is your Power Stone. Let's see what Yakublevich drops over on the right. It is the Killmonger first. Hits the Killmonger, destroys all of the ones in the lane. Omniversal Presence is going to flip over the Bifrost, turn it into a Krakoa, which is going to give extra power to the Merlin over on the right. And they're going to win the right. They took down Thanos.
Nothing else to say. Just absolutely clinical. Favored matchup.
Wow.
Great use of Killmonger. Didn't even need Mr. Sean Cheese in a game that was perfectly set up to reward Mr. Sean Cheese.
That combination of cards I was not expecting personally. I was not expecting the power switch and then forgetting about how that +2 is going to go over to the Merlin. That's going to give the favoring over here, and it's still going to be enough power. I'm so committed personally as a viewer watching that going, oh, the Shang-Chi is what matters. And I think that's why I cast and don't compete. So I will showcase that gladly and just say, I know as a viewer, I enjoyed that immensely, and congratulations. I mean, Yakublevich now in the finals.
That was likely Yakublevich's most favored matchup remaining in the bracket. And either of the other 2 competitors that don't have massive glaring Killmonger weaknesses are likely to be an even tougher test. That's what Yakublevich is going to have to overcome, and we're about to figure out who that even is as we get ready for Roram versus Honifer.
Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back. We're back into semi, one of those words. I promise you I've done this before. We're back to the semifinals here for semifinal number 2. Let's head over to the gameplay. They just kicked off. Don't want to miss any of this. It is, why don't you walk us through the Monty?
34 card Monty is just a very, people are going to get mad at me for saying this. It's a very cool deck. It is a deck that is premised not on actually having a specific game plan, but on having enough baseline power that it's just going to do something pretty messed up in every game. What that thing that is messed up Great question. No idea.
Yep.
That's your problem, not mine. You figure that out. What I like here is the prioritization of Soulstone for making sure that Thanos will stay alive on a Baxter building if necessary. This could be a Galacta into Thanos into like Juggernaut Wolfsbane type of thing later. And that's what I mean when I talk about this deck. There are a bunch of weird things that could happen. All of them could happen to you. You can't play around all of them. But in the face of consistent power output, it can be very...
Wow.
Great example here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That Legion with a Juggernaut. There could be a Legion on a
scary
Baxter building
combo.
and then a Juggernaut on the left. Like there could be, there's just so much stuff that can happen in these matchups. It's all stuff.
Good way to word it. It's just stuff. And you never know. And Honifer, who's already got a brew in and of themselves, how are you supposed to play around that as you get deep spaced right away over in the left? Oh man. I mean, I don't know if I'm happy or sad about, I'm pretty sure that they're clearly happy. Yes. But like,
yeah. If
wow.
you're Honifer, you're sad about that in large part because one of these decks has a Thanos they're playing into deep space and they just get to do that.
Yep.
That's good for them. And the other one counts a lot on, you know, on reveal effects working and the text of their cards. So yeah, generally speaking, I personally think the matchup is roughly advantaged towards Honifer, but these locations are not what Honifer is looking for.
Yeah, getting the extra power there over from Madripoor as we go to Panopticron, favoring a little bit. Just a tad.
A little bit?
Little bit, just a tad.
Just a little?
Just a tad, okay? Look, I mean, he's got a couple of created cards, no? Just a few?
I mean, this is just, you know, 4-drop on 3, Agamotto on 4, Thanos on 5, Juggernaut or something on turn 6. It's the classic Monty strategy of just guess where the card is. I'm putting cards under hats and you got to figure out what's going on here.
I love the Fanfei play here too, who I think is a very underrated card still, but I love the idea of just Fanfei being there and having that extra little pushover because it's going to continue to gain extra reinforcement on Madripoor most likely, but we do see a single card come down from Honifer, which is the Viper to send over the hood. Not going to be enough. Oh man, they just keep stacking it.
I would say that Fanfei would be a lot more highly rated if she cost 3 and still had 7 power, which is effectively what Rorin played her as here.
Yeah. Very fair.
Yeah, so the Thanos gets dropped into the left. Honifer does not have Mr. Sean Shees. Yeah. And this to me looks like a game that Roram has wrapped up and is not snapping because he believes there to be a chance at a 2-cube win out of it.
Yeah, just secure the cubes as a guaranteed. We have the build here on the screen as well for Honifer. Goes ahead and drops down everything in this and its friends. There's the once in future giving the extra power over to Merlin. And
that's the energy one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, no, that's the energy. I forget it's turn 5. I'm thinking it's the +2. And there's the Omniversal Presence flipping over Murder World, which isn't going to do anything. I mean, it stops the extra +2 in the mid.
12 energy is a lot of energy.
Just a tad.
There's something here, maybe. I just don't know if any of that something beats whatever Juggernaut shenanigans are happening here. I am this is an activate Fanfei to prevent yourself from getting a void sent over kind of angle, right?
2, 3. Yeah. Ooh, swing the Agamotto over.
That's if Fanfei gets activated, right? Because if Fanfei doesn't get activated, that's just a Doctor Strange that goes in the middle.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think they did because Space Stone moves over to the right. I think they did do it. Did they not?
We're gonna find out.
Oh boy, here we go. Drops on down. There's the movement. There's the Space Stone. Juggernaut's going to hit those two out of Panopticon into the Murder World for that contention. The Doctor Strange is going to bring the 13 power Agamotto over into the Murder World as well. So you're competing on 26. An extra 2 Garnish over into this deep space. Agamotto's going to keep that lane in favor of Honifer. Here's a Hawkeye. Kate Bishop followed by Images of Icon. Has nothing else get sent over there. It's a Viper polymorph, which flips to a Phoenix Force. It's not enough power there, unfortunately. And, well, Honifer, unfortunately, 2 cubes down.
That was a very well-conceived Juggernaut there, where it sets up. The only thing that can really get you there is if they send the Void across. If it's like a final turn Sentry Annie kind of thing. But if that happens, you're winning the middle, you're winning the left.
I wonder here. Oh, well, never mind. I was already thinking certain orders, but never mind. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and skip. There you go. Nothing happened. This is the new turn 1, also known as turn 2. And go ahead and get the draw now.
Quantum Realm, actually, I think quite good for Honifer as the deck with scalers in it, and just generally the deck with the ability to play more cards.
Ooh. Citadel gets thrown in as well, trying to pull the Merlin out of there. Could now hit the Surge, neutral in the Quantum Realm. Time Stone hits the reduction, brings down the Mockingbird, the Thanos, brings over the Surge, so neutral play. Goes right immediately and says, nope, I got Agamotto, I'm fine. Ooh.
Snap coming in.
That's from Honifer.
This means like wolf something, yeah? This is like a I'm doing wolf things snap.
I mean, 2 cards hit, very likely. Oh, it's the Agamotto with the reduction as the Yellow Jacket takes a little off of the cap shield.
Okay, I wonder what's happening on the middle. I wonder if there's an Images of Icon happening at some point. Who can say?
I don't know. I have zero idea. Oh, that could be cheeky. Oh, that could be really cheeky.
I don't think we're in the business of. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward here. I'm wondering what the snap is, though. It's starting to weird me out, right? Because like this is.
Is the snap a Sentry combo?
Oh, it's an Annihilus to send the shield over?
It could be. You got 3 cards are dropping. It's not this turn if they're doing it. Wait a minute. Hold on. There's your Shang-Chi to take out the Agamotto out of the Onslaught Citadel. The Winds of Watum's going to smack over the Time Stone into a -3 of Onslaught Citadel. That disappears for now. Here comes the Once in Future, which gets rid of the shield to get the extra energy going into the final turn. Takes a 2-0 lead in the middle lane, and the Temporal Manipulation puts the Agamotto at 13 power into the hand.
Gets it back off the Shang-Chi! Is this a... I mean, surely this isn't a Legion mid angle. Yes? Surely not.
I mean, I'm for it, personally.
I don't think it possibly can be.
There's no ongoing that's really hitting negatively here. So, into that lane, right?
I think the worry is just if they play Agamotto on the right lane and then cards in the middle, I don't think there's a win. You could play Thanos right. You go Thanos right, Power Stone
even if they
left.
had done that, if they played Legion into the mid, followed by the Power Stone, if they had played the Agamotto into the right, it would have reduced.
Yeah. Maybe the Legion play plays. This is the thing about this deck is like you're always gonna have some ability to like, what's my scam this game, you know?
Yeah. All of the opening animations to kick off every round, just for giggles, and a very key Enchantress right now.
Ooh. Okay. That matters a ton because Thanos is the reason this deck can exist. It always starts in your hand. This deck scales off of that a massive, massive, massive amount because it can play it on turn 5 with that extra piece of energy. It's just an incredibly important part of this, and losing that means there is a lot less beef in this deck for Roram right now.
I mean, it would have been down on 4, which is even scarier.
This Asgard is going to be pretty crucial because Roram is going to need the numbers here. Roram's going to need those cards to matter. And that once in future means that there could be like any number of big things coming down on this Asgard right now.
Is this a Soul Stone Images moment then into the mid to get the drop? To get the draws?
I don't believe so, because you're very afraid of getting the acid arrowed. You don't want to put a third thing anywhere.
This is true. As they end up going for the Sentry, so Asgard's going to go in favor of Honifer and pulls over the basic arrow into the danger room as well. Get the activation over in the Sokovia lane. This is a very...
To me,
very favorable.
If this is ladder, what happens is Honifer snaps here and Roram retreats. Yeah.
I promise he is not seeing this in advance from all of you. That was just a perfect read scenario, knowing both of these players and knowing both of these decks. Yeah.
That's just what happens every single time, because it's like, all right, they just drew 2 cards. They've probably got an Annihilus. You don't beat it.
They have to at this point.
You just don't have a chance at beating an Annihilus. So you're just sitting there, they snap, and you're like, yeah, okay, I don't beat an Annihilus, and then you leave.
Juggernaut in hand again, looking for maybe some double shenanigans with the images of Icon.
The Eliath, man. The hand of Eliath Juggernaut is just like, all right, well, play around that. Like, you know, like parry this, you casual. That's sort of what this deck feels like right now.
And Honifer's got to feel a little bit of pressure as well, because Crimson Cosmos, I think, more so is going to be favoring Roram.
I think, you know, generally maybe. Yeah, so Honifer does not have Mr. Shang-Chi in his deck. So this is going to be a 16 power, basically uncontestable destroyer for 4 cubes if he stays.
Good move.
Yep.
Good move. Good move. That's a scary location almost all the time, especially when you're then also cleansing out the ninja out of the equation. Oh boy. Okay. So take a look at the state, right? It is 7-5. Small favor here. Fire Hair, Captain Marvel, and an immediate snap.
Snap in from Honifer, which to me is, I have Sam Wilson, I'm filling up this white hot room on 3.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where it goes.
Yeah. And on 4.
I saw that pixie and it was like, all right, it's time.
Do it.
Yeah, like...
Do it.
No Sam Wilson. Oh!
Oh, that is... do you push the extra cube in? Do you push Honifer in here?
Oh, I think you think about it really hard.
I think you do. He's hovering over it.
Well, now you don't, because now it's just, we're done here. That Captain Marvel's really interesting, because enough power left. This feels like it'd be pretty impossible for Honifer to win. I'm very confused by the snap. If this wasn't going to be a white hot room by,
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to look at that and say TVA won that game. And it kind of did, but I'm not sure what that snap was if it wasn't, I'm getting white hot room on 3 with a Sam Wilson.
All right, so now we're officially entering potential comeback mode. It has to be 4 straight games from Honifer to try and make it into the finals. Otherwise, Roram makes it in.
Notably, Roram, Yakublevic's only loss in the Swiss in round 1.
Victoria hand after the Agent 13 and the Snow Guard in hand. There's a lot of good things happening right now favoring them.
This is going to be a tough ask if you're Honifer.
Goes ahead and drops Snow Guard into the left and Baku into the mid. Merlin starts throwing the spells into Honifer's hand. What do we top deck as an Altar of Death comes down with that Hawk? Pauses to create the delay for both Altar of Death and Oscorp Tower. And the Werewolf by Night now makes this a lot more interesting with the Altar of Death again.
I am amazed by the sheer volume of cards that are creating cards with this randomly generated Victoria. Yeah. There is an Agent 13 that made a Snow Guard, a Sentinel that's making a Sentinel. It's incredible.
And with Prio on Roram's side, the Void is relatively clear to land over in Roram's side of the board, no?
Yeah. I mean, if there's an Annihilus here, it's happening.
Yeah. Ooh, not yet, though. Not yet, though. They drop down 3 cards. Here comes all the extra energy with the bolts, and then the Sentinel into the Altar of Death, so it's going to be an extra 5. So 11. Followed by Surge. Moves over to the Werewolf over into the mid. Then over into the left, you get the Winds of Watum, who's going to take the Agent 13 into the middle lane, brings the Werewolf by Night back over into the Oscorp Tower, and then Monster Metropolis has a once and future, gets rid of that Surge, gets even further energy, and it's just an energy battle, really, at this point. They're not even going for cubes. They're just going for, I have more energy than you because I have 13 and you have a boatload. So good luck.
It's 13-8 on energy right now.
Oh.
Yeah. What else can you say? It's 13-8 on energy. That's certainly a statement. Note that both Snow Guard and the Hawk get buffed by Victoria Hand. However, also note that an Annihilus will still win that lane.
I think the Winds of Watum was being considered to maybe try to defend a little bit further, but here we go. There's your Polymorph. Is going to take the Void, turn it into a Spider-Man 2099, brings the Werewolf over into the right-hand side. The Annihilus doesn't flip anything over, just adds extra power in there. Here's the Omniversal Presence, flipping the middle lane into a Wakanda. The Werewolf is going to just hang out there. Merlin goes up another 2 power, and the Omniversal Presence again over into the Oscorp Tower, which is now a Sinister London, and the Werewolf by Night goes over to the left, and the extra power is going to happen because you're going to see the Juggernaut stay, going to go back over into the right-hand side. The Sentinel makes another copy over into the hand. It's going to duplicate over into the right. There's your extra +3, but then add it on top of it when you've got a Victoria Hand and all of the duplicates, and that's going to hang on for dear life. Roram.
Important note there. The copy of the Sentinel does not get the V-Hand buff.
No, it's not created.
The Sentinel itself was created in hand. The copy was created by Sinister London. If it had, it would have been a win by 1 point for Roram in that game.
Oh, that was a nail biter. Both players looking at the final flip going, no way, no way, no way, no way. And we keep going.
We win.
That's the first one.
Lose.
Wow.
Oh, if it was possible to snap, I bet Honifer might have snapped that. Unfortunately, Roram has 2 answers to it.
Oh boy. Here's the Reality Stone. Flip over the sandbar into a Kamartage, which is very interesting. Very interesting right now.
Oh, that's Storm. I can see the future. I can see the future. I know exactly what's happening.
Everybody's
here.
Together. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Oh, we know. Oh my gosh. With the Reality Stone already used?
No one would ever play around the second thing.
No. Yet alone, you could do it 3 times with the Absorbing Man. Throw it down in there too. Throw Absorbing, the Storm over in Mojo World, followed by Absorbing Man into Bar with No Name. You could. It could happen.
Storm Mojo. I think you're getting a little lost in the sauce. We're gonna want to play.
I like the sauce. Let's go. Come on. Here's the sentry into Bar with No Name now, giving a favor over to Honifer as he gets 2 voids.
Oh, come on!
What is being drawn this? How many location chances and changes could we make?
This cannot be happening.
Oh my goodness. They could, you know what? There's an even scarier world where they could have just quaked left and then stormed and still stole it in different ways. You get the double proc of the Kamar Taj. Oh man, those quakes are scary. You could even do a triple move. Oh my. Okay, so what do you do? What do you do?
This.
2, 3, 17, 16, 15. Yeah.
This. You do this.
Oh, wow.
I'm just praying that Honifer is like, it's cool. He's gonna blow up the bar. It's time
Here
for me
they
to
go.
annihilate this.
Winds of Watum drops down first, takes the Elsa Bloodstone, shares it over at a -1 into Kamar Taj, lowering that value even further. As we know what's going to happen in just a moment, though, because here comes the Grapple Arrow, followed by the Agamotto and Bar with No Name, which goes back to refill up the Mojo World over onto the left. Into the Kamar Taj lane now, we flip over a Demon and a Surge for 24 power, but wait for it, y'all. Just wait for it. Here comes the Juggernaut to take the Grapple Arrow over to Bar with No Name, and then the one and only Quake. Flipping those 2 locations at the very end there and bringing the favor back over to Roram. 32 card Monty brings it all the way to the finals. What is happening in the world of MarvelSnap?
That is, I mean, that is a perfect encapsulation of what that deck is. It's not doing the same stupid thing twice, ever. It's doing something completely new as a way to scam you out of games. Whether that be, and you can see it there. Oh, Bar with No Name? Okay, Reality Zone, Storm, Absorbing Man, Quake.
Yeah.
A million different ways to just ruin your entire life and everything you've worked for. None of them in the deck.
Yeah, none.
That is what that deck has done, which brings us to a finals rematch. Yakublovich versus Roram. These players played in round 1 and Roram won. But since then, Yakublovich has been on an absolute tear.
Yeah.
What will the finals hold for us in this matchup of perhaps the most restrained and thought out deck building in the form of what Yakublovich has brought versus the maximalist, unrestrained shenanigans of Roram's deck? We're going to find out.
Right after the break, I think, right? Yeah, works for me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is time for the finals. We have made it. We've gone from thousands down to 2. And it could not be the most polar opposites of the deck building spectrum. Would you agree?
I think that on the whole, I would generally agree, but if you zoom out a little bit, you could very easily say, you know, okay, what are these finals? Loki versus Arashep. Both players are willing to invest in not being predictable, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Loki is bringing to Yakublevic's list. This is a deck that has a lot of baseline power, a very disciplined deck for a very disciplined player. And that is a very powerful thing to bring to bear. But in Conquest, you're going to want a little bit of RNG. Roram going the other direction entirely. Mr. Pixel Guy himself has gone all RNG. Play around this. Good luck.
So with a Madripoor on the board, already starting to scale that Merlin over in the left and the Sandbar over on the right, Yakublevich has got to be feeling pretty good as a starting point, knowing the restriction that this will probably present. At least in the first 3 turns.
Well, yes. The thing is that turn 1 Loki is generally very valuable into RSM decks because the cards they actually put in their deck are pretty good, especially when you're discounting them. However, thanks to that third location, we're not discounting them. Sandbar over there, but there is still a lot of advantage to be had here for Yakublevich. I'm wondering, one of the things I've noticed about Yakublevich's play so far, just a lot of consistent low cube games. I'm wondering what it would take to get Yakublevich to feel confident enough to start aggressively snapping in this matchup.
You know, it's an interesting world we live in when you start seeing Arashim as a 7-cost card getting dropped down on turn 4. You know, it's an interesting moment.
Yeah.
And we go into seeing a snap from Yakublevich's side with the Fenris ready to hit.
Right? Like, right. Like, this is -10 on the left, +10 on the middle. It is what it is. You can't make this play and not snap it. And I think that's just a correct way to approach this game.
This is going to be an absolutely chaotic final, looking at how both, and we're going to go back and forth between different perspectives here throughout this entire matchup. But I wanted to showcase with Yakublevich and the amount of control that he's had to get to this point, to officially say, I have a, like you said, a Sarah-less Sarah control, and I have the discipline to play it cleanly. I'm curious to see how Roram responds to that type of known consistency as well.
Consistency is sort of the enemy of Roram's deck, where it's usually able to do something, but what it's able to do might not hold up against someone doing consistent output. Really interesting spot here where there's a Loki potential, there's polymorph potential, there's get Mobius down potential. It's very likely that one of the spots on the mid lane is going to be where Galacta ends up going, because that power needs to get onto the left. So for that reason, you might want to save a little bit of space in the middle. A turn 3 Galacta is a little better than a turn 4 Galacta.
I'm not concerned about the right with Lechugia and any of the rocks. Take the stacking of the Agony. Ooh, especially when you got a rescue that can sit. And that means you've probably already pulled everything you need in your hand. You've got the advantage when it comes to energy, so you're probably playing strong into it. I like the Killmonger play here. Try and take advantage of maybe getting rid of that Agony early. I'm not sure. Anytime I see the Omniversal Presence, I'm trying to think of every combo of what can you do with this at that point. But I'm surprised they're also not looking to play down the Fenris on this turn to prepare for a potential Shang-Chi shenanigans.
I do wonder about that, because if I'm Roram here, the thing I'm thinking is Thanos, right? It's probably like a Thanos in the middle. So if Fenris somewhere else, I mean, it looks like I was wrong about that. Valentina.
Goes ahead and takes the Agony stack into the Lizard, and the Star-Lord's going to convert over in Necrotia also. Here comes the Galacta to reinforce that Killmonger, which removes the Soul Stone from the board. And when you follow up with Loki just because, and then the once in future, you're sitting on that. I'm assuming this means Omniversal's going down, or they're just a full throw on that.
What's the draw? A Thanos would be kind of good. Oh, that's not enough.
That does not feel good. That's.
I'm surprised this is a stay.
Oh,
also, I'm surprised the first card played is
Lizard's Shang-Chiable, though.
That is true.
Lizard would be Shang-Chiable.
In order to do that, they have first thing that has to happen here. The buff probably has to go somewhere else, because if you Omniversal first, that'll eat your Galacta buff. So it could be Valentina Omniversal Shang-Chi, or you could give up on the buff entirely.
I mean, you could polymorph the Merlin into a 3 cost,
polymorph
no?
the Shang.
Ooh.
This I really like. I really like. I don't know about the Valentina play. I think this might just be a give up buff angle, because doesn't this lose to point of power mid?
Singular, correct?
Well,
yeah,
5, because there's 2 Omniversals coming down to buff your Merlin, but 2, it loses 3, 5,
to
card.
No, singular mid. Card, but yeah. No, I mean, that's
that's a smart retreat.
Having all of the spells, it pays off in certain ways, but then you've got these moments and you're going, not quite so sure about that, are we?
Yeah, it's definitely an awkward situation to find yourself in, but once again, just a disciplined retreat. I think a lesser player would have thrown away a cube there, an extra cube, and ended up losing. Seduced by the coolness of being able to turn off that location and play the Shang-Chi and turn it into a 5-drop. It's a really cool play. Yeah. It's the kind of thing that tricks people into staying in games, but it did not trick Yakublovich.
So both players shaving off 1 cube. And we open up with a generated Sabretooth. Jessica Jones.
That's a really helpful
Morbius.
Location for Yakublovich.
Yeah.
Getting that down a turn early while the Arshem player just plays the same 4-drop they would have already played. Really, really, really meaningful. Looks like a setup for an Images of Icon on the right here.
Simple conflict. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing underneath, yeah, perfect.
Oh, love this.
Being able to float it.
That is just a fascinating play, right? You set up to go to 30 on the right lane. It can't be. This is another one of those. Like, it's a really cool play. I would do it. I would do this. This Power Stone Images of. Oh, it's such a cool play. I would have been tricked into staying there for sure.
I'm trying to think. What is the congestion in mid in any way? Is there? Or is there? Better question. Is there a congestion in mid?
I don't know. My instinct is I personally think that play would have worked. Okay, this is a monstrous draw from Roram. Yeah. Based on everything I've seen from Yakublovich, this will be a retreat. If it is a stay, their hand would be incredible.
Oh boy.
Loki turn 1, Surge turn 2 is kind of my thought process on staying this.
Oh, no. Okay, just start the spell work. Maybe Merlin into Werewolf early. Ooh, that's a dangerous moment right there.
absurd. Space Stone has to come down later in order for Thanos to be a viable card, because otherwise it gets Killmongered. So it has to be like a surprise Space Stone.
Or goes ahead, takes the Surge, wins a Watum, converts correctly, hits onto the Mobius down to the -2, swings an advantage.
So this is the Space Stone turn then,
Ooh.
right? No. Maybe? No! You can't do that because you lose the super flow. The thing is...
No, that steals Jotunheim though, doesn't it? Because he wants the Mockingbird reduction. So it's just stack heavy into the super flow on 5 with Space Stone, Mockingbird, etc. Or try to get the Mockingbird essentially for free.
I think what's happening here is a setup for, ideally, Venom Mockingbird Space Stone next turn. That's what I think is happening.
As the Enchantress comes down, undoes the magic of Mobius. Helps to secure a little bit of a lead there. Jotunheim's gonna... Oh, the Reality Stone, big here. What does it flip to? Monster Metropolis. Gladiator takes it down.
Away the Venom, so that takes away the whole thing.
Oh man. Take the singular Venom. That'll bring it to 9.
Is the idea then throw Prio so there's nothing stopping you from Thanosing mid?
Aranya. Play the Space Stone, activate Aranya, drop the Thanos over to the right. Over into the mid that way, because it opens it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting aspect of this to keep available to you, for sure.
Ooh, Wiccan does the flip over, and here comes the Fenris.
Wiccan, Fenris currently will bring back an Enchantress.
Nothing to sneeze at. And it hits the free stone.
It's Galacta. No? No, yeah. Wait, hold on. Isn't it Galacta here? And then you have 7 energy next turn. Mockingbird costs 2, and you get to play Thanos and Mockingbird?
I don't know, but instead they decide to go down Surge against the once and future over into Monster Metropolis, amps up that the energy just because.
Oh!
And Savage Land drops down to drop Raptors over into the right. It keeps
that is a
one
huge
space
deal.
Open there. Here comes the Mockingbird.
The Fenris can't win that now. Is there a card in the deck that wins this for Yakublovich?
Shadow King. No, but they don't have a. They don't run Shadow King. No.
Shadow King would do it? No, it'd be
Yaku does not run Shadow
King.
King.
It also wouldn't win. Go to 14, right?
3, 3, 6, and 1, 13.
Yeah.
3. Yeah, it'd be short by 1. You're right. Oh, wow. I don't know what wins it over on the right.
I don't know that there's a card in the deck.
Gwenpool doesn't. And we get the
happening?
snap. I don't know what's happening, but I think I'm just as confused.
Can you pull up the deck? I need to see.
Is there Killmonger moments?
Killmonger, bring back.
I know, I'm doing the math too. I'm like, No, Killmonger doesn't do.
I'm not seeing it. I don't know what it is.
What is happening here? What are we missing? I don't know what just happened there. I cannot wait to go back and review this because I want to figure out what both players knew that we didn't. Chat's probably going to go crazy about this too. Wow. Okay. All right, let's reset.
I'm definitely still staring at that game, trying to figure out what was going on.
I know. I am too. That will. We're gonna each be breaking that down later separately, trying to figure that out. But I cannot wait to. I'm probably just straight up ask him afterwards, because there was something there that we were missing. Because that was an unprecedented move on both players' ends that we were not prepared for. And you know what? Maybe they just didn't want it to be that moment. They didn't want it to come down to 4 cubes or 8 cubes here in the finals. They're competing for 20,000 collector's tokens and, sorry, correction, 20,000 gold. 30,000 collector's tokens, if I remember correctly. Prod will help us in the background get that final tally. But my gosh, very difficult choice. Yeah, that was correct. 30,000 tokens and 20,000 gold. Mobius dropping down again over into the Hell's Kitchen. Let's reset. Let's regroup, everybody. All right, let's recover. Let's regroup. Let's figure out what we want to do here. Even my dog is freaking out right now, saying, I don't know what to do right here. I'm going to go say hi, world. Yes, thanks. Can you go over here? Because we need to figure out what's going on.
Very interesting space here where playing any of the big guys will result in them getting a Galacta buff, but because of them getting a Galacta buff, they will also end up being a little bit Shang-Chi-able.
Yeah. A little bit?
A lot.
Yeah. Looks for the reinforcement. Just stack the Dark Dimension, making confusing. Going for the point total over in negative. That would throw 9 plus 3, 15, minus 3, back down to 12. So make it a 10 all by itself.
Some gladiator risk here.
Into the mid?
If this is the play. Whatever lane... I almost wonder if Thanos wouldn't be better on the right. Where... I'm very unsure there's actually...
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's talking about hoping the Gambit hits the Wolverine to steal some extra power onto the right. That'd drop another 4. That's what he's playing down. He's taking the 1 and 3.
If that's what was happening, the Space Stone needed to be played after the Gambit. Yeah, now he's thinking with portals here. You know, this is where Thanos actually has to go if he doesn't want to get the end of Avengers Endgame happen to him. Maybe the Gambit can clutch it out. It's like, there's severe gladiator risk that isn't happening. Now it's all about the middle, the Gambit.
There's the Killmonger to reduce out a little further. It's still 12-6 over in the left. It's a Killmonger
Look
surge,
at that mouse on that Galacta.
followed by Mockingbird at 10 into the Dark Dimension. Agamotto flips, followed by the Space Stone. The power continues to rise. Here comes the Joaquin Torres and the Gambit, which hits the Wolverine. And it hits in the right. It hits in the right. He steals it with the Wolverine hitting the 1 and 4 combo. Oh,
this is peak MarvelSnap. Yeah, that Miss Marvel reaction is
well earned.
Roughly correct.
Well earned.
Exactly how
Miss Marvel.
everyone feels if something like that happens to them.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That was
also,
a
did you catch
4Q
Roran
move
scrolling
right
over to
there.
the Moon Knight emotes? Scrolling over to the Captain Marvel. Fair enough.
Absolutely
I mean,
insane.
That is You know what the worst part is? It's not even the craziest thing Rorem has done in the last 2 games.
This is true.
It's just
Shenanigans.
It's just a very hard thing to play around.
Yeah, nothing but solid shenanigans.
One of those has to go left. Guess not.
Says it's fine.
Oh wait, yeah, 4 energy. It's fine. I'm fairly interested in hold on now.
We've got the bolts. So you fill
My
next
instinct would
turn.
be go Jean Grey Soulstone left into Thanos left.
Maybe you just don't want to overcommit into it quite yet, knowing that you can take Thanos elsewhere outside of Jean and help secure Genosha.
True. But we want to fill up that raft.
Unless if you're scared of Mobius. So yeah.
You are scared of Mobius, but you still got to fill up that raft so that they don't fill up that raft. Yeah. It's much less about that and much more about. See, like the thing is, the Soulstone wants to be protected really badly. So what's happening here is, in order to keep the Soulstone alive, it has to go in the middle. So what's really happening is it's a punish for playing Mind Stone, Time Stone, not on the raft. Is what's happening here. Remarkable.
All right. Start simple. Smithsonian Museum. Start laying down the ongoings over in the left.
Mockingbird's a big buff to the power of this deck, but not if it's only stones against a Thanos gamer.
Yeah.
Chimichanga might just be 2 points on the board that discounts something. Yeah. That might just be what it has to be there.
Especially if you hit the images of Icon as well. You can just flip it later, so I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, this looks like a solid Mockingbird middle angle to me.
I mean, images getting hit specifically, I think is a huge hit by the Icebox as we get flipped over to Panopticon for Roram.
Transform the location that helps your stones into a location that helps your stones more. Awesome. Legion Panopticon, perhaps?
I mean, considering the push in here, yeah.
Yeah.
Goes ahead, throws it on down, reinforces the Chimichanga in the process as Yakubovic drops Galacta and a Chimichanga at 7
That's
power.
Awesome.
That is an XL version.
It's amazing. What I'm kind of wondering about is, you know that Images of Icon is created cards, right? Like, I'm kind of sitting here looking at an Images of Icon winning basically any of these lanes.
Yeah.
Just, we'll need it to do multiple things. Valentina Warpath, Valentina in the deck, Warpath not.
Valentina
so only
drops,
one Panopticon
pulls
buff.
a Rulk. Rulk
Well,
gets
that's a really big guy.
And here comes the Fenris. Once in future, tosses away the Surge. It's already got the benefit that it needs. Here comes the Killmonger to clear out the Space Stone. So this could be it right here. This could be it. This is the final 3 cubes if Yaku stays.
The issue is, if, like, with priority, there's like a pretty obvious location to play a big guy. Red Hulk is 10 off the Panopticrons and is vulnerable to a Shang, which means you have to play a mid.
And that's the direction he's
looking. Otherwise, they double up on the Shang Wolf.
The created card that
think
ends
it
up
might
being
be
5
Nakia
and a
right.
left.
Interesting.
Thinking about where the Galacta buff is going to go.
This is all fascinating. The middle is the thing about the middle here is the Fenris Wolf gets back a the stone that died. It gets back a 5 power Power Stone on that Panopticon.
Does Yakublevich commit? Roram has locked in. Yakublevich using every second of the timer, trying to figure out if this is worth the tournament.
I would imagine.
And they go for it. Here it is. Nakia drops down into Panopticon over on the right-hand side, and the Rolk drops down for 10 power into the mid. The Gladiator comes in. It's going to pull out the Reality Stone, which draws into Rickety Bridge. The right lane's gonna get destroyed as Shang-Chi whiffs. Fenris pulls back a Power Stone, which comes back for 5. It's a 10-8 power differential in the tiebreaker. Yakublevich is hanging on.
Gladiator. An absolute stud. That was unbelievable.
What?
Gladiator pulling Reality Stone, which would have lost Roram the game full stop by taking away the created card buff, instead sends it to a tiebreaker that Roram still loses because all of the energy was used up. That was a game that was a Red Hulk proc away from being the other way.
Yeah. Okay. We're down 3-3. Round 8.
If you're Roram looking at this turn 3 Galacta, are you just snapping?
If he has something better to play into it than the Enchantress, yeah. I think it really depends on what you draw.
Now. He's got a turn 3 Galacta.
You're gonna have the advantage there,
yeah.
But you're also leaving yourself out in the open then, so.
Yeah, it is absolutely shangable.
Ooh.
That's got to advantage Yakublevich.
At this point, I mean, if Los Diablos hits Raft.
Sure.
I think that's how Roram's basically going to play this out. Saying, you will not beat me in Hala. I'm going to drop Thanos left. Yakublevich trying to hope for that Los Diablos to go left. Here's the Zabu, the Fenris Wolf, and the Galacta. The rockets land. Oh, and it misses the Raft.
Goes left.
Committing the Fenris into Raft seems a little scary.
It's kind of what you have to do. The question here is there a world where this is just Eliath? And then you rely on what? Wrong direction?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wrong card. I think it was just a wrong pull. I'm thinking the same thing too. Like, what? Because that would be a prio right there if they play nothing in Raft.
This is going for prio into Image's Juggernaut?
Or just straight up Eliath, because if the Surge lands into the Raft, then they've won that lane and they Eliath in the left.
Card. They're going to get a Raft card.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they are going to get the free Raft.
Oh, that's so risky. My instinct is what's supposed to happen here is I kind of think you might just be supposed to be Eliathing the right.
He's going to let him take the Raft card as the Winds of Watum turns the Surge into a -3, reveals the 9-powered Enchantress now, and Gwenpool clogs the Raft the rest of the way.
That is...
And re-clears a spot in the lane with the Killmonger. Oh boy.
It's Juggernaut, but you don't need to put the buff on it.
It's just bringing back a stone, correct?
It is just bringing back a stone right now. 1 power stone.
Gives the fist bump, says that he's going to go for it. Thinking about the stone that can come on back. And what is the free card from the Raft? Double, triple checking the destroyed card count to see what's going to get regenerated. He's gonna go for the Juggernaut Shang-Chi 1-2 combo.
I mean, he's up 8 on the middle. He's gonna be winning the right lane. He's gonna be looking at a 12 power advantage. What is happening here?
That's a scary thought with this amount of time left on the clock. Figuring out every possible combination. Which one goes first? Which one gets the buff? He's going to put the puff over to the Shang-Chi and locks it in. And here we go. This is it.
Oh my God.
Galacta
is it actually
hits
a Doctor
the Shang-Chi for 6 power and the Juggernaut whiffs over in there. The Galactus for 8 power does nothing. Here comes the Merlin, followed by Shang-Chi, which also whiffs. The Fenris Wolf brings back the Time Stone. And Yakublovich goes down. Roram has just won Golden Gauntlet II.
Unbelievable play there. The Galactus being such a middling outcome from the Raft. People expect 6 drops to be massive, huge, gigantic. That was a pretty big guy, but it was nothing special.
Yeah.
And Roran, the Juggernaut to lock down the right lane, going over the top of that Time Stone, and then that setup for that play on the previous turn with the Winds Enchantress. Winning a Raft game is just one of the more impressive things I've seen this deck do. And frankly, it did come down to that Raft. A bigger 6-drop, a Hulkling, for example, would have taken that left lane for sure.
Who would have thought a couple of days ago when we announced the event, opened it to the world, that a deck with 34 cards in it was going to take down the Golden Gauntlet?
I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I probably would have said it was a contender. I don't know. Like, this is not. I don't know.
I'll tell you right now, it was not on my bingo card. It was not on my bingo card. This is a game focused around 12 deck slots, and this just proves that, you know what, you can go ahead and only have a certain amount of card draws. That's fine, but energy, I think, is what the name of the game is. And that's what has really kind of been proven by this, having that energy advantage, whether it be the Surge, whether it be, and not just in this deck, whether it be the Surge, whether it be the Loki, whether it be messing with it with the Mobius, whether it be energy cheat. The game is currently about your management of energy. And if you have more of it, of course, you're always going to have a lot more flexibility, but it's also knowing what to do in that moment. And the randomness that you see from these Airshim builds that are incredibly popular as well across the meta now are going to rise in popularity once again as well, because we've just seen it take down Golden Gauntlet II.
Yeah, just like as a person, I am sort of tempted to like prefer the deck building style of someone like Yakublovich. But what the deck that Roran brought does is weaponize information. We've talked about weaponizing information on the last Golden Gauntlet, sort of what my friend BU++ was doing with his Pixie deck. This deck has a similar dynamic. Not only does it have extra energy, so it puts you in weird situations, it uses that extra energy well, and most importantly, it is surprising. It is very difficult to play around. It is hard to understand what it is that you are supposed to do in the face of it. I was very impressed with Yakublovich's ability to respond to the things that were happening. Eventually, it seems like what just happened was there was one scam too many. And this is a deck that it's really important to note. In battle mode, one of the most important things you can have is proprietary information. Open decklist tournaments mean that people will know exactly what to play around. We saw that bite Honifer when Roram played him and was just totally willing to run out big guys knowing there was no Shang-Chi to play around. We saw how differently he had to play when there was a Shang-Chi to play around. And we saw how hard it was for everyone to play around what Roram was doing, because the greatest swordsman in the world doesn't fear the second greatest swordsman in the world. He fears the one who doesn't know what he's doing, because that's the one that's hard to predict. And that is the ethos of this deck. Roram, on the other hand, is an excellent pilot. So you have a sort of drunken master type thing going on that this deck is really bringing out of him.
And all of the praise has been more than well earned and deserved over 2 days of climbing their way. And let it also be known, Roram made the top 16 as an 8-2. So clawed their way back, battling down Titans to, literally in this case, to take down the entire field and walk home with first place, the exclusive title, the 30,000 tokens, the 20,000 gold, the borders, the variants, everything in between, an absolute plethora going to them courtesy of Second Dinner. So KM, we did it again, man. We did it again.
I've got one more thing to say here, which is Roram, a representative, in my mind at least, a place that I first met Roram, was the official MarvelSnap Discord.
Yes.
And Honifer as well, and many other very good players that are in this tournament right now. I myself sort of evolved as a content creator out of that, and I feel like I would be remiss not to mention that. That is a connective tissue of many players at this moment.
Yeah.
And I do think that as much praise as I have heaped on Roram for correctly, because it's not just that you have to, it's not all upside. You still have to figure out what to do with all of these cards that you did not prepare to have in your hand. Very talented player, very good run, incredibly, incredibly deserved. I do think it's worth shouting out Yaku here as a player with literally 2 losses in the tournament, both to Roram. Just an unbelievable run from them as well.
Absolutely, like just the amount of unpredictable gameplay that I got the privilege. I feel like it was honestly a privilege to be able to watch and be able to try to react to live here in these moments. It is what makes MarvelSnap to me the game that it is, because we are both in agreement that the 13th card, or in this case the 35th card of every deck, are the locations, and being able to mitigate that also is incredibly valuable. And we saw that throughout the entire tournament. We saw it here in the finals as well. And Yaku, absolutely fantastic showing as well. All of our top 16 are going home today with prizes from Second Dinner as well, a variety of different tokens and variants and gold and everything in between. But Yaku, just want to say thank you so much for showcasing some amazing gameplay. I think it's also worth noting with Roram and this deck and this gameplay in particular, Roram was occupied during a majority of this tournament.
Correct.
Roram just took down the entire field while out playing mobile, experiencing life, and doing other things, and still snapping in the process. Absolutely wild to think that they were not the entire time, minus, as you saw, the final match, which worked out brilliantly. They were able to come on down and we were able to see the gameplay. They were out in the world with their family and friends and doing other things at the same time. Because I don't want to dox anything, but I know for a fact they were occupied, and that will be talked about outside of this broadcast too. They were playing mobile, another mobile gamer minus the final where they just wanted to showcase the full screen. Like, absolutely insane to see gameplay happen literally, not just anywhere in the world, but anywhere. And I cannot wait for this conversation to erupt that a mobile player over a 2-day once again won the Golden Gauntlet.
I think you could very reasonably call this a blessed run from Roram.
That's
for sure.
a fair way to word it. That is an absolutely fair way to word it.
I really can't say enough good things about the player and about the deck choice. This may be... it's a little funny, right? Like, in the format where Thanos was the villain, Thanos didn't win the tournament. Thanos gets nerfed, and now a Thanos deck wins the tournament.
Yeah.
But this really is far from a Thanos deck. This is a deck that is built for these week 1 metagames. Everyone else is still trying to figure out their perfect 12. Yeah. Although you did mention the 13th card or 35th card. To me, I think Roram's 35th card was pretty clearly Quake. That was a play... Yes. I could hear Ben Brode laughing in the distance on that Quake play. I could hear all of it, but it's the duality of this deck, right? Sometimes the perfect thing happens, and then other times you have to beat someone by giving up the raft and setting up a juggernaut. Like that play, the turn 5 setup with the Enchantress and the Winds was so high level. I cannot stress that enough. And so you get the duality of it. On the one hand, randomly generated Quake, lull, -19. On the other hand, this. And that is sort of the duality of this game. So yes, Ben Brode somewhere laughing hysterically. You could hear him if you listen close enough.
This is true. This is true. He's constantly laughing here. Whenever there's rocks involved or a Quake involved, 100%. Yeah, just if you put your ear to your phone, you can. It's like a seashell. You can hear Ben Brode laughing. So, KM, it is time. It is time that we say adieu. And I'm going to let you take the floor first because it has been one heck of a tournament over the last couple of days.
Massive shout outs to our entire top 16. Huge shout out to the winner, Roram, and the runner up, Yakublovich. A masterful performance from both of them. A masterful series of games, in my humble opinion. I've been caught off guard by a lot of things, but being caught off guard by the plays being made that consistently, I am very impressed with everyone I watched today. I have been KM Best. He has been It's Guest Gaming. Apparently, according to the chat, we're called KM Guest. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm not upset about it. Not upset about it either. I think it's got a nice little ring to it. But
it plays.
In case if for some reason the community doesn't know where to find you, where can they find you?
Twitch.tv, KMBestMS, and on YouTube, KM Best in a Snap. Those are the main places you're going to see my face again.
And for those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. Thank you so much for being here for Golden Gauntlet 2. It has been one gauntlet of a weekend, showcasing battles from all over the world, all over the Snap spectrum, and it all comes down to 34 card Monty. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Roram, once again. And who knows? Maybe we'll see you next time.